Am I getting shamed for my tardiness? Really? You guys are going to shame me? How often have you guys come in? I've already seen this series on a Wednesday when I was like, wait until the Thursday. We'll do the semi-finals there. Don't come at me like this. Jesus. All right. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday so far. We are going to have a fun one, actually. We've got several series to get through. Louis MT versus Dragovan, Elyona versus Myriad, Sass versus Stopper, and then the other two quarterfinals going to be happening at some point. DeMu versus Mio Micah did already happen super early because DeMu and Mio early risers. But as a result of that, what we'll do is keep it fresh. We're going to revisit that a little bit later in the broadcast. But we will have those other three series now, and then quarterfinals should be scheduled today, because if they don't get scheduled today, I am going to get my beating stick out, and it's going to hurt someone very much. So, that in mind, we're going to open up with Louis MT versus Dragovan. Should actually be a fun one. Dragovan very unconventional. Louis just, I don't know, Louis is like one of my favorite players to watch at the moment, which is just really surprising considering that some of his playstyle tactics are very anti-me and what I look for. And you guys know exactly what I'm going to be referring to. It is going to be the walling. That dude, he walls like a monster. Like, he actually makes Wham look like a wall virgin, you know? Like, it's just actually ridiculous to watch him at work. So yeah, we'll see what we get here. It looks like it's going to be King of the Hill, Pigeon's View, and Lakeside. Love to see that Pigeon's View is coming out. Louis seems to still be a pretty big fan of it. Yeah, I was just saying in another chat, I was like, I'm a little bit disappointed at Wham for not signing up, man. I need more of Wham's walls versus Louis' walls. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we say Wham's walls because it's a WW, right? So it kind of sounds cool. But the reality is, Louis is the most egregious waller we have in the entire game, I think. I don't think anyone walls to the extremes that I've seen that man wall. Like, can you guys think of anyone else? Right? And the funny part is the player on the other side, he does some crafty little wall tricks, right? To, like, protect his gold. But outside that, Dragovan tends to be a very aggressive player. He doesn't like to hang around for that late game, okay? He hasn't got time for that. You know how it is, right? You invite a bunch of... Dude, my hair's annoying me. You invite a bunch of Zoomers into an old man's RTS, and they're like, go, go, go. But we're going to see if they can go, go, go. So we're going to open up the game now. Like I said, we should have those 3 quarterfinals. I haven't seen any signs of scheduling for the others. Oh, okay, someone just bumped, didn't they? Right, so Kiljardi's semifinals are getting bumped about it maybe happening today. We'll keep you updated on that. Hopefully with some heads up. Talking a little to us and talking to us at dinner before immediately diving into action. No time to waste, okay? Because we've got like quarterfinals that could be literally happening at any second. I can't talk about the map drama. That will have to wait until later. Sorry. Don't blame me. Blame players for being punctual for once. So let me open up Louis' data. I hope he's called himself Louis MT still. Probably hasn't. Hello, DB20. How's it going, bud? Which of the 3 maps? Oh, yeah. I don't know what does that sometimes. You have to click the update graphics or it doesn't show. There you go. So, we're going to have King of the Hill as the default, Pigeon's View, and Lakeside. Let me go to Dragovan's profile, because Louis has got his Chinese name on. How dare he? How dare he embody his heritage? It's a shame of him. But, let me go ahead. And I'm hoping... No. No. Don't do this to me. Don't you dare. Don't you freaking dare. Okay. We need Louis' profile somehow. There's a way, I'm pretty sure. Trying to think who has... Does anyone know who Louis has been playing recently? He kept playing against Wham, right? But Wham's probably private. Fuck. This is the thing that annoys me in the community. Trying to think who Louis has played recently. Because we need to get to his profile, but of course he's not using his actual name, right? So, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit annoyed of regularly having to at people, and because it's annoying when I have to at everyone, just in case the more people that aren't doing their profile open. I'm probably just going to start targeting individuals. I mean, it's like most of them are pretty nice about it. Like, yesterday, Louis was like, I think it's Kiljardi was like, I need your profile open. It's like, done, straight there. I respect that. But it's just kind of tough, man. Like, if you've got secret strats you want to hide, use a Smurf. It's the most obvious way. So he should be somewhere in the top. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. So bear with me a sec, guys. Yeah, he's number 3. Good, good. So if we copy and paste his name, because Louis usually keeps his data open. So I think we're Gucci. All right, nice. So we'll be able to get the series still. Lytical has way more class in these things. I mean, that's true, but only when your mum's in the room. All right, so game number 1 is going to be King of the Hill. I reckon Louis is going Roos, right? It looks like it's probably going to be Roos versus... Is he doing ABBA? Yeah, I was right, yeah. I mean, some people believe in the ABBA. I'm not convinced. I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe it's worth it so far. A win would go a long way to helping me believe. So we'll find out if we can get one today with Dragoman. Definitely a comfort pick on the draft here with Ibis and Bassets. All right. Wait, why is the game not showing? There we go. It's a little bit delayed on OBS. All right, I'm just going to say it. The thing that might end up holding poor little Dragoman back here is every single draft, he is obsessed with the wrong civs. A Bassett's Ibis opening picks and a Bassett's opening here on King of the Hill in midweek muster number 8. And the reason that this might be his undoing is Dragoman is a very capable player. He has some very cool strats. But when you go up against some of the best, and this is one of the best, this right here, Team Elephant's Louis MT, you need to bring your S game, not just your A game. A Bassett so far has yet to yield a win on King of the Hill, at least from all the games I've seen. I think I've seen 2 picks of it so far this week. Let's see if we can break the losing streak, or if it's going to continue. Bruce, on the other hand, very much a solid pick. One of the top picks. In fact, one thing that's been very interesting about putting King of the Hill as the default map this week, you guys might have noticed that actually Roos has been getting banned for the first time in several months. Remember, they fell hard out of meta as a ban-worthy civ. So in some ways, it's kind of cool to see that return, right? That actually, you know, it's a valid use of when you're opening bans. Because King of the Hill is just such a good map. Because I don't think there's a map that so consistently gives you so much passive gold from hunter captains. Even the Hideout, I'm fairly confident, can't generate you the same levels, right? Like, theoretically, if you had full access, but you never do. This one, it's just easy peasy or rolling a corner. So look at the spawn. We actually have a pretty nice one here for Dragoman with the double berries on the east side. We're likely going to be looking at, what, Eco Wing play? I would rather see him try something aggressive if he's really wanting to take this line with Bassets. I think Roos just come in a bit too hot and heavy with their fast castle build. Especially if they get a good sheep pull, and actually 14 sheep definitely is that. Dragoman only with 7. Oh, wow. Yeah, he lost the sheep war entirely. I mean, it's a double scout opener. You expect to have a hard time, but this is brutal, and it's getting worse. Yeah, I think that the hunting cabin makes Roos too good on this map, and it's not just because of the gold generation. It's because of the flow of scouts. Oh my god. Dude, he's got 17 sheep. Dragoman only has 7. And, you know, you might go, oh, yeah, but Dragoman's in the berries. Sure, but the more important detail is that your opponent has so much food, not that you don't have much food, right? Like, obviously, they aren't mutually exclusive. They affect each other. But Louis having this type of income, I mean, he can just do whatever he wants. He doesn't really need to come out. He doesn't have to be paranoid. He can just hunker down, wall in. He's even got a sheep back here, which never got touched. Damn, this is pretty brutal. Camel statue looks pretty cool. It's not too bad. I'm trying to think what my favorite statue is. I think I've still got a soft spot for the bald boy. The Izutsu one, right? I actually really like the Izutsu one. Let me know, what are your favorite statues in the game? Everyone's got one. And profile pictures as well, actually. For me, the profile picture, I think it has to be the Capybara. The Capybara is incredible. I like to imagine there's someone out there who's just going to be like, what's a capybara? And they've been using the statue the entire time. Toll outpost? Oh, Mahodo. I thought you were more of a Roos player than a Marlian player. It was like 14 to 10 sheep, sure, berries can make different. Yeah, but this is the thing. It's not even just about the berries, right? It's like about the freedom with which Louis can play now. Like, he could go pro scouts, but realistically, he doesn't even need pro scouts. He's probably going to do it because everyone does it right now. It's just genuinely the peer pressure thing that everyone joins in. But the reality check here is with 18 sheep, berries behind him, I mean, he could just fast castle into horse archers and be very cozy. Yo, what is up, Dragon the One? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. It's a smart lad right there, Dragon the One-y. There you go, I gave you multiple names even. Because by subscribing, you don't have to worry about those ads for 100+ hours of content this month. Whoop, whoop. Oh, man, it feels so good to be back in full swing. I was a little bit surprised by some of the known names not signing up this week, especially considering seeding in the EGC qualifiers is not based on ATR, if I'm not mistaken. It's just based on ladder. But hopefully we'll see them warming up again. I mean, I expect some people to take breaks. I'm looking forward to seeing additional names coming in. We're kind of already seeing that to a certain degree, right? I think like most notable was the return of Numadam, which is really cool to see. If you didn't catch that series between him and Kiljardi, highly recommend it. Phenomenal. It will be going up on YouTube. And this feels like every Dragavan YouTube video that's ever gone up. We have a proxy archer range on King of the Hill. Oh my god. Dragavan, will you ever change? Probably not. We do have archers now coming from the roofs. This is a tricky predicament, actually, because although the Abbasses do get the Golden Age, which is pretty cool eventually, they aren't going to get it yet. And the only other thing they have, if he bothers to get it, is boot camp. Meanwhile, the Roos can just get a wooden fortress up and gather a lot of wood. But right now, Louis made a mistake here. He didn't wall the backside. He didn't go for the safe wood. He went for the forward wood. Smimmen did get mopped up. And he will be able to shuffle away the injured villagers. So no losses so far for Louis. But an uncomfortable position to find himself in here. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just go for the back trees. Of course, they are further away, but you can always short wall to protect. So really, Dragavan just getting a lot more value than he really ever should from this play. Now the continued proxy. So this is one thing I'm going to highlight I don't like about this proxy base build. I would much rather just see stables dropped at home. He's trying to do it to hide information, but the likelihood, the probability you're going to hide this information on a map like King of the Hill is smaller than my chances of successfully courting Scarlett Johansson, right? It's not going to happen. It should get scattered fairly fast. And we've seen Dragavan try this on maps where it's much easier to hide your intent. But on a map like King of the Hill, it's just so claustrophobic, so small, and you're going to see it right away, right? As he moves out, I mean, he could end up just scouting it just by being on the deer. Looks like, funnily enough, luckily enough, actually, for Dragavan, Louis did go pro scouts with only 2. Yeah, do I need to be like a broken record here and talk about how pro scouts is currently instilling bad behavior in players? Because it is, if we're being totally real, right? Like, it's good, it's phenomenal, but it doesn't mean you have to stop scouting. It's kind of wild that the info just to the north is not going to be revealed. Makes me look like an idiot, I'll take that, right? Like, but if we're being totally realistic, you shouldn't get away with this type of proxy base on King of the Hill. Maybe Dragavan is just being genius. He's like, well, I've intentionally done this because everyone's pro scouting right now. But to counterpoint that, Dragavan was doing this before the pro scouts meta. So I think what we're getting at is that Dragavan's meta has arrived. When everyone wants the pro scouts, the proxy boy is never going to get scouted. Don't Knights just smash his comp? Yeah. And funnily enough, Louis is onto him. He already has the stables. You don't do this against Cav Stivs. I mean, it's fair. So the difference between probably the way you're doing it MSN and the way Dragavan's doing it is Dragavan is playing the reveal, right? Like, it's almost like... How to describe this? AoE4 is usually like playing poker, you know? We have our initial bets, we reveal free cards. I'm very poker-oriented. I think Nilly would be proud of me. We reveal free cards, then we make new bets, and then we reveal another card, make more bets, reveal another card. The whole point is that you reveal things, you counter things, you make a choice whether you want to invest or pull away, right? What Dragavan is doing is more like you get given 2 cards, you reveal 2 cards, and we see who wins. Does that make sense? Like, he's putting everything on the initial flop, as if there's no follow-up possible at all. It's cool to watch. Its success rate is questionable, though. And the proxy, we'll have to see if it pays off. He has moved into the Wooden Fortress. Knights are here, though, and Dragavan. I mean, he didn't want to build spears against archers, right? And we're in an archer-heavy meta, so you always feel like you need them. This is grim. Weird backstab coming in. Louis at least going to get pinched there, but he's trading out with the archers. The Knights are going to be the MVPs at the end of the day. And that Wooden Fortress is just doing so much damage. The crazy thing is Louis doesn't even have the castle turrets, which would annihilate everything in the neighborhood. Yeah, this is grim, man. I mean, I don't know what the highlight of this video should be. The Wooden Fortress or the proxy base? Like, in some ways, I stand by the statement that if there's a meta where Dragavan can maybe make this work on a high average, it's the Pro Scouts meta. But as is highlighted in chat, like doing this against Knights for a start is begging to get slapped down Feudal Age. And Dragavan, I mean, he really did put everything behind this. He's now trying to dial back to a 2TC play. The problem is the counterattack can just kill him. If Louis just goes on the offensive with Mass Knights, which I have no doubt he's going to do, Dragavan's going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The best thing Dragavan can do right now from this position is just try to draw attention to his opponent's side of the map with a few horsemen. Because if you now stop pumping troops, you are going to get revealed. Second TC is almost rearing to go. He's still got to gather the last bit of stone. Remember, he does not have ecoing at all. And this is what I don't like. Like, Dragavan running back towards your base, all you're doing is leading your opponent to what he needs to block. Right? It sounds weird, but you almost want to run past the Knights and in the other direction. Maybe that makes it too obvious, but I think this is now just too organic. And that is way too greedy. What? Okay, so positives of what Dragavan's doing here is he's at least building towards his military buildings. Bad part of what Dragavan's doing is if just one unit sees this play, he's dead. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, so we've addressed the Dragavan camel in the room. We do kind of have to address the Louis elephant in the room. I mean, there's no deli in this game. So Louis has this tendency to delay. Right? He doesn't... I've noticed this about Louis. There are points where he could just end the game, and instead of ending the game, he just falls back and plays the advantage. Now, in fairness, a long time ago, this was like the meta for the best players. Like, Marine Lord is a pristine example of this. Like, Marine Lord was a very big statistical believer that if I kill 1 or 2 villagers, I can then play the odds and play the game out 20 minutes long, and my lead gets bigger and I win. But players have gotten better at the highest caliber at reacting accordingly and countering. And this is where, like, actually organically what the Abbasses do is really frustrating against people who don't play their win condition. Because if Louis takes too long now to attack, the Abbasses just claw back in off of raw eco. The efficiency of them doing this, right? The good news is, Louis is at least pushing into the proxy bases, so organically he's going to march beyond. And when he does, there may be a wall, but there isn't going to be an army. Wait, did he just... No, the scout revealed it! Okay, this is going from disastrous to just more disastrous. I don't know, catastrophic. Global pandemic levels of problems is what we're approaching here. Spearman now being produced, but the archers, of course, counter that out. And a weird choice. He actually focus fires on the scout to try and obviously get rid of the extra torch damage. Now, weird that actually Louis backed off there with Knights. He should have been able to just contest that, but for good reason, he's instead teching up. High trade outs on the way. Get your numbers in. Oh my god, I'm going to be tired of saying get your numbers in by the end of this week. Every single King of the Hill game. Wow, what a surprise. We have almost a 300 gold high trade house. I never could have seen this coming. Does anyone get the sneaking suspicion Dragavan's going to try to pick Irobids in game 2? So what are the map options? Let's think this out. So we have King of the Hill as the opening, and there's Lakeside Hy-Vee. Okay, if I actually think either one of those maps, Dragavan is likely to pick Irobids. Fresh food stuff now coming in. I mean, the lad isn't dead yet, but it's more that he's on life support, and the family's deciding whether they should pull the plug. And Dragavan should know that Louis is teching. It's pretty obvious when your opponent backs off of the second TC like this. Like, this is a feudal all-in, he'd go through the second TC. Dragavan to give us a King of the Hill game without even approaching the hill. That's not true. That's not true. The military wing units walk over the hill. Technically, he did touch the hill. I just don't think he's going to be touching glory in this one. Wall's now trying to come up. Scout's still snatching goodies away. I mean, he has at least got that 1 deer pack secure, but this is 3 deer packs for his opponent, aka 7,350 food extra. On top of the fact that it was a sheep advantage, about an extra, what, was it 10 or 12 for Louis? Yeah, just a wild amount of food to work with, which is why he's doing mass knights, even against spears. Don't really need to go horse archers in this position. We even had the veterancy of the archers on the way, so he's going to play a nice organic comp and knights archers. The classic for Roos, usually a comp that you see them play in Age 2. And technically, Louis did play in Age 2, but then he lost all the archers, right? Or practically all of them. So you'd expect him to, like, switch. Nah. You don't need crossbows here. Like, your opponent is stuck in Age 2. There's no point in building crossbows over archers. So just a solid read. And looks like Dragoman won't be able to put a chink in the armor of the top Chinese player in game 1. I mean, I'm hoping he can look competitive in this series. Dragoman, I'm assuming he's finding some success off these proxy stables, mass horseman builds somewhere. But we haven't seen it so far. Every time we've seen it, which is, I mean, I think we've only seen it like twice before, it flops. There was a really cool build he had with the Horseman of English, right? But that was different. That was a very different build, in my opinion, to what like Abbasses will do, or, you know, Ibids or whatnot. I was sick and didn't want long games. It's his fault for not blindly going fast, Castle. Oh, no, Dragoman. I mean, he semi was thinking about it, but then you just kind of got blocked by one wooden fortress, right? It's kind of tough, though, right? Like, compared to an outpost, which you might just build a ram for, you'd have to build 2 rams at least with a wooden fortress, and that just buys so much time for knights. In fairness, though, Dragoman. Okay, was the proxy base built... Well, I'm giving you an opportunity to look genius here, by the way. Was the proxy base built on the logic that it's pro scouts meta, so the Roost player won't actually scout you even though he's got 2 scouts? High trade house number. We have got 299. I think I said that with enough gusto. Dragoman has now got a client state. They've branched off from the main empire. But yes, now you're seeing why Roos gets picked on this map so much. Now you're seeing why they're ban-worthy on this map. It's ironic, because it used to always be about the English for the high ground. That was just luck. Okay, I respect the candor and the humbleness to not just take that opportunity. I imagine there's 1 or 2 players, if I ask that question, they're like, it was all part of the plan. So Dragoman just kind of looks like he's going through the motions right now. It's only 3 relics on the way home. They haven't been banked yet. But you have to remember that his opponent already has 3+ relics worth of gold coming in. So by going for a high trade house on this map, it's actually absurd. You end up borderline on par with what the Regnant's Cathedral would get you with 5 relics by just getting 5 relics normally as Roos. That's crazy, right? Because you end up getting, what was it, 3.5 relics worth from the high trade house. And then, of course, you got all these hunting cabins. I mean, it's actually ludicrous how competitive on gold Roos get on this map. I mean, they're competitive on most maps. They're just through the ceiling, through the stratosphere on this particular one. Mass Knight's now coming in, and we even have the Divine Light on the way, so that's going to increase the duration of the buff. Pretty smart choice. +1 armor. Going to be noteworthy here. Oh man, this is painful to watch. I mean, the horsemen can't reach the archers. Even if they could, they'd probably lose them, it feels like. Divers coming in and torches are out. It's going to start to make now. One thing that does grind my gears, I can't believe I'm asking Bruce Buff. Why is it when you torch with a Warrior Monk, you don't get the buff? Kind sir. I guess that would be exploitable, but that's kind of a cool skill element, right? You'd be able to micro torching walls and stuff to get the buff. The Golden Glow is in now. I mean, that Golden Glow shines so bright, you think they just had a baby. You know, the whole new mum glow crap. Anyway, I ain't going to beat around the bush on this one. Dragoman is dead. Game 1 to Louis MT. Question now, let's see whether the Norwegian's going to be able to strike back fast. He's going to have to by the sounds of it because he does not want to play late game against Louis. Oof. Yeah, slightly beaten with a stick. So, game 1 is going to be Rouge versus Abba. That is going to be a win for Mr. Louis. Knowing Dragavan in this type of position, I think he's probably going... We said about Ibis for Lakeside, right? Louis has got Japanese, though. But he doesn't use it. He went Ottomans. Ooh, wait, really? I guess, was he worried about Mongols? I think he was worried about Mongols. So he went Otto, so he had flexibility to play water, but also mirror land. It's not a bad idea, actually. All right. Let's get ready for the second game. Devs didn't make a unique torching for the monks. Yeah, but I don't think it's like state tree related. Well, it didn't have to be state tree related, right? I think that comes down to it probably could have been coded differently. Right, is how you trigger the buff. Okay, sorry, just messaging in the background quickly. Oh, okay. It can be added easily? Okay, yeah, I don't know what the devs haven't. I think it'd be a cool micro mechanic. Probably wait for Roost to like get nerfed first, but... Okay, not exactly what I was expecting game 2. There was the Japanese pick for Louis, but instead he goes to the Ottomans because he was worried about the Mongols Dragavan had. My question, Louis, is why would you ever be worried about Mongols when Dragavan still has a camel sieve to pick? This guy loves his Ibis and Abassins. If it was up to him, the upcoming expansion would add 3 new variant sieves of the Abassids. Does that sound right, Dragavan? Because then that would give him an ideal composition to draft for a best of 5. Instead, he has to settle for just 2. And he's going to be whipping them out in this series. We have a very interesting dock, actually. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a kind of a cool idea from Dragavan. It's not much fish to work with, but to explain the logic of what he's doing with this dock, compared to what the Ottoman's just done, Dragavan's logic here is his docks only cost 75 wood. So he wants to set it up now, get the fishing boats pumping, and then on a delay, after you've got what you want, you can come out here and set up the dock afterwards. But that is disgusting. What? Okay, it's actually a good thing that Dragavan... Wait, did he scout that? Devs. That is ridiculous. Cup? No, this is pants. This is definitely pants. And this is the pants spawn. My apologies, Dragavan, man. That is... that is one of the worst spawns I've seen for a player on Lakeside so far. I mean, could he even... I'm not sure if he can dock here. That might be blocked by the relic. Damn. Wait, is there an EGC version of this? He hasn't seen it? No, he has. He scouted it first and then came back and scouted again. I think his villager might have originally walked out. That's... Oh, man. Yeah, so, like... So, Tomb's here, so you can probably explain it a bit more. They should have probably restarted. Like, what is the ruling for, like, getting a restart, Tomb? It would be a pause, right? And then an iterate. Oh, you can actually put a dock there. Yeah, but you could put it here, right? There's a fair point that you came out, didn't see this area at all, and even if you did, you see the relic and you're like, oh, I probably can't, right? So, like, I imagine, because I saw the vision, what Dragavan done is he walked out here, he didn't see beyond the tree line, so from his POV, this is it. The tree line probably goes, like, here, so he's just screwed. That's really bad spawn code. Biddy Boy and the team need to fix that ASAP, because that is, like... For a map where we've seen primarily it's always go for the deep water fish, that is game deciding. Ah, an interesting EGC version came out today, or yesterday. Yo, what's up, Patsa Spoop? Just saying it was one thing. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate you. Always great to see new people subbing for the first time. Since he scouted before the 3-minute mark, you could have called for restart. Got you. Okay. So just to clarify for players, and there was a tune there, the ruling is, if it's pre-3 minutes, you can call for a restart again. 3 minutes is a long time, though. I don't know if that's fully explored. don't know, I might have to think about, like, maybe 2 minutes makes more sense. Because I'm just thinking, like, in 3 minutes, you could run all the way across the map with a scout, right? Then again, like, you should be scouting for this sheep instead. So maybe 3 just does organically work. I'm not sure what the ruling has been historically. But this is rough, man. I mean... Oh, sorry, we're on insert. There we go. Switch over yellow for Dragavan. So we've got 10 sheep to... Oh, my God. 24. 25, sorry. In fairness, I'm pretty sure he got the Anatolian Hills. Hence, like, 10 of them are just spawning for him. And it looks like there is going to be some grief going on here. Oh, man. Dude, leave Dragavan something. This is harsh. I think 3 minutes is fine, but it should be valid restart request. Yeah. I mean, like, you can always call it up if you think your opponent's exploiting, like, the restart rules. And then an admin would make a decision. Because just to clarify for people, like, while Chiam is here and he does a lot, right? Like, he can't watch every series. It's impossible. Because of the random scheduling, right? Like, you know, we let players open the schedule. There's so many games going on. There's not an expectation for him to be there every second of the day. I've already iterated before that I think players shouldn't need as much intervention as they do, just being reminded to schedule their games. So, like, you know, he can't be on standby when Dragavan and Louis are playing to go, oh, this needs to be redone. It's the same with seeding, seeds rather. Like, he can't be there to gather seeds for appropriate spawns because you would need... What would the number be statistically? Like, the amount of... So there's 16 series, then 8 series, so we're at 24. Then there's another 4. So is it 31 series for a round of 32 setup? 31 series for the whole tournament, I mean. But then you've got the redraft, so you need 32 seeds per map for each week for 7 maps. It's just like, when you think about it that way, that's disgusting. It's just not doable. So hopefully that provides some insights onto why we don't just have an admin gathering all these viable seeds. And you would, like, the only other way you could potentially do it as a long-term solution, and it's not even a good long-term solution. Hey, Dragavan did find the dock. The other way you theoretically could do it is that you could make it so that you find a wide array of viable seeds and then put them into a random generator and then spawn. But if someone wanted to be really intelligent and really, like, hard on their homework, they could actually learn those seeds anyway, so they know, like, the spawns roughly. So it's not even an ideal solution there. And also, even if that did work out from someone isn't remembering the seeds, the other issue you'd run into, actually, is that if a small patch drops or a map gets a slight update, like we saw recently with the EGC Gorge, it ruins everything. So yeah, this is why having an admin go and get all these seeds is very difficult. I'm not even sure if EGC does that anymore. I believe in the early days, I think Petito was doing it. But it's just so unsustainable. It might be done for, like, semis and grand finals, possibly quarterfinals, because it's S-tier events, right? But, like, everything else, I'm imagining, doesn't have seeds selected by admin. I'm sure Chum can chip in on that. Teammates may be short due to sheep pattern, though. Yeah, but that's interesting, because we've had, like, tournament games where players don't ask for a restart when they get, like, free sheep. Like, I lose count of how often this happened, like, wham, right? So... By the way, just to confirm, now that EGC's Lakeside is out, we're going to recommend the players use that now instead of Lakeside, just to be safe. By the way, if Kayu's in the chat still, I've got an idea, mate. Atacama's a pretty cool map. Can we agree, like, if you had to choose between Lakeside and Atacama, I think Atacama's better, right? But there is some stupid issues with the default spawn. So if Kayu wants to, say, fix those weird generation bugs, we could bring Atacama back, which would be a very big positive, I think. Yeah, we have fast castles from the Ottos, right? Knight's coming out. We haven't focused too much on the game because, like, this is just a really awkward position for Dragavan to play from in the first place. Seemed like actually a perfect game to talk about generational issues, admin issues. I wonder if people actually like hearing these insights when the game's going on, or if they're like, just shut up, caster, please say shouty man things like, oh my god, the knight's coming in, you gotta kill, right? But, wait, what? Okay, when the game screws you, when the RNG sucks, check that you aren't the one that sucks for it. He flips the coin, and he plays Trade Wing. Okay, I gotta give it to him, man. Like, when the game is this harsh on the spawn, you need to get creative, and this is about as creative as it gets. He gets the double Bedoan Skirmisher. Unfortunately, his opponent is a Knight Spammer. Like, I mean, this would have been perfect if you were up against... Actually, I don't know who this would be perfect against. It's kind of awkward. You realistically want Bedoan Swordsman, because the Bedoan Swordsman would actually get bonus damage against the Knights, right? It's still pretty cool because it gave him a standing army where he had none, and it buys him time for the crossbow. So, guys, this game actually might not be over. Dragonman's now shifting over to the deep water fish after a long delay. He's harassed his opponent into the dock to a point where he's not contesting. Honestly, for how this game looked 3 or 4 minutes ago, he's 100% back into this. Another interesting thing from the autos in this matchup now, right, is like, someone's saying you could add like camels. Dragvan could add camels, but you can't add many. If you add many camels, it's Ottomans. They'll just go Jannies. Actually, no, that's interesting. Bedoan Skirmishers protect you against Janissaries. So yeah, Dragavan should actually be adding in at least a few Camel Lancers here, because his opponent can't. He simply cannot build Janissaries against this. You'll just die. Right? Remember, it's light infantry, and Janissaries are light infantry gunpowder. So you do 20 damage per strike against a unit that has, if I remember correctly, Jannies have is 80 health. So you 4-hit them. That's like a Javelin versus Archer level of pain. Nah, this high base damage is definitely paying off as well. This lake's trying to upgrade it again, so we're going to be seeing him going up to 12 base damage. Reminder that is crossbow levels of base damage. Pretty damn impressive, actually. He does need to start kind of starving his opponent a little bit. The problem I'm seeing here is, like, despite the good intentions and the good beginning for Dragavan to the Age, Louis already got way too much. He picked the 3 relics in the center. He took the safe relic behind. The only relic he shouldn't be able to get is this one. But that's still a 4-1 relic split. And that's if Dragavan even picks it up. I think Drag needs to send it. Not like this, though. What? Oh, come on. Okay, I know I said you need to send this. But there are games... I can't believe I'm going to say this. Where the Tower of Sultan is not a meme. But this one, I'm not convinced you're up against mass knights. That's like one of the worst things to do Tower of the Sultan against, right? Like, if this was spears, men at arms, you gotta kite them out. But you choose to die like this? Oh my god, where is he getting the resources for this? Double. I mean, it's the power of the trade wing, right? Like, if he gets good exchanges, he can afford more. We do have Bedoan Swordsman now, but weirdly enough, Dragavan is not prioritizing them. That feels like a little bit of a misstep. You're definitely going to need some defense against melee. I mean, the biggest problem I see for Dragavan is it looks like he's trying to clown car this because you don't really have much of a front line. He's got spears being added in now, but he's going before they arrive. So they've got 6 here. Okay, I mean, respect for Dragavan for playing back into this game from that weird position, but somehow he took a weird position and made it weirder. Knights is just going to go for Torch. Good micro here. Looks like Louis is maybe going to lose, what, 2 Knights for this? That's 100% worth it. Remember, these things cost an arm and a leg. That's 1,000 resources down the drain. And you only killed 2 Knights worth 240 each. Damn. So reduced down to 1 of the Tower of the Sultans now. We have at least still got pressure on the water side to try and starve him off a bit. But, I mean, Louis is in a very comfortable position with all these relics. The reason, by the way, why Tower of the Sultan is not a meme in this matchup always anymore is because Ottomans Springles for free doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, it used to be really hard to do Tower of the Sultan because they would be pumping from the Membered Imperial Armory and Springles counter you. But ever since Springles got nerfed, everyone talks about, oh my god, I wish Springles were back. No, I don't want them back because you know what? Springles being changed the way they have has at least introduced a potential world in which Tower of the Sultan could be viable. Before that change, this felt as bad as actually building a siege tower. Alright, Dragavan has got double Tower of the Sultan again. One landmark is about to go down. I I'm still not entirely convinced yet. He's got a reasonable army. Maybe. The problem is if you take too long, the mango count gets too high. And mango is maybe nerfed in Castle Age, but they're not too bad against Tower of the Sultan specifically. Right? A focus fire damage definitely helps a lot. And Dragovan, oh my god, dude, he wants that game 3. Is he gonna get us there? We have a key drop. Okay, so Dragovan, the follow-up play here that could get you the win is you need to add Trebs. Trebs, or you need to go mass racks. Those are your 2 options here. Holy crap. If he pulls this off, he's a miracle worker. The mangoes are moving up, though, and the keep is incomplete. Is he going to go for the villagers? He should be. Louis needs to get a little bit closer here. He did just pull the Janissaries. Mango hits coming in. That's too many mangoes. The villagers. They might get it repaired. They might get it up. That's going to cost them a few of their lives there. Dragovan has to go for the full garrison. The mangoes can now begin the siege. Sipahi, in the meantime, moving in onto the Tower of the Sultans to burn them down. And Dragovan, feeling a necessity to stand his ground, the army got wiped. An admirable effort, but not enough spears to mop up the knights. Not enough to get Dragovan on the board. Instead, it is going to be a 2-0 victory for Louis MT and a cruise through into the quarterfinals. Damn. I mean, I can't believe how quickly Dragovan's army died. We were so fixated on the villagers getting sacrificed there, right? And he's done a great job of microing to dodge that, but the problem is the army just got swarmed. How did he die so fast? Janissaries are surprisingly effective against most units. Especially when you have almost 20 knights pounding down on them as well. Remember, Dragovan only had about, what, 13 spearmen? He had skirmishes which actually don't directly counter knights. They can be countered by them. Same with the Sipahi. Damn. I mean, you know, Dragovan, I do wonder if he'd had those Bedouin swords, because I don't think he ever spawned them. Maybe it would have made a bit of a difference here. But this was always a bit of a gamble. It always is when you go Trade Wing. It's just not a reliable landmark choice. It's the type of choice you make when you're royally screwed or when you're 2-0 up. You'll rarely ever see it in any other situation in its current state. It feels like it's rare to see Dragovan being able to get one up on Louis MT, but I got to give it to him. In ways, he was close here. I think he went a bit too soon with the Tower Sultans, and it was a bit too expensive, but there was an idea. Crazily enough, I think maybe if he didn't have those towers, there might have been a better chance here, but no way you can slay the beast from the east. 2-0 for Louis MT. What do you guys think? Do I have any Trade Wing believers in my chat? Let me know if Dragovan's converted you, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. All right. So, I have some frustrating news. I'm not happy about this. But it is what it is, and it's happened. Louis MT made it to the quarterfinals, but he's forfeited. His opponent can't play until after 5 p.m., and he can't make that work. So it is going to be a default win for his opponent in the quarterfinals matchup. We'll show that quarterfinals matchup, what the outcome is going to be next, because we'll hop across to Elyona versus Myriad to see which one made it through. A little bit frustrated about that. Understandably so. In some ways, you know, yes, I expect there to be... there can be issues, shall we say, of, like, yes, availability. It's always going to be an issue with, like, open scheduling for Mang. I think the frustration for me comes from the fact that they should have theoretically had a flexibility between, like, yesterday and today, right? Which is annoying. But yeah. Why is Louis the one that gets lost? So I haven't seen the full messaging, but I think Louis basically said that he would forfeit. Without, like, showing the DMs, well, I'm not going to do that. But, like, the basis was, you have to remember Elyona has the day job, so he has to play after a certain time. It is, of course, late for Louis, which is weird because that's never really stopped Louis before. I assume he has scrims organized, so he can't play certain times. But yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I'm hoping this is a rarity, and we don't have to have this happen frequently because it's bloody annoying when it does. So, with that in mind, what we'll do now is we'll switch over to Elyona versus Myriad, which I think should be a pretty cool set as well. And we'll see which one has now just basically made it to the semifinals. So, let me get the, like... I'm going to check if there's a new version of OBS to release. OBS just crashed for no reason. I think what I'm probably going to do is there's some mods that I imported across when I made this new PC instead of just installing them full fresh. So I'll probably remove those mods to see if that caused the problem. I think that might have caused the problem. So I'll do that after this stream. Yeah. It's weird. Because like I said, you know, like, new PC, your first thought is like, oh, it must be the PC. Yeah, but like, it's only when OBS is running. So at the heart of it, OBS is doing something wrong, for sure. So I'll look into that. Apologies about that, folks. But yes, we're going to hop into Elyona vs Myriad now. So I think I just loaded the maps. Dry Arabia, Borderland, King of the Hill. Okay. So, look at the drafts. Myriad got a solid one, actually. The only question mark is, like, what is your opening pick? Maybe HRE for King of the Hill would be intriguing. Unless he's thinking something wacky like Malians. And then Elyona, I imagine, is probably going Chinese map 1. Dude, no, he does Abbasids. That's interesting. I feel like Chinese-English, you can make China work, right? English versus ABBA. These days, I feel like that matchup is pretty English-favored. Maybe this is the type of map we can get away with it, but, like, I mean, we saw this once already in the DeMu series, right? Where you can actually play 2TC English and play a really cool win point in the game. Yeah, apologies about that, guys. Dude, I hate these crashes. It's so tilting as a content creator. Because, like, I'm like, here's going to be a good year. We're going to, like, bring in some new sponsors, and we're going to, like, you know, we're going to end up making a good living out of this. We'll be able to blow up the prize pools because everyone will be tuning in. The problem is, when you talk to sponsors, what they want to see is, what are your average numbers? And if you have a connection drop, and then, like, a bunch of people drop, you see where I'm going with this. Like, it tilted me because it happened on Friday. And it was kind of sad, actually, because I was shocked. Friday, if it wasn't for that connection drop, that crash we had, we were definitely on course to have, I think, our highest average Friday since the beginning of KPMM, which was mind-blowing. So, yeah, I'll try and figure that out on my break day tomorrow. But let's get to it. All right, time for more of the midweek muster action. Week number 8, the first of 2025. And the conundrum returns. English versus Abbasids, and which is better? We've already seen this matchup once, actually. If you guys remember the DeMu Starflux series, where DeMu proved that English can be very dominant there. However, we've got Myriad versus Elyona here. Two players that I'd say are much closer matched than DeMu and Starflux. I'm sure Starflux doesn't mind me saying that. DeMu is just a much more accomplished player than him. Elyona is probably given a slight edge based on seeding, but I'm pretty sure Myriad and Elyona are like neck and neck in the ATR department, if I'm not mistaken. Gonna be interested to see how this one plays out. Like, historically, if you go back to old school King of the Hill, English are just dominant here, right? But this is a new gen. We're likely going to be seeing 2TC play. Abbasids are typically going to be going Eco Wing 3TC as a mirror. I actually prefer the idea of 2TC here from Elyona, right? Just play the second and then try to age up an appropriate time to mirror what the English are going to do. Because English are likely going to be going 2TC, front deer, and then ripple into a white tower. The exact build we saw from Ben. I think it's actually the best way to play this. Myriad the chat. Dude, I'm really, like, hoping, I'm cheering for Myriad, man, because I think Myriad has a very orderly playstyle. And that can be good, right? The structural logic is like, you know, you don't have to be too silly. You know, you have these formulaic strategies that work. But I think this kind of idea of being like a solid, slow-rolling player playing for that mid-late game, which I do think Myriad, I don't know if it's his intent, but I feel like he ends up there so frequently it seems like it's his intent. The current meta doesn't necessarily support just getting that mid-game. One up for Myriad is the current meta being very Pro Scouts heavy could enable it again. But this is not a Civ that does it. And this is a very interesting line. Okay, so instead of going for the 2TC build, Myriad's going for the attack. You could technically still do 2TC. We've seen it multiple times from the English. Like, you'd build maybe 2 archers and then go for TTC. I think Myriad's doing this because he was suspecting military wing. Which is weird because you'd think he'd just scout and go, oh no, no melee wing. Because then the 2 longbows make sense, right? Because your 2 opening longbows kill the 2 spears, 2 archers. And then you can just pressure your opponent, force him to build more while you build TTC. Alright, 1s if you think Myriad is going to do a 2 town center build. 2s if you think we're getting a 1 town center all in. 3s if you think it's going to be 1 town center fast castle. Man, I give you guys options. One v1s are boring. We want crazy 3v3s. Do people really want 3v3s? I could kind of understand people saying they want 2v2s. Definitely not 4v4s. 4v4s, I think, are kind of a snooze fest, actually. I think the fundamental issue with 3v3s from a tournament perspective, and thus a viewership perspective, is map gen sucks. Sorry, I'm just going to say it how it is. The biggest issue of all is, like, it takes too long for things to happen to the point that, like, the optimal strategy is to kind of be semi-greedy. And also, because the maps are way too big, the meta is just go cavalry. 3v3 is confusing when spectating? Maybe. I'd say the other issue feels bigger to me. This is cool for me right though. He's shoving in the deer. We're definitely just getting 1 TC, and it looks like it is going to be sending it in the feudal. We've got racks added in, so Lombo plus the spearman. Elyona, of course, is going to be going for that backward TC. Probably just going to drop on the tree line. The cool thing about doing this is if you drop your TC on the tree line, it blocks a rotation by longbows, but also it then allows you to just be where you need to be to get the counter, right? Because the counterplay now for Elyona is mass archers. What you need to be careful of is if we reach a scale point where Myriad is able to add in men-at-arms, because then that ruins the archer defense. But like that is 8+ minutes down the line. You like to watch a 3v3 tourney per year. So 1 of them, basically. I've said this before, and I'll re-stand my ground on it. I think that this game could be phenomenal for team play on a tournament level, but it's let down by configurations around it. Right? Like, for example, it's let down by the map generation. It's let down by some of the balancing. I think if they fix that, I could see my way to justifying making some 3v3 tournaments. There is still also the tech issue, right? Which is if someone desyncs or DCs, it can ruin a game. And you have to remember, when you play a 3v3, you triple the potential issue points of tech issues, right? Because you've got 3 times the players. We do actually have 2 TC. Okay, this is a funky line that's been taken, actually, by Myriad. Because he hasn't found a way in, right? It's just kind of felt wasteful. The good news for him is Elyona's wood wall here is pretty terrible. Mainly because, like, Lombos can stand here and reach you, right? That's what makes it kind of subpar. The good news is, like, by the time they reach you, right, they're going to be in TC range. So I think that's why Elyona doesn't mind. A little bit surprised he didn't come further out and wall here. Ideally, you want to be able to wall all the way back so you get the berries. Like, actually, that's an interesting thought, is that Elyona didn't drop the TC here and then just move up to wall low. Because then he would have had the berries, right? Ah, I see why he didn't move up to grab the berries. These goddamn free TC gamers. I mean, this enables Myriad in kind of a big way. I don't like the free TC forced. In fairness, your opponent is going to TC. But the thing you have to keep in mind is Elyona's done this blind. I don't think he scouted this. It doesn't look like it anyway, based on where the scout is. Maybe he came in when the mining camp was first built, in which case, fair enough. But if this was a blind shot taken by Elyo, it was a dangerous shot to take. Love to cast a 3v20 maybe with a battle series approach with the coaching. What do you mean? Battle series, what, you mean just having like a 4th member that coaches them? I mean, I kind of like the idea of doing mixed format tournaments, i.e. you have a 1v1, then you have a 2v2, then a 3v3, then a 1v1, then a 2v2, sort of thing. I think those can be cool. That's also more reasonable because you're funneling the amount of 3v3s you get. Because I think a whole tournament of 3v3s can weirdly enough become very over the top quickly. just because of the frequency of certain things coming up. Like, the draft had to be so fundamentally different that you can end up with someone playing French the entire series. All right, I'm going to hit the speed up because we just have a little bit of a lull period here because they won multi-TC. One thing I've been contemplating, like, you know, I don't know how many people know this because, I mean, there's some people who played AoE2, right? But I think there's a decent amount of AoE4 people that just came to AoE4. I was thinking about this the other day because I remember it came up when we were at Red Bull. Like, certain players didn't know that in AoE2, you have to be age-free to build town centers. I'm not saying AoE4 should do that, but it is kind of an interesting thought process on how the greed is locked behind multiple tiers. Does that make sense? Like, in AoE 4, Dark Age is very rarely relevant, and then in Feudal Age, you can immediately be greedy. Now, I don't mind the idea of options, but I do think the issue comes in how good the greed option is, right? I'm not saying we should move TCs to age free. It just wouldn't work, right? We have way too many civs that are designed in a way that it would completely fail. But it does feel like there's not enough barriers to greed in the game quite often. It's weird because we just came out of like a feudal heavy meta, right? And I think that meta was one of our best. But now that Pro Scouts is coming back in, we're just seeing that instead of multi-TC. Ironically, like, I'm mentioning Pro Scouts, I'm talking about this new meta. We actually have an old meta game here, which is multi-TC. But I'm curious, like, what is your preference? Do you like the multi-TC build meta? Did you like the Pro Scouts build meta? Or do you prefer the 1 TC and earn your options meta? Because I feel like... Oh my god, we're 4 TC now. Jesus Christ. And we're back. If there's one civ that's still going to play this meta, it has to be Abbasis, right? But, like, I think for me personally, the more I think about it, the 1 TC meta felt more earned, right? I'm almost like the old man, like, back in my day, you didn't just get hand-me-outs, you know? Multi makes sense because it doesn't matter. Honestly, like, it doesn't matter if you say multi, because while there may be a percentile element of like 70% of TC games, 20% is all in, the reality is there is still going to be a meta defined by the majority. Does that make sense? So it's like, if you had to choose one that's going to be your majority is what I'm saying, right? Because, like, for example, we're in a Pro Scouts meta, but then there's the Basses that just do the multi-TC meta still, right? Like, that's an outlier. But no matter how you try to square it, meta... God, I kind of hate, actually, the meta became a thing the way it became a thing in gaming in general, right? I kind of miss the days where people just all played their own style. But that's a whole different discussion. The fact that we're in, like, this current meta doesn't mean you're not going to see other builds. It just means that, like, you're going to have a dominant element, a dominant arc. And there's no denying that that dominant arc right now is Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts is making up about like 70% of games, I want to say, at the highest level, and that leads to Fast Castle, right? More than anything else. Whereas a year ago, we had multi-TC builds that then eventually also led to Fast Castle. And then, obviously, we had, immediately after that, the cool Feudal All-In meta, which... The thing I liked about that is when you made a mistake, you felt like you got punished. It's not to say you can't punish someone for doing 2TC or whatever, but it's more the implications of, for example, losing 3 knights or losing 10 archers, stuff like that, right? And it's cool to have the big 200 army, right? But as cool and flashy as that looks, sometimes when you're in a game where like both sides have 10 knights and that is the whole world, that's everything they have, it puts a lot more emphasis on the small, weak fights, if that makes sense. Just kind of an interesting thought for the community, I think. Anyway, we do have a tech up. White Tower's been dropped. Myriad is going to be shuffling onto the gold. I like this. We've seen multiple players do like these English white towers or something comparative, like a Barbican or Kremlin, and then they walk home. It's the worst thing you can do. If you're going to come out for this play, leverage the resources here. Pull your villagers that are home off of the gold. Weirdly enough, he's sticking on it, but I think that's because we're probably going to see a rush of all the gold techs from Myriad for the moment. Next season will be a Pro Scouts nerf? Quite possibly. Because, like, the thing is, I think why I found the feudal all-in meta so really enticing is that if we look at the history of AoE 4, it has been predominantly boom metas, whether it's fast castle or multi-TC. I think fast castle has actually been the most dominant meta of all of them, actually. Speaking of which, both players are now in castle. We do have the horseman coming in from Elyona. Not ideal considering your opponent's getting men-at-arms, but he's got crossbows now following up. Yeah, liking his comp a little bit better. We should have the Sacred Site getting locked in ASAP, though. I'm kind of confused why it hasn't happened sooner. Did he build the monastery? Yeah, he built the monastery back here. Usually it's better to just build it in the center so you get that immediate cap. Because like if you're going for a Sacred Site win condition and you lose that Sacred Site, you've lost the game anyway, right? I find that it's very rare to see someone forfeit the high ground after losing all the infrastructure and then not be dead, if that makes sense, right? Like when you drop a white tower here, and then maybe eventually a Berkshire, the whole logic is I win the game if this is captured, or I lose the game if it's decapped. So yeah, I'm always a bigger fan of just dropping the monastery here for that reason. So because of this state claim the center by Mr. Oil, Mr. Myriad, we are going to see Elyona just bide a little bit of time. The Sacred Site's now been locked in, but remember, he's got 10 minutes to work with. So now he can just start prepping the siege, right? Like you want to blob frontline infantry first, then you go trebs. And this lead is getting ridiculous, right? Between 35 villages ahead, then he's got the Golden Age effect. Then he can even get into agriculture now with the mass farms, which is going to allow him to, by the way, compete with the English. Remember, that's going to end up being a 30% gathering rate, perfectly mirroring what the English will get when they're Imperial Age. So yeah. Sometimes we have these situations where it looks like it's a big villager lead, and then we get to emphasize, oh, well, HRE has 40% buff. No, this is just a situation where the English player is a mile behind. In fact, it's a bigger lead than this when you think about the logic of Golden Age being a 15% buffer, right? So if you look at the split, you know, there's no extra efficiency available for Myriad on wood and gold and stone. So only 20 of his villages are actually competing with the Abbasid rates. Relic's getting snatched away. I almost feel like he slipped on this opening in castle because he wasn't able to do anything with the initial units, right? So it's almost like you would have been better off just making a gamble for the relics even earlier. Tricky position. I mean, we're talking about a 2-3 relic split, so no advantage there. I think Myriad is just basically going to have to play the siege engagement perfectly. Because if he slips even once, the game is over. Is there any raid potential here? Likely not. The problem is that you don't have raiding units, right? Men-at-arms and crossbows aren't that at this stage in the game. So we're probably just going to see Myriad just try to blow up to maximum pop. It's too late to rush a Berkshire. Your opponent already has 2 trebs out. If you do that, you'll get spotted doing it. And even if you get the Berkshire up, the white tower's already dead. So all you do is lose one target and then lose the other. I do want to see Myriad poking, though. We've got mangoes being produced, which is a smart choice. Would love to see him just kind of short wall wherever possible to create those funnels. Problem is, mangoes aren't what they once were, right? Like, old mangoes would probably be able to do a lot of damage to Elyona coming up the hill here. But new mangoes... Mangoes don't mangle, right? You need like 5 or 6 of them to feel like you exist. This is at least going to help a little bit. We do have a network of citadels coming in. That 30% buffer, definitely a big deal. Shadow arms are better than Ghoulems? Yep. But this isn't going to be about the men-at-arms. It's going to be about crossbows. And like mathematically, that is a race that Myriad should not win. He has the lead for the time being, but like just look at the difference in queue, right? Like once these new ones pop out, Elyona's already going to be ahead. He's actually using the trebs to snipe out the infantry. A little bit crafty. Outposts are coming up. Elyona. Oof. Let the pummeling begin. In a situation where you're trailing by this many villages, you now have to idle more to repair. Push coming in. Double mango. The horseman can wrap around and force the retreat. And this is the problem right now, actually. Too much of Myriad's army actually gets countered by mass horsemen. And Elyona may have jumped the gun, diving in a little bit early. He doesn't actually have the true mass right now. So well played. Myriad with a solid hold here. Elio, does he at least get rid of the white tower? No, not enough damage. Okay, I mean, I'm impressed, man. I think Elyona jumped the gun. He should be going up the hill this soon. He also didn't wrap wide. But you can't fault Myriad. Pitch perfect defense there. Now push in. Mango's going to be taken out. Trevor's going to be pushed back. 6 minutes away from a victory. And I'm starting to believe. Which is crazy because you shouldn't be able to in this type of game. Elyona, like, I think the simplistic play here would have actually been fast Imperial. But the worry he has is a lack of gold, right? Like, if he imps up, he has no gold access. He'd have to sneak out to the corners. And that, by the way, is what Myriad needs to be looking for next. He can't let his opponent get out to those corners. We can see that the 4K is about to exhaust soon here, down to 1700. That's the reason why Elio just hasn't taken the tech win. Now we're going to need to be careful because the other issue is if you don't take the tech win but still lose these fights, this is expensive. Crossbows, mangoes, trebs, like this is all gold heavy. Another scary thing is the more he messes around like this, it's not just the Sacred Site timer ticking. It's Myriad catching up on villager count. Because Elyona's capped, he doesn't want more. Another thing that I think you need to see more of is the food. Elyona, he did get agriculture, but weirdly enough, never got fertilization. Which for a guy with 51 people on food is a little bit of an oversight. It's like having an extra 5 villagers gathering food. Meanwhile, Myriad will not skip that little trick. Already has it queued up himself. How many expos does it take to kill a spearman? So vet spearman has 110 health. Crossbows have 12 base damage, meaning that if you have 10 crossbows, you'll insta kill a spear. No, if you have less, actually, I think 9 will do it. No, 9 would be 2 HP remaining, right? But obviously, there's things like ranged armor and whatever. Elyona's finally saving up for Imperial, it seems. Man, I don't like the way he's addressed this, though. Like, the way could actually just kill Elio. It's 4 minutes on the clock, and you're only triggering. So you've got a 2-minute window to decap with. Meanwhile, Myriad, he needs his own tech up, actually. I don't know if blobbing more military is the way anymore. If he gets a Berkshire here, it's a GG. Imping the bombards and that slow, it's not about the bombards, it's about the tech. This is all about getting elite tech on a horseman. Now, he does get it in 40 seconds courtesy of the Golden Age, but it's still a long way. All right, timer's going to be down to like a minute and a half. Clash coming in again. Good fight to be had here. Crossbows are diving even deeper, just trying to dodge the mango shots coming through. The men-at-arms really are the true victors. They're just not dying fast enough here. It's the attack speed differential. Really starting to pay out. Elio, however, does have a strong line of crossbows behind this. So he may have discarded a lot of troops, but keep in mind that Myriad now has to reinvest in the men-at-arms. He can't go for a tech up himself. Ivan's going to come in. We'll be able to find one of the trebs and force him back here. Elyona, if he's quick about the reproduce, if he's got the Golden Age coming in soon, I mean, yeah, just 7 structures away. If he can get that online, the pump speed on these horsemen is going to be wild. What is up? That is wild. Always cursing just had a baby. Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. I mean, this looks solid for Myriad right now. White Tower's being repaired. The only negative, of course, is that fight meant that he couldn't get Berkshire, which is actually a big deal. Myriad just needs to keep his cool. The coolest thing he could do here is build just a small group of walls on the flanks so that the only dive point is here. Because then the horsemen can't rotate, right? I think actually Myriad, if he just sells the gold, he could get that Berkshire. And it's worth rushing the villagers for to do. Like, you've already got them here, right? 28 villagers is good enough. Ringing the bell. Elio, he's waiting for the elite techs. This could prove expensive, though. Time definitely not on your side. Mango shots coming in again. And no rotation around the back. Instead, he just brute forces in the center. Wait, Myriad, where are the men-at-arms? Mango's are in a bit of a pickle. Has to back up. Myriad slightly overextending here and paying a price for it. Crossbow count down just to 13. 26 crossbows in return. Elyona with more horsemen on the way. And if you don't have a front line, how do you protect the mangoes? No way. No way does Myriad lose this. From this position, I mean, he's getting drained. The elite crossbowman techs are making up for the difference in attack speed. Trade's no longer starting to favor Myriad. Now, the elite horsemen get in. Just a handful, but a handful is all that's needed. One man go down. Second one being sniped. They're ringing the bells. We are down to the final minute, but the horseman spam is real here. The treb damage adding up. He's got them in range now. The crossbows just trying to protect. Myriad, he's out of siege. King of the Hill is looking like a race to the bottom now for Myriad. He has no siege to really speak of, just one manga remaining. The villagers can barely hold on here. After getting to the point where he could close the economy gap, Elyona has pulled ahead in a humongous way. I mean, this is looking undeniable. Elyo almost finishing off the White Tower now. That's way too many villagers being pulled. 17 having to repair. They're going after the siege, but it's too little too late. The trebuchets will get rid of that White Tower. These villagers are definitely going to die. No textiles either, so the Ghoulims, the horsemen, will mop them up fast. Give their lives and get what? Maybe 2 trebuchets in return if they're lucky. In fact, not even going to get that. It's happening. Myriad, I cannot believe this. He's 10 seconds away. Elyo just needs to get on the site and he knows it. Without the White Tower, he does not have the firepower to clear these bad boys. And the key drop to guarantee the White Tower never repairs. Unbelievable. We expected, you're boring. Oh my God, English have done it again. Oh, the only thing they've done again is lost. Elyo in with the villagers, will not give it over. The Frenchman came to play. We worried he was a bit too slow. We worried this Imperial play was going to be a bit too expensive. But with 7 seconds left, Myriad has been denied. And he'll be kicking himself for this one. Myriad, that overextension earlier on, which really rippled into all this, leading those leaky losses, which put him behind, is why Elyona was able to get in. Not trusting in the keep, not playing near the keep. And now this keep is too little too late. Berkshire coming in, but you've already lost your win condition, mate. Does still at least have gold access, so Myriad says, I'm not done yet, but you have to be asking how the hell are you still alive, right? Like, what is your comeback momentum here as Myriad? Your economy is just substantially weaker at this stage of the game. I think Myriad just lost track of it. You know, the production key for the men-at-arms was questionable. Like, he looked so good in the early fights because the men-at-arms absorbed so much damage, but struggled to keep the economy going to reproduce. I think there was points where he prioritized other units as well. Then there's the element around his gold where he's floating so much with one hand in the cookie jar, one hand on the trigger. I think those will be the areas for improvement that he's aware of. He just spread himself a little bit too thin, lost sight of the thing that was actually truly winning the game. But you can't fault Elyona, man. Sensed the weakness and pounced when it mattered most. Had to, with only 7 seconds left on that clock, and now we reset it, stick it back up to 10, and put the pressure onto Mr. Royal. Look, the fire? Yeah, it's like London Bridges burning down, burning. I hear that way too much as a father. Horseman now looking to rotate around the back. I mean, the good news for Myriad is this is a very defensively oriented map in the corner, so it should be very hard for your opponent to get in. The bad news is that is mass horsemen, and you don't really have a blocker. They're in. And yes, Elyona did get relics. He has 2 of them. We dive even deeper. And by the way, those 2 relics definitely helped keep him going across the several minutes to build up the siege, right? Remember, we talked about him lacking gold. He also snuck the flanks. I mean, There's just a few elements outside of what we said that happened on the high ground where Myriad could have snuck more damage, and this probably would have been one of them, is that extra 4K really did give Elyona the runway he needed to get Imperial Techs. Speaking of Imperial Techs, how about Imperial Plus? Biology now kicking in just a few seconds. Elyona even got them elite army tactics on the way. I mean, I just don't really see the clear path to redemption now for Myriad. It's probably going to take him a few minutes to get to the point where he could contest. You know, if Elyona didn't have, what, 16k gold to work with, I could maybe see it happening. But with 16k, that means you can get the crossbows, you can get the ghoulims, you can even go hand cannoneers next. Crazy game one. I mean, I warned you, right? Like, these two, they are tightly matched. I'm pretty sure this week they were our two most closely seeded. I'm trying to think if there's anyone closer. I mean, obviously we can have a look at the brackets, but yeah, based on seeding, these two are the tightest. I mean, Lash versus me and Mike, Mio has just been down in there. Maybe Kiljardi versus Numedan. Kiljardi seeded higher, of course, but in terms of the skill, we know those players for. But these two, game one at least, is going to be on Elyona. It does inspire confidence for the rest of the series, at least. But this game is done. Hand cannon is now coming in. It is being mirrored by Myriad. The problem is going to run into is the lack of gold as this goes on, though. Also, the scaling quantity. You've got Golden Age 3 now, which means the production is just ramping up like crazy for the Abbasids, and that's crazy. Check that. Ian Mook coming in with a resub on the Prime. Thank you very much, mate. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. Supports the channel. Means you don't have to worry about ads. And by the way, you basically get those subs for free. So stop just letting them tick over and Bezel's taking the money. Give me the money instead. Myriad's about to be out of money. Monastery getting sniped down, so that's going to be passive gold removed. Active gold gathering is also getting sniped down. I mean, it's just classic Abbasids at this stage. If English actually had maximum army, they'd win, right? Like, if they're able at least to keep up the production rates, they'd win. Because their army's just better. They've got the buffed attack speed of 30%. They've got some very desirable matchups. You're just not going to see it in this game for two reasons. One, Abbasid's production rate, and two, they already beat you to university techs. That's the tricky thing, right? Like, some people think it's enough to go Imperial, but the reality check is if you can get university upgrades over your opponent before they get in, that's where you realize the true age advantage. And that, folks, is going to be a curtains close on game number one. But do not worry. We have, I believe, was it Lakeside and Dry Arabia potentially coming up? No, sorry, Borderland and Dry Arabia. So these boys are not looking to get moist. But they will look to play on the driest of lands. So I've got a feeling that Myriad is going to be taking us to Dry Arabia with his map selection next. We'll hit the fast forward for this one. Let's think, though. I think this actually might be the most epic King of the Hill game we've had so far this week. But there's still plenty more to come in the Midweek Musters. All right, so game one. ABBA finally win. It took long enough, but we got an ABBA win. Let's update that. Let's get ready for game number two. I was right. Okay, we're actually getting Dry Arabia. Yeah, I think Myriad's going to feel cozy there with his picks, right? Like, he's got HRE, you've got Malians. We're probably going to be seeing Malians and then HRE gets saved for Borderland, but some people do believe in the power of Borderland. Yeah, okay. Some people really do believe in the power of Borderland for Malians. He's gone HRE. Meanwhile, Elyona has gone Chinese. Yeah, that makes sense as well. French just feels quite comfortable for Borderland. Maybe Order of the Dragon's going to be a weird flex pick there. Can Gulen be English men-at-arms fully upgraded? Yes, I think the attack speed aura that is there is a little bit weirder, but the thing about Gulems is, like, statistically they should be able to win in a 1v1. It's very tight, though. And that's not good news, because Gulems are a lot more expensive. I'd have to, like, I can't remember how close it is, though. It's very tight, because of the extra armor. And I'm just keeping an eye out for B series and when that's going to be scheduled. So hopefully we'll have an update on that. The DeMu Miyamika series happened this morning. We'll look to cast that a little bit later today. Anyway, let's get into it. Gulam's losing 1v1. They actually lose now. I thought... Do they actually lose now? What, with new Elite Army tactics? I know they used to, but I don't think I've tested it since... or seen it even happen since the change to EAT. Interesting. And you're talking about without attack speed, right? With attack speed, I'd expect the Men-at-Arms to win. There is hope. He's doing it. The HRE is returned. And what way to do it? We're on Dry Arabia, folks. So game number 2 in Midweek Muster number 8. Remember, this is the round of 16. Winner of this actually will be going all the way through to the semifinals after a forfeiture from the Louis MC Dragoman series. So someone has a very easy-peasy best performance on their hands because both Elyona and Myriad, very capable players, but both feel like they've just been consistently pipped at the post, I want to say. They haven't been able to make it that deep. In fact, we do have an oversight for the series of the Midweek Musters on Wikipedia, which we can check. And if you have a look at Elyona and Myriad, both of them's best performances have been 9th to 16th placements. In fact, fun little detail for you guys, they have played almost the same number of KPMMs, both having one 17th to 32nd finish, and the rest are 9th to 16th. Myriad has played in 8, and so has Elyona. I believe they just played on different weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, no, that's wrong. I just realized the maths is actually incorrect somewhere here. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia. I can show you guys quickly if you really want. Because something that's weird here is... If I go across to here. Hello. Yeah, this is weird. Check this. They both say they've played 8, but they haven't. You can see there's a difference here. That's a little bit weird. But the consistency in performance is there. However, to bring it really back to the point, they're going to go from best performance 9th to 16th all the way to a top 4 off of this. Do I choose my shirt in the morning to match the RGB? Actually, no. It just kind of happened. Damn, that would be next level styling. Which I can do, courtesy of the amazing IQ RGB from Corsair. So, Spear opening didn't really do much. So, I understand the potency of the HRE Spear opening. I've seen it in so many matchups. It's really good. This one... bit weird. Chinese don't really care because of Imperial Academy. The only thing you've really stopped is a fast castle build. So maybe if this is fast castle now from Myriad, I could understand it. Right, you go for the Archon drop. Yeah, I mean, it could be. He's got it on the gold. The question is whether he's got the food for it. 11 sheep isn't too bad. There's an 11 sheep, 9 sheep split. So he definitely got more than Elio. And it really is truly more. Because remember, you gather from this a lot quicker with the HRE, right? What do you guys reckon? Ones if you think Elyona's going to win this, twos if you think it's going to be Mr. Oil. I think they both also gathered all the sheep at this point. Yeah, there's nothing left on the map. One nice thing is actually with these spearmen, you still have a role you can fulfill, and that's you can actually snatch the scout with the movement speed. Because you hit him pretty hard, right? You hit for 24 per strike. This guy only has 110 health, so if Elyona doesn't immediately pull away the moment he gets stabbed, he'll just be dead. In fact, if you're quick on your reaction, you can move in, stab with charge, and then move past to get the kill. It would be a really important kill as well, because you can just hide what you're up to. The weird part is this. Elio. Nah, okay, if Myriad legit... Okay, scrap that. I was about to say, if he legit just goes fast castle, Elyona's plan isn't really going to make sense here. Instead, he's going to eco challenge. We've got Spear Horseman. Alright, this is kind of going very different than I was expecting. I didn't really expect Elyona to be greedy like 2TC or anything like that. But I thought the HRE, after blocking the gold, would just try to go fast castle. Instead, they backed away. You've now got active gold gathering from Elyona. I think this is a bait and switch, folks. Elyona looks most probably going fast castle now. Dude! Alright, Elyona's head is getting too big. His headset just snapped in two. he's going to need an insert sponsorship opportunity for a headset brand to replace them. Because he's basically just kind of bait and switch his opponent. We've got pro scouts now from Mr. Oil. Elio could technically just go fast castle. And it's actually not a bad idea because it blocks the real win condition for HRE, which is an eventual Regnitz play. It's always eventual Regnitz play, right? Ah, come on, dude. Come on! You could have been different! You could have been the chosen one, Anakin! Instead, he's gone for pro scouts. Wow, what diverse gameplay we are getting in this current meta. I could have never envisioned that both of them would get pro scouts. And wow, look at that. China somehow gets pro scouts quicker after doing it much later. This Civ is ridiculous with this. You have to remember, we've had Scarguard on previous weeks, the most pro scouty map ever. And I'm not gonna lie, as much as I love Scarguard, I did get tired of just seeing China and Juji on repeat in the end. Well, we have got a snatch back. It's a good start actually coming up from Mr. Oil, so he's taken away from his opponent's side. Archers is a smart reaction by Elio, not just to clear the spearmen, but it's really good against the scouts. Like, how often have you tried to build spears to chase scouts? It just doesn't work. They're just too fast. Archers can just be in position, immediately snipe, get the 2 volleys out before the scouts can back away. Pro scouting becomes some standard opening like sheep farming. Dude, it's just getting out of hand at this point. I think it's fair to say it's... Should I just bluntly call it overbaked? I think it's a little bit overbaked at this point. We need a tweak. I want pro scouts to be viable. Like, this is the weird thing. Pro scouts for a long time was not even remotely viable. It's kind of sad. I was one of the people vocal about it. It kind of sucks that we never see it. But now we see it literally every game. And you know, this is where you kind of have this awkward dynamic of like either the meta is able to organically evolve itself in a meaningful way, or if it doesn't feel like that can happen, as a developer, you need rapid-fire patches to force an evolution. Does that make sense? It's very hard to gauge ahead of time. It sucks as a dev when you put efforts into evolving the meta, and then those changes don't matter because actually people just evolve it themselves. But the problem that sometimes maybe exists within AoE 4 is that it becomes apparent that there's a toxic meta, and then the changes obviously have to like maybe wait until the mid patch, or they have to wait until the end of season patch, and that doesn't quite cut it. So yeah, pro scouts pretty much everywhere right now. Would it be interesting to see a map without deer? Maybe just this is the awkward thing. Like I was about to say with berries everywhere, but if you do that, it's just Delhi, Abbasid, Ibad's OP, right? And Japan. What if there was a map where maybe shoreline fish, teensy tiny shoreline fish, so small that you can't put a dock in, maybe? Like, we kind of have maps like that, but most of them aren't very reliable. The other way I can envision it is if the devs added another food resource, one that is an alternative to kind of a berry type thing, a static resource that doesn't actually have any buffed gathering rates for a Civ. Maybe that's a cool organic mechanic to add. One that shouldn't really be hard, it's just an extra food source, right? What could that food source be? Maybe like apples, apple trees, I don't know. What do you think, guys? Like we're gonna choose a fruit probably. Because we've got berries already, which is classic for foraging. Corn? Yeah, just cornfields. Screw it. I don't know, it'd be kind of interesting to see, because I think from a map design perspective, one thing that, like, there's been a lot of talk about maps recently, and we'll dive into it deeper later. But, like, I think at the core of it, what we lack is more map mechanics to make the map designs interesting. That's my take. And there's already a clear argument for that from the man himself, the legend Avali in the chat, who's just mentioned he's got something to show me apparently. Is it more bridges by any chance? Because I love that bridges have started to appear in some of the map designs. All coming up from Elyona. So Mr. Oil does have the tech upcoming. Elio is very slow on this. He needs to apply pressure. He marched across the field with the army, but he didn't really engage. It's almost like you just saw an outpost go up. He's like, okay, that's that. We have still got the war over the scouts here, right? Like, maybe the logic in Elyona's mind is if he can just deny enough food, he's well enough off. I disagree. I think you need to be going in. Even now, like, yes, you're teching up, but now's the perfect time to attack. He just doesn't know it because what do people do with pro scouts? They don't scout. You like pro scouts who thinks the mechanic that should be developed even further. Explain yourself. Oh, so let me just cock the shotgun. Explain yourself. Do you not think the problem with pro scouts is that it makes defensive play rewarding? I think, for me at least, and maybe I'm just in the wrong game, right? Maybe maybe it's time for KP to hang up the boots and go to another RTS. I don't like the idea of more mechanics that reward defensive play. Because AoE4 is already a very defensively oriented RTS, where defensive play is already substantially rewarded, right? Over aggressive play. So, like, rewarding it further, which is what Pro Scouts doesn't feel right. So, anyway, Tech Up comes out. A very ambitious wall attempt by Mr. Oil. Hell yeah. I mean, this is what I want to see him do, right? Use his blob. The problem is he's waited so long that although he's delayed the pickup on the relics, the men-at-arms are coming. Elio's reaction at Knights and Fury is good, but I'd love to see actually just a mixture of spears and men-at-arms now coming out from Mr. Oil. AoE4 intentionally reduced the variety of food source from AoE3, but I think there should be more again. Yeah, I think it's also just like, even if it's just aesthetical, it has a really nice feel. I get why they reduced the food quantities, because they didn't want people to be confused. But I don't feel like people who play Age of Myth are confused by all these different units. Like at the highest level, you might care about the gathering rate, but for most people, they just want to gather. And it definitely has a themic structure to it. Just like this fight does. One boy has practically all the squishies, one has all the tankies. Feeling that tanky when he gets pinched by Knights, though. Oh, by Spears, rather. So this is good pressure. The whole idea is Myriad is pushing him back to his base so he can pick relics. Elio is mirroring, as he should be here. Your goal is to block the Atreus play. That's coming in. This resurgence is actually very good for Elyona. There's the lack of spearmen to deal with these lances still. His men-at-arms get shut down. Elio, funnily enough, instead of running the archers back into the spears, is just doing circles. Finally realizes that. So really good fight here. This is important because we're talking about mid-map relics. The most important ones to decide who gets more out of this. Elio already has one banked, second one on the way home. Whereas Myriad, it looks like we're probably going to be seeing a 2-relic game for the HRE. Not ideal here. Especially when you consider down the line, China can resort to the pagodas. We're moving Pro Scouts to Castle change stuff? No, I think it would make it like super sucky then, right? I think one change I said that would be kind of interesting is if they put Pro Scouts behind survival techniques. Right? So that would at least delay the timing on Pro Scouts. But the other obvious thing is just nerf the movement speed of Scouts. So that units that count them, right? The reason why I say do both those things is if you put survival techniques as a blocker to getting Pro Scouts, it delays Pro Scouts timing, which is very important because if you want to counter Pro Scouts, you actually need to build units, and that takes time. The biggest fundamental issue of Pro Scouts is it's not just getting you very safe food, you also just get it so damn early that it's almost impossible for someone to counter. And I say almost because it depends on the map, but like most maps, it's impossible to counter Pro Scouts paying off. Just nerf the move speed is okay? I think both. I'd think both because timing matters, right? The alternative is like I've said, the only issue with like survival techniques blocking Pro Scouts is I think it rewards China more, and I don't like that because supervision speed, right? So the alternative is you could just increase the cost as well. But like you need something to stagnate the timing on Pro Scouts, as well as make it harder to get the deer back. That's how you fix the issue. That's how you create an environment where actually Pro Scouts is still ideal in situations, but it's not every single game. The other argument you could have, and this is like, this goes back to the whole element of like, AoE falls a very defensive RTS. You're always going to have this fundamental issue of like, when we had the TC meta, it's like, oh, if my opponent free TCs, I must free TC, right? And that was a problem. Wait. Hold the phone. Alright, I only just got news in. We're going to have to hop out of this series. Because DeMu and Kiljardi just started. And, I'll have to come back to this one. I'm sorry, I don't usually do this, but this is the annoyance of when people don't communicate when they're having their games. Alright, so we're going to switch across to that now. They're literally already into game 1. Thank you for Tune for bumping me, because none of the players mentioned it. Wait, did I really just come out for this game to not be spectator? Okay, we're good. I mean, dude, it's like, if we don't freaking cast it now, everyone's just going to say they've seen it. So what we'll do, I know it's very weird, we'll come back to that one. What? Dude, you're hurting me. You guys would literally be later on. I've already seen this series otherwise. No, we'll come back to it. We'll revisit. I mean, dude, we're talking about... Like, this is semifinals. We literally can't skip on the semifinals. That would be silly. Sorry if that's, like, annoying for people, but I'm kind of annoyed too. I was hoping they'd give a little bit of heads up, not literally just start it 2 seconds later. If this wasn't a semifinals, I would have just, like, taken the knee, but it's semis. Like, it feels silly not to do it. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I hope that doesn't annoy too many people. I hope you understand the logic on this. Alright, I'll find out whether people are happy or not about me doing that, but... Alright. Chum, can you please set up the Gamba? There's the plus side for you guys. You get Gamba. Oh, and we need to reset score. Sorry, guys. But, like... Hopefully you can see where I'm coming from. Alright, we've done something unorthodox because this is wild and we can't miss it. I need to update the brackets. We've got DeMu versus Kiljardi. This is semi-finals for midweek muster number 8. A must-see. We cannot miss it. We're catching up to live now in 4x. We start off with Roos versus Abbasid. Okay, this is kind of cool, actually. We've seen a lot of Roos. We've seen some Abbasids. We've seen some of them win. But what's very interesting to me is that we haven't seen these two clash so far. I don't think we've once had that be the case. I'm excited for this, man. So yeah, Kiljardi versus DeMu. Shout out to the mods for getting the prediction set up. This could be a really tight series. Remember, this is going to be a best of 5 between these two. That's right, we're getting some distance now in these sets. I couldn't skip this one. We had to catch this live. So yeah, DeMu, I think historically is pretty favored against Kiljardi. Like, he has a very good farm rate on him on the ladder. But Kiljardi has been cooking more and more. And I think it's very different when you get into these tournament formats. It's going to be interesting to see if Roos can get the leg up, because although they haven't been winning every game, they still seem to be the de facto go-to in a lot of people's eyes on this map. And we've seen why. The numbers are frankly absurd. The amount of resources this Civ can get through passive gen is through the roof. Why 2x speed? Because we're catching up a little bit towards live in the early game when there's no pressure. So we have 2 TC. It's about to be 3 TC versus Fast Castle with High Trade House. We'll slow it down once we're in Castle Age, but I figured you guys would want live, and legit, the opening of the game is just them walling and building their eco. It looks like they're neck and neck as well. Wow, sheep count is even Stevens, but of course we did see the Pro Scouts players coming out. Even snatched deer from the secondary TC. This is going to be protected though, so that was a really good read by DeMu to get this up quick enough. It's just going to be, what, about 2.5 deer stacks to 1.5? That's actually really good for Ben. Considering like the leverage you're meant to be able to get off the Pro Scouts for Roos, getting so little isn't going to feel great, but what? Okay, dude, we've got a Kiljardi classic. Sorry, just send a message quickly. Okay, I'm actually... Is he doing meta arms rush? Dude, we are 100% getting a meta arms rush in game 1. I can't believe this. This is fantastic. Oh my god. The only upside for DeMu is he's going to scout it. The downside is he went free TC against a meta arms rush. Dude, you need the wall up right now. No, no, no. No, it's not going to go up in time, surely. The quick wall. Kiljardi intercepts. And DeMu has the bell. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? We have triple racks, and he uses one of them to block the wall. And not just that. What the? Okay, we had to catch up to live. We had to because people complain otherwise. Are you kidding me? Not only does he get the proxy racks, it blocks the double berries. So that means that DeMu has the deer down here and nothing else. He's exhausted on the sheep. He's got, what, like 8 left? Less than 8. He's got the final deers here, 2 there. He's going to get food starved. I can't believe this. Was this intentional from Kiljardi? I feel like Kiljardi saw the spawn. He's like, well, that's going to be a problem. And what a freaking read it was. DeMu now trying to get the camel arches, but they are slow to reduce. Undermesh already in for Kiljardi. Oh, this is an insane opening game. We were just saying how DeMu usually seems to be farming Kiljardi on the ladder. The results definitely feeling a little bit DeMu biased. But right now, it looks like Benny Boy's about to get farmed. Holy crap. Well played. High trade house in the corner is generating, what, 259 gold a minute? So he's got 300 plus passive gold gen already. Men at Arms gets start forcing the other time as well. That's most of DeMu's lead, actually almost the entire lead. Not working right now. We've even got the proxy archer ranges. He's going archers. Okay, so yeah, good counter to the camel archers. His opponent hasn't teched up yet, so he sees no reason to change unit type. Also, a brilliant counter if DeMu pivots into crossbows, which is his only realistic play from here. Oh my god. He has at least got wheelbarrow. We've got some wacky walls. It's just crazy. DeMu desperately needs blacksmiths into Steeled Arrow. The problem is he doesn't even have his tech started yet. He's investing in camel archers. Oh my god. When he sees the archers, I think he might just curtains closed it. Right? Like, it kind of feels like you're countered at that point. What a freaking game. Sacred Site now also locked in by Kiljardi. And Relic's on the way home. Meanwhile, the men at arms are having a party everywhere. We at least have textiles from DeMu to try and give himself a bit more life in this game. Oh, man. Every time I see Kiljardi do men at arms rushes, I just get flashbacks to the little old lad who used to go proxy rack. Oh, sorry, Dark Age men at arms is English. Yeah, like I think I said this in previous Abbasid games. Even when they win, I don't like the free TC blind. I feel like usually when you're against fast castle, 2 TC feels nicer. I get why DeMu done this, by the way. The logic is he gets the walls up because it's mass horse archers. He was not expecting men at arms spam. I mean, who would from Roos, right? This is a civ that just every single game right now is defined by horse archers. Instead, this one is going to be defined by something a bit slower moving, but a bit more emphatic upon arrival. Oh my god. I mean, this high trade house is just... on this map, it gives you everything you need. Like, I don't think he has... He has 0 people on gold right now. It's just all passive income. And that passive income is 600 a minute. Dive coming in. This is becoming unwinnable. DeMu, he does have 10 camel archers, so in theory there's some hope there, but the archers really are the counter. Camels are at least dealing with the small ripple of men-at-arms getting through, but the villager losses are stacking up now. Look at this, he's going to get pinched on both sides. There's a trickle of troops coming in. A gabble, if you will. That's all he really needs, DeMu. There's no safe point for these villagers anymore. Oh. He's dead. The good news is this is best of 5 territory, so we go in at least 2 more games between these two. But Kiljardi has started off this series with a strong, firm statement. The statement's Roos is OP, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, a lot of players have been banning him, and Kiljardi just showed you why. Game 1, going to the Fin. All right. Fantastic. And apparently we're already into game number 2. So we won't burn too much time waiting around. We'll look to get straight into that. I'll just put the draft in, and then we'll hop in. Yeah. In fact, I think they're like 2 minutes in already, so we should be good to rock and roll straight away. Roos needing to rely on cheap tricks to win? Oh, come on. Just get out of here. This guy. All right, fantastic. I think we're about 2 minutes into the game, so we're going to hit live to get up. They did get rid of the stream delay, because I noticed that was the problem in game 1. They were 5 minutes ahead, but now we're going to be able to mirror. They're just 3 minutes in. All right. Whoa. Okay, this... Wait, what's this map? Do you guys even notice this map? This is the first time I've seen this. Well, I don't know. Welcome back to our semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 8. We had a very quick game number 1, courtesy of catching up to live, but also because Kiljardi does not wait around. This is Borderland. It's just, look at the spawn orientation. I don't think I've had this happen with Borderland yet. We've got a north-south, which I actually like. I think I was saying on a certain other map, I think it was for Archipelago. I'd love to see variants of spawns. I think it's refreshing because it makes the maps feel fresh. We'll get the predictions up now. But we have got Kiljardi on one of his signatures. He got Jean Dunk. And he's going to look to dunk on the English in this one, which is quite funny because historically, this is a very tough matchup for Jean. RL and in-game. Because usually the issue used to be Jean would go into the melee form, she'd just get sniped by Lombos. So you got forced into Archer form, and there wasn't a good reason to be in Archer form. This is still going to be tough for different reasons. Instead of being mass Lombos, it is going to be the classic 2TC build coming out from the English. This is how classic Borderland spawns. There's a 12.5% chance for it to be like this. Really? That low? Man, that's kind of crazy. I'm glad we get to see it, though. It's actually, it's nice. Like I said, I like when maps have this variance. Like, imagine how boring Dry Arabia would be by now if it literally always spawned you the exact same way, the exact same orientation. So yeah, cool to see it actually coming out for once. Because we've cast a lot of Borderland, and it's always been West versus East. So, second TC, I imagine it's going to be Tree and Gold Line. Yeah, like, this isn't anything special spawn-wise. He could shove in the Deer, which is kind of worthwhile, but you don't want to have to do that with the King. The King wants to get raiding. Speaking of which, he could intercept Jean. Yeah, if you just go for Jean... I'm kind of shocked by Kiljardi on this, but the dive-in might be worth it. He finds the villagers building it up. Oh, a little bit of a miss-micro there, though. Kiljardi wasn't paying attention. Benny Boy pulls away perfectly there. The reason that's important is if that had been charging onto a not-moving villager, that would have been a kill, right? But what happened is he saw the villagers pulled away, switched targets. It would have taken 3 hits to kill. It was just too long. The King, man, he's done a good job. If Jean was there, there would have been injuries. DeMu played this opening really well. The King brought phenomenal time there because Jean is just going to give you that finishing touch, right? So now you have an awkward situation. Kiljardi can't dive this, right? English TCs are obnoxious. The attack speed, there's the secondary TC not being expected first, but the first being ridiculous with the ×2 arrows. Like the blocker on the Deer, this is really important. Kiljardi can't give anything over for free to Ben. DeMu, let's have a look at the split. Yeah, so 11 sheep for Kiljardi. Actually a pretty healthy 14 for Ben. And I think Kiljardi probably has to go Pro Scouts here. He either goes Pro Scouts or goes for Ram Rush. Or Outpost Rush. Okay, so to break down the two choices, you can go Pro Scouts and play long, but you're going to have to consider 2TC. Or, think about it this way. The King is annoying, but the King is only annoying if you let him get out of the base. Instead of going Pro Scouts, Kiljardi can just play Pocket Resources. Instead, though... Okay, no, this is just about the Outpost. I was about to say, I'm hoping he's not going 2TC. So we're going to get an Outpost drop. Kiljardi should likely follow this up with Archery Ranges. And then that can get him into Rams. That breaks the second TC. That also starves your opponent off his gold because the other two are too far away. I'm starting to get convinced Kiljardi's role in this series, man. It's not a discredit to Ben. I've seen what Kiljardi can do with Jean. It's one of his best factions, and he's in a really good position right now. Lombo production is on the way for DeMu. Against Knights, that's not going to feel great. It is at least going to be good against Jean herself, remember. She hates playing against mass longbows. Play Wood Denial? You don't even need to. Like, DeMu is going to get this one tree line and then struggle for more, right? So, yes, in a way, he'll play Wood Denial, but you don't need to force it on the TC. This town center is inherently going to lose value. Like, that's the kind of interesting thing. It makes you wonder if Kiljardi is just going to do mass Knights because you won't have to go in. And, by the way, mods who just ended the predictions, those predictions were for game number 2. So... Someone just got 3 points. Oh, mod, no. You can't start a prediction at 8 minutes into a bloody game. Well, the prediction about the deer gathering was right. Kiljardi is playing the pocket resources. King is at least coming in to be a little bit of a nuisance. And we do have the knights circling far, far around the back. Funnily enough, Kiljardi actually didn't add in the archer ranges, but he's just gathering here. Did you just lose your points? I mean, we're going to have to cancel that prediction because that prediction shouldn't be going now. And return the points. And then hope... I don't really want to hope that Kiljardi wins, so I want to be unbiased. But, for Chim's sake, hope that Kiljardi now wins. Chim's about to get fired, I swear. Anyway, the villagers are going to get sniped there. Yeah, a little bit awkward for DeMu. The villagers ran around to the wrong side of the tree line. It's so annoying when that happens. So, nice little pick for 3 there. Kiljardi barely taking any damage. I mean, he's doing fast castle. Kiljardi is really good at this. I think there's 2 players that really impressed me with these fast castle transitions, and it's Kiljardi and Miyamika. I think they're really good at reading the transition after aggro, right? There are a lot of people who try fast castle straight away, and then there's a lot that will do aggro too long. Kiljardi and Mio are very good at measuring the value of prolonged feudal and pivoting instantly. Guildhall now on the way. We've seen this build before. Stockpile the goodies, drop a red palace on their ass. Now, usually you drop it on the sacred sites, but if DeMu doesn't start getting out on the map, it might be coming for his base. Ben is indeed marching out now, so DeMu is suspicious about what's happening here. I think he knows, right? Like, he doesn't see more knights. It's a very big giveaway. Are those vills on Berry? Which ones? You mean in Kiljardi's base? Oh, the ones here. Yeah, they're gathering the deer. Wait, no. Oh. Oops. Oh, no. It's the inclination on the hill. It makes it kind of look like it. Nice in the meantime. Nice raid at the back. Not many Spinman here to defend, but this should have Kiljardi suspicious about dive coming the other way. Villagers will have to shuffle off here. Tech up complete. Good snipes by Kiljardi. Didn't lose any villagers there and still found additional kills on the back. Did lose 1 or 2 knights, but definitely worth it because Ben now kind of stuck in the age. He's at least going to go for the burn through on the outpost, but that can easily be migrated off of here. Lombo's not even getting a single kill. Kiljardi does need to get some infrastructure going. Realizes it and switches over onto the wood fast. Still has those knights circling though, so damage that can still be done here. Still has plenty of food gathering on the flanks as well. And we do have gold in the back being gathered. Yeah, because Kiljardi probably wants to just get into more knights, funnily enough. Arbitrary isn't really justifiable now that your opponent's gone mass spears. King did just get sniped. That's well played, actually. I don't know how the knights got in there and done that. Jean can start tickling at this, by the way. It's only 4 Lombos on the front line, which is pretty pathetic. Yeah, DeMu is just trying to slow down what's coming. He knows what comes next, right? It's going to be even more pressure from knights. So the housing being blocked is a pretty smart move. But the problem is most of the value in this area is now gone, right? You can't burn a school of cavalry. DeMu, the warrior you have in this game is like, where's your castle play? Right? Like, I'm just kind of looking, I'm going, he doesn't have anything being stockpiled. He has a 10 eco lead, which is great, but my worry now is Kiljardi, after he mops up this front line, could just switch into the relics pretty fast. I love how Jean is just being sent to deal with the entire enemy army. A little bit ambitious there. Still has the 3 longbows to contest. We do have an attempt to reclaim the front of his base here. DeMu needs the food, needs the gold. Why are we killing the mill? Okay, there are so many questions about this part of the map right now. He's going to switch over under the fortification, makes it just so difficult with that fire armor. Luckily for him, there's not extra garrisons nearby. Otherwise, that would just spell doom for this play. He did snipe one of the villagers already. That was unfortunate that Kiljardi wasn't paying attention. Double villager here would have been a big deal for just the attack. Meanwhile, DeMu continues to keep the pressure up on the other side of the map as well. Yeah, is it me or does Kiljardi still look quite uncomfortable? Like, he does almost have enough knights to clear the spears here. It just feels like at this stage with the army mass, it's a bit too expensive. DeMu now also starting to stockpile up, so White Tower should be coming in soon. He can even just send the troops forward from this position. Sass coming in at home. Jean will better farm this up. Losing a few knights just kind of feels unacceptable at this stage with how small your army is. I guess beggars can't be choosers. We'll at least get the finishing touch on the raiding force. Kiljardi now able to play out on the flanks, but DeMu, the next wave is even bigger. This is like that moment in the movie where we're like, we done it! They're retreating! Wait, are they retreating or rallying? There is a bigger group of spears on the way again. Oh no. How far is JD from level 3? Jean is probably about 80 XP away. Why can I not see it? Look at, dude, I was almost spot on. 410 out of 500. It's not too far out. A few spinning kills really just put you over the edge. King kill would just feel the best right now, right? 20 XP. Difficult to achieve when it's in a field of spears like this. The longbows, much easier to extract value from, and DeMu just kind of running away, making it easier for those knights to get the distance. Just, they're like, we've been here before. Didn't we do this last time? Wait, is this just history repeating itself? Oh, the king's going to go down there. This is big. Can he get the snipe? No, no divine arrow. Nice read there, though. Good sense from Kiljardi to get that extra shot out from Jean. So what, we're about 440 XP right now? Maybe slightly more. White Tower drop is going to be safely at home, so no cheesy shenanigans coming in from DeMu to try and end the game. Denying the School of Cavalry is a pretty big deal, though. Like, Kiljardi just doesn't have infrastructure. Has at least set up the double steamers back here with Consecration now, so we'll have a little bit of pump, but if you keep reacting to what Ben is doing, you're going to lose the game. To put it very simple. He needs to go and attack. I'm glad he's finally doing this, because I think he spent way too long trying to address this. He had to, though, right? Like, his villagers were in trouble. If DeMu just rotates to the backside of the base again, I think Kiljardi's starved. It's kind of sad for him as well, because he's got this guild hall with all his food, but food isn't his problem. Gold is. And now the White Tower is as well. He discovers it in the worst way possible. Knights diving in a little bit too deep. We'll better back off in the end time. That means he cannot block the gold gathering, and DeMu does now have the crossbows on the way. Meanwhile, the spearmen can be diving past everything. Yeah, this is problematic. This is not a map that rewards you for playing defensively, I want to say. Borderland, unless you get all the walls up, right? It's very difficult. Kiljardi just doesn't have anything to protect him. He's finally trying to go archers, but this is slow, man. They're feudal archers, and you've only got one. Veteran Super Spearman is on the way, and if he gets the formation right, he can just snipe all these. In fact, is he going to cut him off? No, he's not. Okay, so Kiljardi's kind of just getting away with this a little bit. DeMu went for the A-click follow. Nice spot on the Spearman to deal with the Knights coming in. Jean is now level 3, and we do have the counter to Spearman. Jean's champions have arrived. These are not the counter to Spearman. Yeah, just ignore the champions and move beyond. I mean, DeMu just needs to force out of time. His eco lead is now 30. The opening of this game was incredible for Kiljardi. This series looked like it was just going to be a cheesy, fast, easy peasy. But now? John looks like she sucks. Yeah, this does not look great. English are in a very dominant position. The Knights are at least getting a little bit of raid damage done, but you just, I mean, dude, you've got, what, 5 Knights out here? Somehow 5 Knights would have to kill probably 25 villagers for you to feel like you're in this game. So Kiljardi, I think he also pulled the guild hall. No, okay. So there is a play to recover this. It's weird though. You just have to rush gold and drop a red palace. It's not going to feel great because your opponent is 2 TC, but it'll at least stop him from like just running you through on the other side of the map. All right, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Kiljardi drops a red palace in the enemy base. There, I said it. I mean, it's the quickest way to get back into this game or just get to game 3. And wait, why are you saying Kiljardi is playing like a diamond? Oh, I get what you mean by he's playing like a diamond. He's that precious of a jewel in the way he plays. I agree. He's that incredible and incredibly unique. And you know Kiljardi is like a top 16 player, right? Who just full-on backhanded DeMu in game number 1. I think you want to check yourself there. Push coming in again. Gold once again to get idle. Kiljardi has got relics on the way home, though. This is not the way we want to be bringing them home, though. He's got the veterancy of archers on the way. It's tough, right? Like, you feel like you need archers because your opponent has got spearmen, but the weird part is you should be the one building arbitrary. Right, your arbitrary should annihilate the English ones. Because they can only get normally crossbows, you can get the extra ranged armor, you can get the extra melee armor. It just feels weird that Kiljardi is stuck building archer knights at a point where arbitrary knights would make more sense. I mean, it's very expensive though, right? And I think that's what he's worried about. He needs cheap mass because he can't afford the good stuff, not when he's 40 villages behind. People fail to realize the better player you face, the worse you play yourself. Yeah, it's also like we have things like forced errors, for example, compared to someone who's at gold rank who's making an error that isn't forced at all. Right? Like, the expectation for Kiljardi is he attacked, and DeMu was going to stay defensive and react to it. DeMu read it perfectly. He didn't make the mistake that I guarantee you 98% of English players would make, which is hunker down. He countered. Now, Kiljardi trying to counter back, but this is going to be a hard-earned play. He snuck around the back. He's making the move. The villager pull. 39 going for the red palace drop. And this is not the first time we've seen Kiljardi do this. I believe it was Kiljardi versus B. A phenomenal game on Borderland that looked over until he came in with a drop, but he can't. He gets in. Kiljardi has to run home with his tail between his legs. The problem is you're running home to an invaded home. Like, congrats, you tried to storm the beaches of Dover. Welcome back to Normandy at a time where England still earns it. Push comes in. Red Palace has to be built here. And DeMu, no. No. Okay, he doesn't think he can get there in time. The Monk's just a little bit too slow. Kiljardi, though, he will get up into Imperial, but it comes with a heavy tax. 46 villages to 100. Oh, man. I gotta respect him for what he tried there. Kiljardi, that was hella ballsy. If he gets that red palace drop, it's Siege Workshop and send it. Cool idea. The reality check of this game now, though, is it failed. What did you secure with this? Well, your villagers ran so many laps around the map, they now have power fives. But outside that, you find yourself even further behind than when you tried to go, before you tried to go Imperial, right? Like, this is over. DeMu just needs to put the nail in the coffin, and he has 2 choices. He either bloats 200 pop and attacks, or the safer option is you go Imperial. We could probably see him starting to scale trebuchets now just because it is the logical answer to Red Palace, and he does have the White Tower to do that. Oh, man. The good news, by the way, is that we are getting a longer series because of this. Never complain about that. I mean, dude, it's been a wild series so far as well. Only 2 games in, and oh my god, the quality of these games. They've been phenomenal. Like, these are the type of entertaining games you're looking for in AoE4. I don't want to see 2 people just hunker down in the corner and play a typical AoE4 for 30 minutes on like a defensive map. I want the wacky strats. I want the aggro. I mean, this is, I think, why Kiljardi has become such a favorite to watch. You know, yeah, he struggles still with the likes of people like Beastie, Marine Lord, Vortex. I mean, hell, who doesn't, right? But even when he's up against players like that, this guy is more interested in a quick microwavable meal than an hour-long cooking session. You get what I mean? He sends it. He blitzes that thing at 800 watts.
God's sweet could that be, mate?
Treb's now coming in. If this red pass goes down, I think Kiljardi will just call it. I mean, the game looks fairly over already. Maybe the guild hall's giving him some hope. But this just feels like a very sad red palace. It doesn't actually secure anything that important other than like a little bit of food, which admittedly is running out of, right? But it's not like you've secured an 8k goal. It's not like you've really stopped your opponent from going sacred sides because they could actually just get this on the edge. And, oh, God. Yeah, see, that's a bar shit. Like, that's a defensive landmark that feels like it's securing a win condition. Well played by Ben. I mean, I don't think Kiljardi necessarily made this easy. It's just DeMu found the perfect time in that mid-game to counterattack. If you'd been a little bit too early, a little bit too late, I think it would have backfired. But great soul read on that to realize that Knight players got a Knight, right? They don't want to do anything else. Yes, this is a very defensive landmark, guys, Winky Face. He's not even able to keep the red pass up before the Bark Shear completes. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Oh, this is pain. Usually red passes beat Bark Shear, guys. Not this time. Dive comes in. GG gets called. And we are gonna see at least 2 more games. I'm like a broken record, but that's what happens when you even it up like this. Best of 5, folks. There's still plenty to come in the semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 8. Yeah, Tune, what the hell? I don't know if you can even refund predictions. I don't think so. Alright. Yeah, we'll just have to remember to put the game number on these. So, because we've got a second catching up because they're now in lobby, what we can also do is I can slap the map draft up for you guys. So, let's have a look at this. Let me quickly add it. So we had... So King of the Hill was a Kiljardi win, Roost versus ABBA. And then we just had Borderland, which was Jean versus English. So 1-1 apiece. The other maps we've got Lakeside, Gorge, and Dry Arabia. And then if we mark off the bands as well, so we've had Roos plus Jean, we've had English plus ABBA. So, Kiljardi's most favorable next pick. Okay, why have the other 2 maps not loaded? What? Update graphics, there we go. I think, well, Kiljardi, he has got Mongols, Ottomans, IU for Lakeside. I think Juji could work that. I mean, he has like all these civs that actually work quite well on Lakeside. DeMu is mainly, what, Japanese? I haven't seen Delhi there, but in theory, Delhi could work. OTD, maybe? I think Kiljardi needs to thin DeMu's roster more before taking it to Lakeside. The problem is your opponent has Delhi for Gorge, and I think that is a really big sticking point here. Maybe Kiljardi could force... Ooh, I actually like that. Gorge. If you go Gorge, you can play either Otto, Mongol, or IU. You're probably not going to play Mongols because your opponent has Delhi, but IU would be really good against Malians. I think it can do okay against Delhi. It's still Delhi favored in most matchups, right? Ottomans is actually a very interesting one against Delhi. If you play all in Sipahi, you can actually destroy your opponent early on. Alright, let's find out. They're loading the game now, so you should be in a second. I'm going to run a minute of ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them afterwards, and I'll set up predictions. Yes, your imaginary points are imagined away. I'm sorry, I just don't know what to say. I don't think there's a way to refund them. Okay, so should be able to load in now. Let's get to it. Sorry. You're being impressed? Look, just guess right now and you'll make your money back. It's easy. Sorry, rig bets. Okay, that is surprising. It wasn't a Gorge pick. We've gone Dry Arabia, and DeMu has picked the Deli here. Yeah, this is a pick that I think Kiljardi was trying to dodge. I don't think he was necessarily expecting Dry Arabia to be the Deli. Gorge would have made a lot more sense. It's just a more comfortable map for Deli to dictate. So it should be a fun one here. I mean, Juji have definitely been on the rise. A very important game because if you get match point on the horizon, you can force mistakes out your opponent in game number 4 with draft. You get very weird with it. And we do have Gorge Lakeside left, which are 2 polarizing maps. So who does it favor more to get match point here? I think Kiljardi would be more favored because DeMu still has, what, Malians or Dragon Jap? Actually, no, I'm lying to myself. DeMu kind of needs to force match point with this pick. Deli is his strongest pick, and after this he has Malians, Japanese, Order the Dragon. Whereas on the other side of it, Kiljardi has Mongols, Ottomans, which both work really well for Lakeside, and Iabids, which flexes to Gorge quite nicely. Either way, I think this is going to be an intriguing one. I'm trying to think like what the favorable matchup is between these particular civs. We've been seeing a little bit more of the Deli and Juji matchup, but they kind of tend to lean towards different maps. Both of them very potent picks. Juji even getting banned sometimes. I'd say Deli is like in a pretty good position in this matchup, just as they are in most. Based on the most recent patch, in fact, Juji, it's actually neck and neck across all ranks. When you go into Conk, Deli are weirdly slightly disfavored, 42.5% win rate. If you look at the past patches before that, Deli actually had a positive win rate. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag there. I personally would say Deli on this map, as simple as Dry Arabia, should have an edge unless your opponent has the RNG of a god. And as we know, when there's a game of Juji and Demu's in it, the Juji will have the RNG of the god. Unfortunately for him, he's not picking them. That is a very juicy Juji meditation garden. 25 gold, 25 stone, 48 food, and about 12 wood. So we're looking at 110 resources Medigarden. This is like old school Medigardens that you used to see. Well played by Kiljardi to spot that one out. And by the way, that's not guaranteed. I've seen plenty of spawns recently where you don't get the 8 stack of berries anywhere near anything else. So an absolute jackpot there. And yes, it should touch the stone. There's no way Kiljardi would have built this if it didn't touch the stone because he could have pulled it 1 extra tile back. So I'm going to assume, and maybe it'll make an ass out of you and me, but haha, I'm going to assume it's in range because I don't know why you wouldn't just place it 1 tile across otherwise. You could say he values the wood slightly more, but like you'd sacrifice maybe 8 to 10 wood but gain 25 stone. The stone's definitely more value. Meanwhile, other side, we are just wait. I was about to say we are just going to get the Dome of Faith standard, but in fairness, no. This is Tower of Victory. Okay, I'm starting to like this game more and more for Ben. This is really important. When you play against Yuji or China, I've seen a few players try to skirt around this problem and go Dome of Faith. You have to go Tower of Victory because a high-level Yuji Chinese player will just all-in you otherwise. The reason is like if you don't have Tower of Victory, your archers don't clear the spears quick enough, so Zhuganu just destroy you in the fight because your Ghazi can't commit. What? Okay, come on. Why did he choose wood over stone? That's 12 wood. Even if you lost out on all the wood, you would have got 25 stone. Even if all you done with the stone is sold it, it's worth it. I'm a little bit confused by that choice. Oh, sorry, 16 wood, right? So you would have been down maybe 4 wood. I don't know, man. Like, stone just feels really good here because if you're worried about DeMu raiding you, right, while you're away from your base, you can just have like 1 or 2 outposts that you get hand cannon slits for free, basically. So yeah, a little bit surprised. Probably shows stone when he was placing. Wait, is that actually a thing? I don't play Shuji, so I don't know. I know they have a tooltip when they're like placing it. Does it actually give false positives? Either that or what happened, and this could be a very simple truth of it is like Kiljardi might have slipped slightly, right? You know, you have to keep in mind we're in the winter. It's very cold. He's an old man, so he needs extra blankets to keep warm. His hand might have been shaking like this, and he might have just like slightly over by one. So Stable's coming out. Kiljardi, he did go pro scouts, right? Yeah, so we're just getting your bread and butter here. DeMu, of course, will be able to organically get that. It would just take him a very long time because he didn't go for Dome of Faith. So his goal is now to block pro scouts. Delhi's probably a good Civ to learn the game because they force you to be active on the map, but yeah, they're hard. So Delhi is simple but complex. And what I mean by that is the things that they do, if you can figure them out, they are simple to win with because they are strong. But they are definitely a complex Civ to kind of like weave. The opening build order matters, but if you can figure out the first 15 minutes of Delhi gameplay, on average, your elo will go up. Because Delhi is probably one of the most efficient Civs at leveraging 15 minutes into a win. So sometimes it gives false positives. That's unfortunate for Kiljardi then. I don't think if he knew about that, he definitely would have prioritized the stone. Like we said, it's just when your opponent is likely to go Ghazi, you benefit from having outposts coming in with free hand cannon slits because you can just gun them down as they dive. I wonder if Kiljardi's going to really play the Age though. He's in his Tower of Victory, right? I assume he must have scattered it by now. I don't think you want to get into a long feudal off. He doesn't really have the goal to just hunker down and hunker down Rush Castle, which is why the Pro Scouts is going to make it comfortable for him. And he does have plenty of safety to play with. So the reason why Fast Castle makes a lot of sense is you can just flood Palace Guard. In fact, what Kiljardi could do is, as he's teching up, he could produce a few PG with the racks, and then just swarm his opponent. It's a really solid counter to mass Archer Tower Victory. Obviously, you have the less armor compared to standard arms, but the movement speed gives you that gap close. It's a high APM Civ, that's true. Like, Delhi are very complicated. When they age up, you then have to cycle through all your buildings and drag your face across the keyboard to get all your techs. So, like, in the first 2 minutes of the age up, your APM is through the roof. Oof. Man, I can't help but throw shade at Delhi. Such a ridiculously good Civ. So, Broadak's now coming in. Kiljardi is... I think he's going to be going Juke. I can't think why else you'd want to buff the wood this much. Quite a lot of spears so far. I mean, we have got archers coming through from DeMu. His transitions are going to be nice. Usually aren't as good at making immediate transitions as China because you don't have as many Imperial officials usually. And when you do, like this, when you're free, it comes at a cost, right? Nice little raid there. It looks like actually Kiljardi sniped one of the villagers unexpectedly. Very rare that Delhi lose villages this early, especially when they do have textiles like this. And yeah, wow, Kiljardi, he's going 2TC, right? It's either 2TC or we're about to see a triple archery range drop. The logic behind that is by going Jiangnan, you then drop the archery ranges and you kind of get rebates on your production buildings, right? But I don't really know if that's worth it on its own. Usually I'd say Jiangnan makes sense if you need to add farms. But you've got Pro Scouts, so you should really never be adding farms pre-19 minutes. Okay, yeah, there you go. Archer range is coming in, we called it. Yeah, so this is all about surge timings. He knows he's delayed getting to Juke, but now this is going to give him a very aggressive ramping with the fast spawns. Remember, these Jiangnans produce the unit about 3 times faster than the archer range, and obviously it's for free. There you go. Q's up 1 straight away. Every 5 seconds, those initial ones are coming out. Yeah, but it's pretty late for this play. I've never really been convinced of the value of Jiangnan when you go Pro Scouts. Jiangnan makes sense very aggressively on your timing because you have more units in the field. But the problem for Kiljardi is, like, although it's going to start padding his defense, it's not going to give him an immediate surge out, right? Like, it shouldn't anyway. Like, DeMu with the Delhi should always have production edge here, courtesy of, like, banking scholars. Especially now with the extra gold coming in from those sacred sites. So, Juke have started to reveal themselves. Remember what we said about these fights? You need these archers to remove the spears. Right now, Kiljardi has a lot of them. Ghazi could think about wrapping around the back here. I'm trying to peel away, and the Ghazi could actually leak in. DeMu instead A-clicks the front side of the engagement. Oh my, dude, Deli is something else, man. That looked like a balanced fight, and then you just see, oh, attack speed. Let me just stab you in the face faster. Let me just shoot you in the face faster. And that, folks, is why Delhi Tower of Victory is so good against Juji Chinese feudals. The Zhuge just lost their protection way too fast. The Ghazi can just run them through. He's at least microing correctly to take out the spears, the best thing to target right now. But now the archers just adding their damage in. I mean, Kiljardi, he's losing way too much of this engagement. DeMu is going to have to back off, right? Begins to become an overextension. But for this, he's got 3 Sacred Sites. He's got plenty of gold trickling in. I mean, he's probably going to transition Castle Age. Kiljardi is being smart about this at least. He's not putting everything into the reboom. I think he's aware of the possibility that DeMu could be playing him here. But damn, that was brutal. And yeah, no, remember, you don't pay 600 for the Jiangnan, you pay 515. Zoom in makes it hard to see what's going on with all the other stuff on the bottom. What do you mean on the bottom of the screen? You're seeing what's happening in the fight. So the thing is, like, with the Tang Dynasty, you get 15% off, right? So for the Jiangnan, you're actually paying 515. So you're getting like 50% of your resources almost back because you get 240 back from the build. The Jiangnan feels a lot better when you can justify Horsemen because if you do 3 stables, you're getting 120 resources back on 150. But I think what people realize very early on about stables builds for that reason is like, compared to this, you can't justify 3 of these at the same time. Because although you get a unit worth 120 for free, you then have to produce that unit for 120 every 23 seconds. You might not be able to afford them all the time, but like they're realistically more curable at 80 resources a pop. Yeah, I don't think this was a game for Jiangnan perfect. Like personally, I think it actually hurt Kiljardi more than it helped him. He probably felt pressured, like he needed to get extra units faster. But like once again, man, I mean, you went pro scouts, right? You kind of put yourself in this pickle to begin with. Look at this. Quite a funny kind of exchange now coming in. I thought DeMu would be the one going castle first. Instead, he reinvests everything, and we have a tech up coming from Kiljardi. I mean, I'm impressed that he's actually somehow managed to scrape this together. Especially after, this is the other weird thing, if you're going to end up going castle anyway, Song Dynasty feels even worse. Because he sacrificed a 15% saving, aka 270 resources saved, right? DeMu, replobbing Archer is just questionable in this position. Did he think he could win on Sacred Sites? That's the only reason I can think of why you double down like this. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you could argue that he doesn't have many scholars, right? Unless he plays along feudal. That's the nature of Tower Victory. So while it looks a bit choky, he didn't rush castle, you have to remember that this is not your standard Dome of Faith build. It's very different. DeMu now needs to extract some value. The problem is he knows the Zhuge veterancy is coming in fast. So Villager's going to be sniped there, but veterancy of the Zhuge is in. And this fight is unwinnable for Ben. Yeah, even the Ghazi are going to get shredded now, so DeMu has to run away. His only real choice here should be a tech up. Ghazi are going to go for the dive in. They built the first wave of shots, but now this fight should not feel even. It's about neck and neck on the count, but the repeat crossbow is just so much better at killing. Okay, so Kiljardi, he's now got the Shallow Monks in the way. DeMu is in a weird position now. He could try to snake all the relics as he techs up, but it's going to be a very fine line to thread. And the reason is that if Kiljardi just keeps pushing, like there's no way you can afford a tech up while fielding an army as Ben. Sacred Sites have been locked in again. That's definitely going to juice his economy up a little bit. Spinman actually getting a perfect fight there, finding the Ghazi. Archers are raiding the backside, so well played by DeMu to just take the small pockets and go for the economy. Can't really afford to directly fight the army right now. We'll snipe off a few villages. But my worry is the counterattack. If Kiljardi gets anywhere near DeMu's economy, it's going to be a snowball. We are seeing him move towards it now. Sacred Site's actually being essentially ignored right now. Ones if you think DeMu's going to win this, twos if you think Kiljardi is. I'm going to have a look at the predictions. What was it? So 64% were for DeMu in this game. When we done the predictions at the start. I think if people could reassess their bets, they'd probably be leaning about 70% Kiljardi right now. Probably higher, actually. Some people never discount the power of the Deli, but right now it's looking good for Kiljardi. Needs to be careful about overextending. Spimmer need to get that initial trade to get rid of the Ghazi. DeMu, is he making this work? I mean, Kiljardi, his knights aren't coming to this fight, so he's just going to throw away the Zhug. Wow. Okay, so Ben getting a phenomenal exchange there. Lancers are now arriving, but the textile should make it difficult to get many kills. DeMu does still need to make that tech choice, but credit to him, man. I thought that this was just going to be a wash. I think Kiljardi, he must have done something greedy behind this. It's kind of shocking how small he looked there. I mean, tire victory is good, right? Like, you can't discredit the value of it. I mean, he did go for the monks, right? He built 3 in total. That was 600 resources. It's going to start paying off now as the relics are coming home. So it should be free for him. And more to grab. Meanwhile, DeMu on his way towards that House of Learning. Damn, we've been here before. Last time it felt like an overextension. This time, could it feel better? I doubt it. Lancers now there. I mean, the good news is the archers are fast enough to disengage from the Zhug. The bad news is those lancers don't die easily. Plus 2 armor. I mean, Ben is playing this right. He starts stepping away, so like the damage should be substantially more, but this is the weird thing about playing Zhug plus lancers. It's just very difficult to give chase. Your knights will always reach, but they'll just get disconnected from the fight, right? Like, or disconnected from the main mass. However, if he has more lancers coming behind this, it means we'll have a front line long enough that it'll be in Ben's base. Looks like the Zhug finally caught up, but DeMu has bought necessary time here. 4th relic is now on the way home for Kiljardi. This is looking like a 5 relic game for the Zhuji. And we have a big tech coming. Bolt magazines is huge actually against the potential for Spearmen, right? Because you're playing Lancers. Funnily enough, though, DeMu is just more focused on getting crossbows right now and his own knights out. Makes sense. If he gets home blades, he should be able to win that. And I believe we do not actually have it. No, Dahlia Horses is not in yet. So these Lancers are doing as much damage as they could. Not by time again, but feels like Kiljardi did sacrifice quite a bit in this fight. However, with this many Lancers backing him up now, the Zhug should be able to dictate terms. Doing a good job at least sniping the injured Lancers. But just looks completely pinned in his base in this game. I mean, Kiljardi, he's looking on the verge of cracking match point here. Zhug are going to be able to peel off onto the eco line. Looks like he's going to throw away the main master repeater crossbows, but he's at least trading out onto the crossbows, which I love to see. This is the thing you're worried about. You don't care about the archers, not with Lancer play. And if you're wondering why is Kiljardi looking so weak right now, it's because he's farm transitioning. We have the first granary coming in. And we also have 2 TC by the looks of it. Emo DeMu. Wait, this is just kind of sad to watch, right? Like, you inherently get pro scouts, but we actually haven't got him playing out for it at all. Okay. So now that we're both in Castle Age, how does this play out? DeMu has got the potential to still play Lancers, but the window is closing super fast with the crossbow massing. He's probably just going to lean into Elephant plus crossbow mass with Pakes, which is a big edge for him. Like, Zhuji just need to have better economy. The bad news for DeMu is that Zhuji do have better economy, right? They've got 4 relics soon to be home. It should be coming home. I think he just hasn't dropped it off yet. And on top of that, you'll eventually be able to get into Yuan to get those pesky pagodas. Lancer raid also coming in. DeMu. Uh-oh. Quick reactions at least. Shouldn't lose too much from this. Every little does count in this game when they're 1 TC versus 1 TC though. And wow, did he intentionally do that? It kind of looked like he intentionally shuffled the villagers around there to get the injured ones away. We'll still lose 2. And the elephant does get revealed, but the awkward feeling is that it's a tower elephant. You might think, why is he building Tower Elephants? Does he not want to win? It's because if you went War Elephants, you're expecting in the crossbow meta both players to be crossbows. So this is actually quite smart by DeMu to build Tower Elephants instead. It doesn't mean you kind of suck against the Lancers. You're not getting that huge stab. But you're also guaranteeing down the line in the big fight, you have the desirable unit type. So that leads to the question, what's the counter to Tower Elephants? Banning Delhi. Failing that, though, there is a play into the later phase of the game for Kiljardi, and it'll be Imperial Age. Imperial Age with the movement speed from your Temple of Sun is really good for the spears. It'll give you the gap close you need. Horseman is also an option in Castle Age. You just need to make sure you've got enough food. Kiljardi is getting to that point with a triple granary setup, but definitely needs more farms if he wants to pull that off. One thing that worries me for DeMu is we've seen Kiljardi slow down on his kill point in the game because he ran out of food. We're now seeing DeMu run out of food as well while pinned in the corner. There's a really big opportunity here for Kiljardi to just take full map control. It looks like he's ceasing it. Heat drop coming in for the 8k gold. Spiral counter Tower Elephants. Alright, Punisher. I'm going to have to feature you in the Low Elo Legends series, you know. Thank you for making yourself known. God, I kind of want to see someone try to spring all the Tower Elephant to death just so we can cry about it. Yeah, you know, guys, it's fine. It only takes like 100 shots to kill an elephant with springles. I wonder if DeMu is going to keep dropping himself. Feels like we're heading towards it, right? Stone Gathering is not fast. He gathered some in a rush initially and then slowed down entirely. Oh, there we go. Keep drop did come in. Yeah, so Village Fortress is on the way. Kiljardi just saw this. This is where he needs to go 2 TC or go Pagodas. He has got the Sacred Site timer ticking, ironically, against the Delhi. 9 minutes is a long time. Siege Towers counter Tower Elephants. Okay, guys, hear me out. I know what Siege Towers should do. Siege Towers, when they get close to a Tower Elephant, should drop the top gate, and then you should be able to run units on top of the Tower Elephant, stab those archers in the face, and then hijack their elephant. Grand Theft Auto, Delhi. Well, they might be in a bit of a pickle here, though. Kiljardi's army, a lot scarier. This blocker on the gold has at least got the 4k over here protected by the castle. Good reading by Kiljardi as well. If his opponent went for this keep drop, it's 900 stone that wasn't going into a defensive army. Just a defensive building. Looks like he's going to try to deny the researchers. Skulls need to be pulled out here. The crossbows are looking to pressure. Kiljardi a little bit ambitious there. He's looking a bit of a missed position. Wants to protect to try and get the kills on those scholars coming out. I'm not sure that trade was worth it for Kiljardi, but like we said, he has at least slowed the tech timing, so if there's somebody who's paranoid about coming in, he's got kind of a bigger gap between him and his opponent temporarily. Behind this, it is still just 1 TC, by the way. So Kiljardi's starting to look like he's just playing for a Sacred Site Wing condition. That food per minute difference, you could have just went with the raw food count, really. DeMu basically is 0. Yeah, we do have the PG coming. A little bit surprised against crossbows. I mean, it's actually weird to me that Kiljardi isn't just building horsemen. Literally everything that DeMu has gets countered by horsemen. Right? Like, people are talking about we need a mouse to counter Tower Elephants. No, dude, you just need ponies. This army comp is like that friend of yours who says they're scared of horses because their face is long and weird and you don't like the way that they stare at you while also looking like they don't stare at you. It's very off-putting and that scares them. It's like that. That was way too specific. Horseman is your answer, but we're watching a Kiljardi game. And Horseman sounds like something you do deeper in. So instead, we've got the Ram Rush coming at 25 minutes in. This is a Kiljardi classic. DeMu. Now seeing it. I mean, we talked about how Horseman is the counter, but in a way, Rams are as well, because DeMu doesn't have anything that can kill these, bar Tower Elephants. Oh my. Sacred Site Timer is going to be protected. Kiljardi just sends out a few knights here. Another keep drop coming in from DeMu. And a blocker from the Juji. So Kiljardi moving across for his own. He does walk underneath the castle, though. Lancers march in to kind of make it a little bit of a trade. Meanwhile, on the base, the landmarks are being threatened. Mahoots should be able to complete in time before the House of Lenin goes down. But my bigger worry is that Ben doesn't have the resources to get counter units out here. How about Tower Assault and Elephants? How about Tower Elephant Tower? It's just an elephant stuck on top of the tower. How about a Tower Elephant Elephant? It's a Tower Elephant on top of an elephant. Wait, no, that's probably something that belongs in the nature channel. And a mummy elephant and a daddy elephant love each other very much. Dumbo! Tower Victory now being targeted. DeMu knows he's going to have to stake a claim soon, make a stand in his base because he's running out of things to hide behind here. You have a Mango now coming out. Funnily enough, actually finally has someone to start somewhat countering the Rams, but Nesta Bees have just arrived. Wheeling, dealing them across the map. He's got more on the way as well. Full Siege Workshop means they won't take long. I mean, I'm struggling to see how Kiljardi loses this game. DeMu barely has an economy lead. He actually doesn't because of the relics and sacred sites. He just doesn't have an answer to Rams. Like, funnily enough, Kiljardi could have just stockpiled more Rams to end this game faster. I mean, at this stage, it makes sense, right? You're 190 pop. Use the extra population left to just go mass Rams. DeMu might force him to just fight instead. Tower Elephant count is now up to 5. We've got a Ghazi switch coming from DeMu. Interesting choice considering your opponent has 36 Spearmen. I'm going to chalk that one up to potentially a misclick. TOV is down though, so one landmark remains for DeMu. Kiljardi also only 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory, and he has protection now, and soon rather, on all 3 of these Sacred Sites. Speed shots also coming in. Mangoes with the counter snipe. I just don't know how you hold here with a brute force bush. I mean, it's just ridiculous. There's just so much melee. He can't even protect the siege. I think that is the end of Ben in game number 3. We talked about how he needed a win here with the Delhi because his draft is likely to get weird after this. Whereas Kiljardi's has a little bit more for formulaic nature to it. At least a reliable game 5. So now the ultimate nightmare as the Finn is looking like he's about to go 2-1 up against the Brit. Tower Victory trying to be repaired. Ben has much bigger problems on that clock right now, 3 minutes away. Nesta Beast just trying to trade out the Mangoes. Once again, these elephants have to go in. It just, as OP as these units can be, they have their limitations. And I think they really have reached them here. Man, Ben, I think he just really got screwed over by that farm transition. Kiljardi set himself up so much earlier, so much nicer for that point in the game, and it gets him to the win in game number 3. Best of 5s means we're getting at least one more here, so I will see you all in just a second. All right. Mark it up for the big boy. So we have got a Juji win over Delhi. Well played, Mr. Kiljardi. And we'll pay it out. So that is going to be a win for Kiljardi too. Let's have a look. So where are they likely to take us in game number 3? I think Ben probably goes Gorge. He's got, what? Malian, Juji... Malian Japanese Order the Dragon. Do you do Order the Dragon? Is this, weirdly enough, a kind of okay OOTD game? I think it might be. It sounds weird to say out loud, but like, what are your other options here? You could go Lakeside, but your opponent has so much flexibility there. Like, either one of those civs, those free civs, i.e. Mongols or Ottos, works on Lakeside. For DeMu, it has to be probably Japanese or OOTD. And it's just going to be Japanese, right? So I'm wondering, like, he might go Marlian's Gorge, but my worry there is if you go Marlian's Gorge, 2 of the 3 picks Kiljardi has screws you a little, because on Gorge with Marlians, like, the Mongols can outpost rush your gold, the Ottomans can actually outpost rush your gold as well. It's actually a very big problem. So looks like we should have a minute or 2 until they're in game, by the way. They just hopped out of that previous lobby, so should be in a sec. Man, this has become a really fun one, though. OTD on Gorge? Is that what they drafted? Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like this for DeMu. Because, like I said, the issue of Marlians is if you go Gorge, 2 of your opponent's picks count you. So OTD, like, Mongols can't really do anything. Ottomans isn't going to want to do anything too early. Because Horsemen can mirror Sapahi, right? If Kiljardi goes Ayu, I believe that can be quite good against OTD. Yeah, especially with like a Dervish play. That could be very powerful. So like Kiljardi's preference is OTD versus Ayu. I've got a feeling Kiljardi probably picked Ottomans. And that, I think, is a good matchup for OTD. Did you match your show at your PC? You already asked that, Leave, and I already gave an answer. I was like, no. It just happened. This beautiful bugger just matched. Oh, crap. Arrgh! The rainbow RGB is back. I need to fix that. So basically what happened is... I don't know if you guys could hear it on the broadcast yesterday. When we were casting games, the fan was very loud. The reason the fan was very loud is I installed Gigabyte Control Center, but also installed AMD Adrenaline. And both of those things want fan control. So what happened is that it was blasting the fan at over 2,800 RPM, which is very, very fast. Now, you guys aren't really hearing it when we're in game because it's not just putting the fan speed up to maximum. Usually you wouldn't have a problem if you had this like down the side of your desk, but because we have it next to us, obviously it can pick up that audio. So yeah, glad we were able to fix that. But I now need to fix the memory because the memory RGB was being controlled by Gigabyte Control Center. So when we uninstalled it, they decided it wanted to be a rainbow again. Just a little bit out of place with all the blue. I just realized, why is the... We should probably... Like that? Yeah, it was a little bit tall. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about that. Really excited about that PC, man. It's been impressing me. I think for like... I think I talked about this earlier. Like, if you're a content creator, I can understand the appeal still of like maybe NVIDIA, but AMD works quite well. I'm curious to see what the stats are going to be on the new graphics cards they're announcing at CES this week. Because we haven't seen any raw stat comparisons. 7900 has definitely been impressing me, though. Okay, so... They're still waiting in lobby. I'm going to run... Oh, wait, I can't run ads. It looks like it just already on that. So, what we'll do is we've got another minute or 2 until we're in game. KB's 20 has slowly but surely become my fave 20. Hell yeah, Felapan. I'm glad to hear that, man. I mean, this is what I want. I want to give the regular... I want us to build AoE 4 up the right way instead of just trying to bloat it at the top end and not having sustainability. So I'm hoping in a lot of ways that this really opens up for people. And I'm also hoping that other tournaments pay attention to what we're doing here and start adopting things that we show off. When we show maps that work, they should be using them, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know why Pigeon's View ain't going to be in every tournament, for example. It deserves to be. It should be. Hopefully, Kavayu can get that Atacama version that we talked about a little bit earlier done, and then we can bring Atacama back, because I think that was a really good map. I'm tempted to try and create a structure where players can give a vote on certain maps to make it into the weeklies. It's just a little bit tricky because of the time scaling of how quickly we hop from into the next like week, right? 4K for 10% upgrade? Wait, what are you on about? What, this PC? What do you mean, like a a certain 90 series card. Dude, I paid 4K and I got well more than a 10% upgrade. I don't know what you're talking about. I over doubled what I had. I was on a 3700X Ryzen. I was on a 2080 Super. Oh, the new one's got you. I was about to say, like, for me, dude, like, my upgrade from my previous rig, this is a huge upgrade. Yeah, the new ones, I mean, it's kind of interesting because, like, I think both are using kind of weird terms. Instead of just giving a raw comparison, like, you guys have probably seen, like, I think NVIDIA announced that, like, they're seeing double the performance with new DLSS on compared to previous DLSS. But, like, not everyone likes using DLSS, so it's kind of a scratchy head moment. And I think AMD, I can't remember what they said that was confusing. They haven't given any numbers. Like, I'm waiting. I'm curious. Like I say, for a lot of people, now might be a good time to upgrade to the previous gen if you can get them cheap. Or if you're thinking about the new gen, just wait until there's been benchmarks and everything done. To be honest, like, the other thing as well that was really shocking for a lot of people is there's been this talk that, like, Intel's latest cards being budget friendly. I still think AMD's better performance-wise on the budget side. But, like, you know, more people in the budget-friendly area made NVIDIA keep their prices lower. But I kind of chuckled at that because all that's going to happen is the cards are going to release and the RRP isn't going to be what they sell for. The other interesting thing is there's only, in the new gen of cards on anyone's side, there's only one card that has more VRAM than that. Or has the same VRAM as that, right? And that's going to be the 5090, which is going to cost you $2,000, whereas that currently costs you under $1,000. Pretty impressed. I am a little bit gutted that there's rumors that the new FSR, which is like the frame generation tech, is going to be locked to the next series of card, though. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker. Yeah, it's interesting because I was saying the other day that from a content creator perspective, so we get forced on Twitch to use something called X264 encoding. Now, X264 encoding is kind of old school encoding. It's like what was used for CPUs primarily a lot. That limitation of X264 encoding, like, even though it's got better because graphics cards have, like, dedicated parts that do it quite well, X264 encoding is still a lot worse than, like, AV1 or NVENC, HVENC, these type of things from an efficiency standpoint. And where that graphics card is meant to really thrive is more in the AV1 department, where AMD actually made a lot of progress. But what I'm hoping is we'll be able to test that hopefully early on in this year, because there is talks about Twitch finally catching up and inviting AV1 in using that encoding type. Because YouTube, for example, if we only stream on YouTube, we'd be able to do AV1 encoding. The reason that's important is, like, there are limitations on bitrate as well. The funny part is, and this is where it gets really silly. And by the way, we're still waiting for them to start the lobby, so don't worry, you're not missing anything. But where it gets really silly is that you would see more benefit from the way these encodings work if it had been the other way around and YouTube didn't, like, have AV1 support and Twitch did. And the reason is that Twitch limits your bitrate, right? So I don't know if there's actually a hard limit on YouTube. I've heard people, like, saying they use 20,000 bitrate or whatever. You can use a very high bitrate. On Twitch, you can only use up to 8,500. If you go above 8,500 kbps bitrate, then the stream cuts, which is why you should never set it above 8,000. So that's a really big problem. The reason there's a problem, guys, is if you look at the bit rates on what it costs to get 1080p at decent quality, 8,000 isn't good enough. So that's why a lot of streamers on the platform historically have done 960p, because it gives a cleaner picture in, like, an Apex Legends, a CSGO, and whatever, right? One thing that we've been using is the Twitch encoding thing, which is like the enhanced broadcasting. That means, I don't know if you guys have noticed a difference, but, like, we are projecting the stream in several different formats. So we're actually using 10,000 plus bitrate at the moment, because I'm sending the stream in 1080p, 720p, and, like, 460 or 360 or whatever it is, right? So, like, I don't know if people have seen a difference in quality. Maybe you'll see it clearer if you're not doing 1080p. But, like, that's something that Twitch was working on. The last year they introduced is they gave streamers the option of basically doing what's called transcoding themselves. Because like what happens currently with the old system, if you don't use this enhanced broadcasting, is I will send my stream to Twitch at 1080p, and then Twitch's servers will do the encoding to then push it out at 720p and everything else. So it was kind of a cop-out of them like not having to do it. But in theory, the other thing is like you doing the encoding on your own end can actually be more efficient from a quality perspective. So after that's why it gets auto 720p. If I try to set it like 10K, it allows only 720. Yeah, probably. Like actually what it's meant to do is if you try to force 10K, it's meant to shut your stream down. It's annoying for me. I really want the AV1 encoding and then like I want them with enhanced broadcasting to let me manually set things and not worry about the AK bitrate, because I'm getting Gigabyte line installed today, or not today, sorry, this week, and with that I would easily be able to broadcast 1440p, which I want to do, right? But yeah, it's a little bit annoying. But hopefully that was an interesting talk. We actually have Lakeside. I'm surprised DeMu chose Lakeside here. And yes, Kiljardi just reminding us that the old man was taking a bit of time. Taking a poop? Blimey. Wait, did I just run ads? Whoops. I didn't mean to. Sorry, guys. Let's hop into game 4. Okay, we're all caught up. If you stream at 1440p, it will encode in HEVC. I don't think you can stream at 1440p on Twitch, right? I believe that is an exclusive thing. Yeah, I think only certain people are allowed to stream at 1440p on Twitch. I would love to be part of that group so that you guys can see the amazing 1440p that I see. I swear by GK Gaming. So I want to upgrade it to 4K Gaming. I'm going to be talking to a few monitor brands, hopefully this month, see if we can make that happen. But for now, let's make some more magic happen. I'm a little bit surprised by this, actually. Like, I'm flabbergasted on the words because I wasn't expecting DeMu with map pick between Gorge and Lakeside to pick Lakeside, because Kiljardi had a lot of variability. He had Ibits, Mongols, Ottomans. You're threatened by your opponent picking Japanese, so you're probably not going to pick Otto. Actually, no, Ottomans is fine. Yeah, like, there was just 3 picks here that all made sense for Kiljardi, which is why I'm a little bit flummoxed, because usually you want to thin your opponent's options first. But I guess this kind of throws things into a weird tilter, because now if we go to Gorge as a deciding game number 5, DeMu reclaims some control of the draft because he'll have Order the Dragon and his opponent will have Mongols and Ottomans. And I don't like either of those into OOTD. Very interesting game. Let's see if you can do it. Remember, Lakeside, or as we like to call it, let me just rotate it for you guys. Pants. Literally, look, the minimap, it's pants. We have got fishing. There is 1 deep water fish per player. The trade on water is pretty terrible as well. Like, I love that, by the way. It's a very interesting map. I do think, in some ways, Lakeside has potential character, but it falls victim to most water maps' issue, which is, no matter how you try to slice and dice it, people will almost always still go for a dock for the 1 deep water fish. It's seen as that valuable. There is something kind of awkwardly flawed in water play where this is always the case, and it means that what should be variant gameplay often isn't, because not doing deep water fish is inefficient. So if you don't do deep water fish, you're playing the game wrong. That's a little bit sad about water. I'm wondering what the long-term solution is. You know, I don't know if Age of Mythology's fishing solution would be good for AoE 4, but I almost want to see it would be better than what we have. And the fishing solution, for those who don't know, in Mythology, is a fishing boat. Only 1 fishing boat can go to 1 fishing spot, right? So it handicaps, or handcuffs rather, the amount of food you can rush on fish. So going just immediately into water isn't, you know, organically the best play always. Get rid of deep water fish, potential option, right? Or like just have deep water fish not be infinite. That could work as well. You can have deep water fish, just don't have them be infinite. Then it's a choice, right? Like, it's a temporary investment for a temporary gain. Meanwhile, the problem you have is like deep water fish in its current state is infinite. That's flawed. Like, you know, when you think about the long-term math of it, building fishing boats to go on deep water fish, well, if you're a full price civ and not the Japanese that pay 45, you pay 75 wood, right? Well, that's how much a farm costs. But on top of that, you're getting an additional worker unit, right? So like, there's so many elements about this that just make Deep Water Fish too good. This is interesting though. We've got Kura Storehouse coming in. The reason this is interesting is because Ibids can actually just pressure you now. I'm liking the look of this for Kiljardi. Remember, he's on match point. If he wins this game, he will be through. And sorry, I didn't have a chance to update the graphics. We moved so fast. He'll be through into the finals for week number 8. Kiljardi's best performance on record in the Midweek Masters. In fact, I think this might be Kiljardi's second finals in a year. Last one would have been King of the North. How many deer is there in this map? It's pretty much the standard amount, right? So you've got the, what was it? You've got the 7 stack, and then you've got 4 plus 4, I want to say? Wait, no. Oh, sorry, it's more. So you've got, that is definitely 7, right? I always have to check this, because sometimes it lies. So 7 plus the 9. So yeah, in total, there is going to be 32 deer. Not too bad. Pro Scouts is an interesting idea in this map, by the way, because one thing I did praise Lakeside for is in a meta that's dominated by Pro Scouts, this map, it's harder to do because usually the issue with Pro Scouts is you can't block it because they have options. On this map, all the options are linear in one direction. So if you want to counter the play, you actually can move there and block it. It's not guaranteed to stop them getting deer. It's just definitely a lot harder to get deer on this map with Pro Scouts than, say, Dry Arabian. Okay, so tech up complete. I'm still a little bit flummoxed about the idea from DeMu. He's just rushing castles, so he will get away with this. I'm wondering, like, Kiljardi, the Dervishes can actually just kind of beat him to the punchline, but it has to be an advancement win which doesn't exist anymore, right? So we're probably going to be seeing Growth Wing. I actually don't mind the idea of industry wing in these type of games, but I think Kiljardi's looking for tempo. What is interesting in this matchup, by the way, is that Camels you'd think would just beat Mount Samurai. It doesn't necessarily work that way because Mount Samurai completely block the charge from the Camel Lancers and then just have overall better stats. So it kind of mitigates the fact that they're losing 20% of the damage. Although Camel Lancers still win in a vacuum, games don't often play out in a vacuum the way you intend. And in fact, one really cool build I've seen for Japanese sometimes in this matchup is if you know your opponent's going to rush Camel Lancers, you actually open Onimusha instead. Like the Kiljardi, for that reason, by the way, has added in a stables with Horseman. It just gives him that blocker play if DeMu now says, I'm going to go Musha. Also just a cost-efficient trader. Desert Raider would have cost him 60 resources more. It would have taken longer to arrive as well. So this is all about just having someone to poke in, stab, force in a little bit of time, come back, right? Because this one Horseman can just keep getting healed. So we have got the Naval Arrow Slits coming in, so blocker to try and deny the dock. DeMu a little bit blocked on the demo ship spawn there. Will actually buy time for Kiljardi to get away with that. Just going to take a stab at it, DeMu. This is where Ibids can be a little bit annoying. The problem is I think the time is off. Kiljardi's play makes sense if he didn't go for the boats as well. You're on a fishing map. Your opponent has got extra food income, right? So, ergo, his castle timing is going to be quicker. His feudal timing is going to be slower. Kiljardi went fishing as well. He then decided to build a Smrill ship, an Arrow ship. That's what slowed him down. This Horseman being here like 30 seconds sooner actually would have led to some idle time. But instead, DeMu getting a pretty clean and easy castle. And yes, deep water fish do regenerate after they're depleted. They are infinite food stack. I do think the AoE 4 in some ways just has a little bit too much infinite food. You can have some rarities to it, but, you know, in some ways, infinite resources should, to a certain degree, feel like trade should, where it shouldn't just be your bread and butter default option. It's an awkward balance to find for sure, because the problem is if you nerf infinite resources like relics and fishing, and then you also continue to nerf trade, all you end up with is TC as best, and that's not good either. There's always a tricky balancing act for sure. So this is starting to get a little bit weird for Kiljardi. He did go for Desert Raider in the end, which I'm a little bit shocked by after he opened Horseman. It's expensive, really. It is slowing down his timing, right? He has at least started the tech up. Growth Wing's coming in a minute and 25. Flown Gate is going to be a little bit quicker, though, and it is indeed going to be the stable opening. Do you know why Japan always does this opening, guys? Because it's stable. Oh, sorry, I unbinded my Badumtis from my Steam Deck. Whoops. Or Stream Deck, sorry. I mean, it's just so powerful, right? Mount Samurai gives you rating potential. It gives you also a generic unit that can block anything. That's the whole logic. It's like Onimusha requires something, counters, otherwise it sucks. Samurai is too slow and can get countered in time. Mount Samurai can just dodge their counters and find openings. Instead of nothing infinite res, I wish they gave all civs ways to spend a ton on some temporary advantage like Griabara. I mean, maybe... I think that's why you saw the change to university techs, by the way, is to make university... Because university techs are age 5. Like, they really are. The buffs you get to your unit types makes them feel that good. But they kind of felt too easy to access, so I didn't mind the idea of, like, of making them more expensive, right? I do get where you're coming from, well, like, the infinite resource slog is ridiculous, though. It's weird because there's like some games that don't like had inherent systems that block this. Like I'm always reminded with food being so big in this game, and I look at a game like Cossacks, right, where you actually need to have a big slog of extra resources because if your farmers stop working, your food depletes based on the number of units you have. And if you run out of food, your units die, right? So, yeah. It almost feels like it would be nice to have more resource sinks for the late game that make sense, but the trade-off is you kind of rewards eco play even more, which I'm not a fan of. Because I do think the game is already very eco heavy, right? Like I'm actually a big fan of offering up players more ways to express their skill through abilities, micro, etc. More unit types, so on. Anyway, Lancers are coming. We already have the Mount Samurai. Now, DeMu should have the Daimyo coming in soon. He was slowed down because he went for the Naval Arrow Slits as well as the Arrow Slit on the tower. So, we're about to hit that mark. 225 stones what he needs. That's going to be a big deal because when you have the Uma Bannerman, the Camel Lancer effect doesn't exist anymore. Next, Civ is allowed to take out loans and go into debt. Oh my god! We need to get... We go... What we call them? Florence? We call them the Medici... We release Italy next patch. Vodka finally starts playing the game again all the way to top 100 like he used to be. Because he loves them that much. And then the next DLC after that, we add in the Medici faction. Boom. Can you imagine if you could just have an ability to give your opponent gold and then take it away when you think they need it? Nice wall lob blocker there, by the way. Kiljardi, he already has 3 relics, though. Like, the Dervish play has paid off. DeMu's in a sticky position. He's behind on economy. He's in more than one way. In every way. Wow, that demo timing. Okay, that scout deserves a commendation. He worked his ass off for that kill. So no fishing. Only 1 relic. It'll only ever be 1 relic by the looks of it. There's a race going on right now, and the Dervish is going to win that too. Oh, come on. Kiljardi's going to complete it in 4 by the looks of it, unless DeMu can find an out fast. And this is at least a good start. Beautiful blocker there, but he backs away from it. What? I'm pretty sure the camels couldn't have got out there. But DeMu's like, oh, pardon me. He was the... typical polite Brit. He's like, oh, excuse me, I'll get out of the way for you. Get out of the way of Kiljardi, making his way towards the grand finals because this lead is building like crazy. He's got the fishing his opponent doesn't have. DeMu's at least trying to grief and take a bit extra food, but it doesn't matter. He needs to find his way to another dock, but that's difficult to do in this type of position. Crossbow transition now also on the way. Now DeMu, he can win a direct fight right now. Mount Samurai plus Uma Bannerman gives him that grace. However, if he waits just a little bit too long here, he will die to mass crossbow camel. Kiljardi's like, hey, I got the 4th one. Thumbs up. And no, this is not a best of 7. We are in the semi-finals. BO5s, folks. So this could be DeMu's final game of midweek muster number 8. It's looking like it at this rate. He needs something big. Some sort of advantage to play off of, because right now, just not seeing the picture he's trying to paint, you know? He came in trying to be the next Van Gogh. Left with the drawing skills of my 2-year-old daughter. She does draw a very pretty squiggly circle, though. DeMu, I think, is he getting ready for a farm transition? There's a lot of wood to be working with. Italy, Spain, Hungary, those three left, maybe Poland. Dude, I'd say like Poland is a pro over Hungary in my brain. Winged Hussars is such an iconic unit to any like people that play history-based games. And then, I mean, the other obvious ones we talked about before is like Aztecs comes in, something like that, right? Do we need more? Maybe more Southeast Asian suits, potentially. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we don't have either Spain or Portugal in the game to this day. So, raid coming in. This could be big for DeMu. Needs it as well. Camelot's is a little bit overwhelmed. I'm going to get swarmed on top of. The crossbows start stepping away. Villagers are on the front line. I'm kind of curious, where the hell is the army right now? What? There's meant to be more camels than this. There's 11 in total. Yeah, they were on the north side. Oh my god, was he getting ready for a drop? He was! DeMu! DeMu just caught him making a completely unnecessary play. Kiljardi fantasizing about Normandy way too much here. Which is odd for a Finnish person. I can't believe that. Kiljardi, he was going for the tuck around the back. DeMu, I mean, how did he even know, right? Like, the game sense on this lad, I think he was just fishing for an expedition, but when he realized what was happening, Ben was probably expected to get dove on the other side of the map. But instead, he gets the best case situation, gets a bunch of economy kills, evens them up to 48 to 49, and doesn't really lose that much of his army for it. DeMu still needs a full way out, right? This is a step in the right direction, but overall economy, he's still trailing, right? Sacred Site win condition at least gets decapped. DeMu, is he going to go for those deer? I think he is, yeah. He can't really afford extra farms right now. Instead, we are going to be getting the archery. Now, the question mark is whether we're getting Yumi or Onimusha. There's two lines of thought here. Onimusha to delete the camel lancers fast, or Yumi to trade out with the crossbows. Winged Hussars could be Imperial Knights like Imperial Guards for Zhuji. I don't think Winged Hussars, if Poland gets added, I don't think Winged Hussars will be left that far behind in the game. I think Winged Hussars will just be a castle age unit. I'm trying to think, well, Winged Hussars historically heavily armored. I'm trying to think how heavy their armor was. Like, I've seen plenty of games that I'd say categorizes them as either a light to medium cavalry kind of role. So if they're in like that kind of category, they could just be a potentially a feudal age unit, almost like a special horseman. The problem with that is every time we add a special horseman to the game, they end up broken, right? Like Ghazi are phenomenal, Sipahi, at least statistically, are phenomenal as well. I think Hungarians are more interested because they start as a nomadic settler. Yeah, I would be very surprised if they started that way in AoE4. We don't have any examples where civs start nomadic. Mongolians, you can argue, are nomadic, but they have a TC, right? So like what we suggesting there, the Hungarians basically have mobile buildings, so they are a Mongol variant? Sounds very weird, right? And well, finally the Normandy drop actually happened. I mean, this is kind of cool, because DeMu technically didn't know that Kiljardi was trying this before. Sneaky get. I mean, he didn't get an insane amount of kills, right? But he got enough to extend that lead. And now 2 CC versus 1. Sacred Site's locked in again for DeMu. I just don't see this as a winning condition. Winged Hussars light and feudal and then you upgrade them? Maybe. Wait. Kiljardi. Oh. Ooh, that's not quite enough! No! 33 HP! DeMu had just brought the Yuma Bannerman. That would have been a kill. Oh my god. I mean, 8 Lancers down the drain is exactly what DeMu needs. That would have been the opening. That would have been no front line. Kiljardi dodges a bullet and gets away with murder. Unbelievable game number 4 between these two. But we're still not done yet. DeMu is starting to stockpile for Imperial. Kiljardi hasn't really added that many farms in. I mean, the Kura Storehouse has really kept DeMu alive in this. If it wasn't for that extra food source Infinite, he'd be in trouble. So Clash going to come in, but he can't hang around due to the crossbows. The good news is, his crossbows also can't chase him. Winged Hussars peaked in the early modern period. The only Civ that is a bit similar to that are the Ottomans. Okay, so I'm going to, like... So is your argument they're too late? Because one thing I'm going to kind of highlight is, to a certain degree, who cares? Can I just be the guy to say that? I too often in the community, like when we bring up these discussions, hear about like the authenticity of the time period. I don't think anyone really cares. If you gave people Romans, they'd be happy. Can we just agree on that? Right? Like, I would buy Romans 100%. I don't care that it's the wrong time period. Like, actually, the beauty of games is how I can do that. Think back to your childhood of, like, cowboys versus dinosaurs. You take that every day of the week. And you know what? Secretly, the nerds who are obsessed with it love it as well, because then they get to make all those Reddit threads. Technically, this is incorrect. They didn't exist at this time. Yeah, I don't care. Dude, just told me the other day about how I was playing Total War Warhammer. It's not realistic that I'm able to tame bears, but we do it and ride them into battle. Suck on that one. Oof. DeMu's going to feel like he's sucking on lemons here because that's going to be 15 villagers dead. He needs to fight right now. Army on the way. How do you fight into this, though? Mad Samurai need to do all the carrying. The Onimusha need to target down the few Camelots that are in there. The Horsemen to counter to them. And Kiljardi continues to dive. Tanegashima Gunsmith is coming in behind this for DeMu. But Kiljardi, in return, is coming in hot. Getting more torch damage in as well. The fortification's about to tick in, but too little too late. It's going to be another 5 villages down the drain. The Mad Samurai non-existent. It's only Onimusha left. And DeMu, the Tanegashima Gunsmith play is cool, right? But I don't know how it's meant to save you here. You're over 30 villages behind. You now lack access to food. You lack map control. You're probably going to be up against double Sacred Sight. As long as Kiljardi doesn't just overextend, it's very hard to see the way. Like, he's got a very healthy comp here, right? If this had been Mass Spearman, for example, I actually think DeMu could have done it with the Siege, right? Just go for Reboldiquins and wipe them. The crossbows will stop you going Reboldies. Found it pretty weird when they added Romans to AoE 2. Yeah, but like, probably because for a long time they tried to stick to a time period. I just think most people would find it cool. It's almost like what you do with something like Romans is, and this is the thing that could make it confusing, but other strategy games kind of done this, is like when you go past a certain age, the flag or name changes. So maybe you just call them something else originally, but that would be really cool from an architectural standpoint if you had a Civ that is very clearly Romans and like maybe Dark Age, Feudal Age. I say Feudal Age as well because I know they didn't exist then, but it's at least kind of can fit, and it's important because no one does anything in Dark Age. But, you know, then in Castle Age, they become different. And then in terms of what you call them, you pick the most relevant Italian estate and go with it. Maybe you just make them Naples or some crap. Milan, I don't know. Just call them Rome. Screw it. So, DeMu said screw it to plan Age 3. We do have an Imperial Edge, and we do have Mass Onimusha. I mean, it's actually a solid choice. It's just tricky because Onimusha, I think, struggle with the Oda tactics change. It's much better to have extra health against mass crossbows, right? It makes it much harder to counter this mass just by Bugishing up. I mean, that's one drastic change we've seen is like crossbows hold a lot better in the late game now because they no longer have to worry about infantry with 20% more health. If DeMu pulls this off, he is a magician, is what I'll say. I like that he's at least raiding. This is smart because Kiljardi is just kind of panic reacting instead of going in. And that's buying critical time to get towards your elite techs, which is the only way DeMu's going to be able to fight at this rate. Can't win with a 40 field deficit unless you're Marlins, maybe. But we have tickets. Okay, that sounded so bad. Woohoo! And we have bald boys. Are you telling me you don't trust the baldest of bald men with a bald civ? How dare you, sir? So Musha have at least squished the villager count a little bit. I think he got like 10 worker kills off of this raid. Gap is still 30, but at least it has shrunk a bit. And we do now have 2 TC, right? So DeMu is playing catch-up, but given enough time, he will. The onus is on Kiljardi to push. But he's waiting for this. Military wing reinforcement coming in 20 seconds, and that is where this game gets scary. Guys, would you like to guess how much damage an Elyona Begisha maxed out hits for against a maxed out Desert Raider? It's pretty sad. So, let's say he actually is able to get all those techs to begin with, right? Like, he's still got to get 2 melee techs. Oda Tactics needs to come as well, right? So you end up doing, with a Bannerman there as well, I believe the number was 16? But maxed out, a Desert Raider can get 13 armor. It's really painful. It's kind of the nightmare fuel. Like, we actually had a game on this map the other day, right? Where IU didn't go mass Desert Raiders, and it felt a bit weird. I think that was Kiljardi. Yeah, he was too late. If you guys remember, Numidal vs. Kiljardi, fantastic series. It will feature on the YouTube side. If you watch this on YouTube, it should already be there. Phenomenal series, but he resisted the temptation to go Desert Raiders, and I hard disagreed with it. Funnily enough, that was actually a Japanese IBIG game too, but in that particular game, the Japanese player had a lot of samurai. We are at least going to get an ability to break through the wall for DeMu. I don't know if you really want to go through that wall. I think if you open it up, you're going to regret it. Oh no, he's doing it again. This time with Horseman. Oh, I've got to keep an eye out for this. He still keeps going for that back gold. Ironically caught it as it was running out. Strikes down a few more villages. Now, Ben has a big problem. His army completely out of position here. And the Desert Raid is already vetted up. Soon to be elite teched up. And they also do have the infantry support in the way. This is going to get ridiculous. He's about to have 12 melee armor on these guys. Right now, the Begisha do that in damage. They're going to be hitting for 1 damage into a unit that has 170 HP, or 175. Oh, God. Hell, Kiljardi could just age up again at this rate. Is it time for the advisors? Because that would actually just break the game. So Adabeg's giving 20% more health, Biology giving another 20% more health. I mean, it just sounds disgusting to say out loud. A 40% increase on this unit. Oof. So you'd end up with, what, 245 HP per Desert Raider? Actually, no, I think it's higher, right? Because it's multiplicative on the scaling. DeMu is at least now on his way to Oda Tactics, so he'll do more than 1 damage with the Begisha. That's the positive. It's still going to take him about 60 hits to kill a Desert Raider, but that's an improvement. Oh, pesky bugger. Yes, whatever he said, I'll take 5 of them. Ranged armor 3 also on the way. Not as important here against the Zutsu because they're very high base damage, but every little helps, right? I mean, Kiljardi, he has got dominion over a lot of gold. And yes, the Desert Raiders do get 12 armor. Well, actually, technically they can get more. They get 13. Ta-da! Because remember, he hasn't got melee defense 3. They're very chunky. And there's the biotech we talked about. 25% increase in health coming in. And as I said, after that, once he's capped out on resources, because he's capped out on pop, he could just go for the advisors and get Adabex. I'm telling you guys, like, I mean, I feel like me and Crackety are like on a hill losing our voices as we yell it out loud. Desert Raiders in hyper late game are slightly overtuned right now. They benefit from multiple university techs, and if you get hyper late game, they also have that Golden Age 5, which gives them 20% better attack speed. Remember, the uni techs they benefit from is biology and incendiary arrows. How much armor does Lancer get? Nowhere near as much. I think Lancer is, I want to say 6 base in Imperial. So you get them up to 9. Now Lancer is going to have more health is the thing, right? But like when you calculate it out in a melee fight, it means their effective HP is quite similar. And there's the extra health we talked about, up to 219 now. Snare arrows on the way. Okay, Kiljardi's just enjoying the game now. I know what Kiljardi's like. He's like, why has DeMu not left yet? Okay, I guess I'm just going to get everything and then we'll go. It's giving DeMu a potential opportunity here, though. If you lean too hard into Desert Raiders, this is the counter. Nagayari coming. So Nagayari is really cool because it's going to offset a lot of that extra armor. Add in the Bannerman as well. Like, the percentile increases is pretty big. I mean, what? Elite Spearmen, they already hit for a pretty lofty 53 damage. Buff that by an extra, what, 20%? I don't think that UI actually updated. Wait, is Nagayari bugged? I think Nagayari... You guys saw that, right? Maybe the UI is bugged. Because he was already at 38 damage, just elite. The damage didn't increase by the 20% it's meant to, with the 15. We'll think about that later. We've got a clash coming in. Into a trump point as well. Kiljardi's going to stand his ground. We have got the mangonels. Set to burn mode. Isha trying to get through that front line. The Desert Raiders really need to actually be the ones tanking here. Kiljardi, no way. There's no way. He's starting to concede ground here. The Bagisha count is down to about half of what it was, though. It's come at a high price. A lot of Japanese bodies to get through. Kiljardi is going to be forced back. So step number 1 going well for DeMu. The Izutsu now trying to deal with the castle before the cannon placements can come in. DeMu just needs to keep that Bagisha pump going. Question mark is how doable is it? The farm count is sitting at what? 35 right now. Second wave of troops coming. These are the Desert Raiders. The counter to the Bagisha. Look at how little damage they do. Oh, the health bar barely moves. It's the Spearman doing all the work. The hand cannon is as well. DeMu, only a handful of those to work with, but right now they're not being focus fired down. He's up to 18 Izutsu. Are we going full baldy, boys? I think we are. Which is kind of wild, actually, because Kiljardi's griefing himself right now, guys. The worst thing you can do is be in range mode. You need to melee into these. Remember, they got nerfed a while ago. They lost their melee armor. They kept their ranged. Pushing back against it now. So DeMu, I think, he kind of reached the ends of his limits here. Lost all the melee front line. We are going to get a remass into Spears Izutsu, but I am impressed. I've never seen Izutsu look that good in 2025. Now, admittedly, we're only 7 days in, but most of 2024, this unit looked pathetic as well. It's a good start for DeMu. And actually, Kiljardi has somehow found himself almost mirrored now in economy. It's 81 to 88. Holy crap. We are going to have more attempts at Normandy. Funnily enough, we are actually also seeing the big boy ships coming. As Zebek just got spawned. For reasons I will not be able to ever explain. But yes, there are Zebeks. There are also extra keep drops. We are still ticking down that timer. It's 3 minutes until a win. DeMu is pivoting to the south side here. Castle drop coming in from Japan. I mean, this could be a fast breakthrough. This many Izutsu, it shouldn't take long to decimate the wall. Yeah, watch this. Doink, doink. Don't know why he's doing it one by one. Just one blast. Ah, that's right. Let's hit the wall next to the wall we're hitting. The classic. Good opening here, but Kiljardi doesn't have to go far. Remember, Sacred Site's close together on this map. Elite Desert Raiders can't go melee? Wait, really? They were meleeing recently, so that must be a new bug if so. Could someone double confirm that? Because they should be able to. I've seen it plenty of times. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're smoking. They should be fine to go melee. We've seen it plenty recently. DeMu. The problem is he's gonna have to body a site, but he hasn't got the ability to do with his premium units, right? So he needs a lot of cannon fodder. Break from the wall coming in. Shivs ambitiously out. Ah, there you go. Yeah, you see that with the damage? Something's weird about Nagyari. It keeps switching between 32 and 38 damage. Oh, wait, no, that's the bannerman. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Nagyari. Weird crap. Let's put it that way. Flash coming in. Azutsu. Blitz in the keep. The Spearman line, though, he didn't put enough. Horsemen are in. And Horsemen do counter Azutsu. This is DeMu's last stand. This is the end of the road. Not enough spears in this gunfight. Who brings a cannon to a pony fight? I can't believe this. DeMu, he tried for a decap. That failed as well. Kiljardi split up the armies beautifully. And now it is undeniable. The Horseman Gangbush caught him off guard. The hand cannoneer switch is coming in. Kiljardi may have a weaker economy. I just don't see how DeMu ever gets enough together to break through. Damn. What a game. What a series, man. These were really impressive games overall. Kiljardi, a 3-1 victory. I mean, historically, going up as DeMu. DeMu has been favored, but Kiljardi begins 2025 by making a statement that this is his year. Scandinavia looking to rise up. The Finnish looking to finish. Reminding people that DeMu is an honorary Swede. He wasn't born with that beautiful complexion and those almost perfect genetics. No. Kiljardi, he bathed in the gene pool. He thrived in it. He cooked for years to make it to the top, and now he will go all the way through to the grand finals of Midweek Muster 8. And it is going to be an exciting one. I'll catch you all in that chapter. Damn. Bugged? Really? Oh, you mean... Oh, so yeah, you're talking about the eco-techs. I thought this was about the melee again. Yeah, no, the eco-techs are bugged. DeMu did have techs. Don't know if Kiljardi becoming a defensive macro player is good or bad for the scene. I mean, when you force him to play macro, he'll play macro, right? I don't feel like Kiljardi seeks it out by default. He's not that type of player. All right, we're done. Trying to think what we're going to call that. Give me a sec. Sorry, I'm just typing something quickly. Alright, there we go. So, sorry, just typing something out. Let me update the brackets, because obviously we had some things happening there. That did mean, admittedly, that we weren't able to catch the DeMu versus Mia Micah series, and obviously now that know the outcome. Apologies for that. This week has been a bit weird with scheduling. I really hope players can just get a bit better at communicating ahead of time. Sometimes it does just happen a little bit late. It's just organic. But there were a few that were a little bit weird, right? Like how we had the awkward situation where Louis, MT, ended up forfeiting, so Elyona got a default win there. But that does mean, let me just update everything so you guys can see what's happening on the results. Was DeMu versus me and Micah a 2-1 or a 2-0? I don't know, actually. I was trying to not spoil the details for me so I could see that, but I guess I'm going to have to spoil it now. What was a free game series? Okay, that's cool. So bear with me 1 second. So we just had 3-1 victory for Kiljardi. Sorry, I'm just updating this. You'll see it in a second. And what does mean our Finny boy is into the finals. Fantastic. Who knocked out Anatan? Anatan, weirdly enough, didn't sign up this week. I was a little bit surprised by that. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to enable signups to feel good practice for players because we did bring in I think 4 of the maps we have are in the EGC tournament. So I was a little bit shocked that a bunch of people didn't sign up. A bunch of the regulars anyway. Hopefully they'll realize it's actually worth doing, but I don't know. I would like to see more players signing up. It's definitely a nice thing. So hopefully, fingers crossed, next week, some of the extra regulars will return. Nice to see some new faces coming through. North of Scandinavia aren't the same thing. They sort of are. I mean, like, how to describe this? Scandinavia is a sub-region, whereas Norse is a culture? Would that be the... I think that'd be like the fair way of... probably the fair way to, like, dissect it. Right? Scandinavia is a place, Norse is a people. I think is maybe one of the easiest ways to explain that. In a 6-month series, you're bound to have players take a few... Exactly. Like, I'm not expecting players to play every week. I'm just saying I was a little bit surprised. I thought they would try and indulge this week just because there's a lot of logic in it from a good practice standpoint. But... folks, we need to do more series. So let me have a look here. Do we do some ladder games? Because I'm trying to keep an eye out. Because we should have... shouldn't really need to bump them, but I'm going to bump him. Because we do have... oh, wait, no, sorry, we've got an extra one. We've got B versus either Sass or Stopper. So, guys, we'll check out Sass versus Stopper now. Let me get the draft for that. I almost forgot about that. Sorry, Sass and Stopper. So, we've still got one more series to catch up on. And this should be a fun one, actually. What have we got? We got King of the Hill, Gorge, Dry Arabia. Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that. So, King of the Hill, Gorge. I mean, dude, that if I could just envision that being the dream for Sass. I know he likes those maps a lot. So definitely a map pool that kind of really plays into his comfort. So this series, winner of this will be going up against B in the QFs in the quarterfinals. And then, I imagine with the current scheduling format we're working towards, the winner of that will go up against Elyona in the other semi-finals. And I'd expect that to be happening on Thursday. We're going to have to see how that works with Elyona, because apparently Elyona is a true part-timer, and that means that he has to play after a lot later in the day, which would really screw things up a bit, because we usually try to be live at, like... Actually, 5 p.m. CET should work for him, so maybe we'll be okay there. But let me get the data up. We'll get ready for Sass versus Stopper. No, Beastie didn't want to play. I think Beastie in particular is having a holiday week. He's off this week, so... God. I hope my voice sounds okay. My throat's a bit roughed up. My family got me ill, believe it or not. They're on their way back today. I thought he said he was off until, like, almost the weekend. I don't know. Could have sworn he said that. Oh. Have you not noticed, by the way, that some people are streaming longer hours to try and fill the gap and take advantage of it? So, like, I just try to stream the hours we stream because, like, a little bit of advice to people who may be doing that. It's a good advantage initially, but the problem is if you always dodge someone being live, you're never going to build up your own viewership. Right? Being frequent is actually more important. All right. We almost have the full picture here. This is an important one. Stopper versus Sass. We just earlier on saw a fantastic series between Stopper and GUA. And we get to see him again. This time, English versus Shuji. This is the first Shuji pick I believe we've been treated to on King of the Hill. Curious to see what Sass is up to, because historically, English were favored in this matchup for the Lombo Rush. An opening with a deer could definitely lean into such a play. With Stopper having 6 villagers out, a Council Hall drop here can make a lot of sense. It's a very gambly all-in play, but definitely one that has a lot of reward associated with that risk. For those that are just tuning in, this is, of course, Midweek Muster number 8. Winner of this will be going up against B in the quarterfinals. Elyona is already sitting in the semifinals waiting to know his opponent. Crazy order to the bracket today. Usually we have a fluid flow of quarterfinals, semifinals, but this one's been a little bit all over the place. Kind of going to be interesting to see how different it's going to be on scheduling when we get into next week, when people obviously on the weekend are going to have other tournaments they're playing. But glad to see a lot of familiar faces still signing up week after week. Man, Juju is very interesting in this map, though. I never really thought about it, but the Meditation Garden is going to be a crap ton of wood. Oh, wait, actually... okay, that... I'm going to make new words up. That's Pogorific right there. I don't think that's enough room for a Medi Garden. It looks like that is slightly too small of a wiggle room. But maybe he can get it there. If he can get it there, that's phenomenal. It'll be 50 gold and probably about 40 wood. Stop. Chill. You're playing some English. It's all good. So I really hope this is Council Hall. Abbey of Kings would feel like a bit of a throwaway. In fact, we're going to hit the 2 times speed just the early game. Benefits catching up. Oh, it's Abbey of Kings. It's not the end of the world, but I do feel like you're skipping a really advantageous window by doing this over Council Hall. And the Medi Garden, he actually didn't go for the wood. Oh yeah, actually, I'm so focused on the wood, I'm not paying attention to this is better. 36 food, 50 gold, and 25 stone. Right now, Stopper is all chat typing, what the hell? What is this? Who is your dad and how does he work for Microsoft? Because it's actually quite luxurious. In fairness, though, looking at the other side of the map, now that I think about it, you do fairly consistently get spawns like this. So well played. A good idea by Sass. Tech up complete. A lot quicker than Stopper's. Question mark is, are we going to get fast castle or pressure? He definitely has options. 18 sheep is ridiculous. Only 9 on the other side. Remember, Stopper's been gathering on deer, so he hasn't actually had that much sheep gathering going on. Shows you how dominant of a lead it is for Sass. I think this is the wrong matchup for this strategy. Stopper's going 2 TC. And while there are many games where English are good for this, I'm not entirely convinced this is one of them. Are we getting pro scouts from Sass? It looks like it. It's kind of funny how often when you don't need pro scouts, people still go pro scouts. It's going to slow down his tech timing, but realistically, we should be looking at Sass pro scouting into fast castle. Oh, reminder off this series, I just remembered. We were going to go back and look at the Elio versus Myriad game 2, although I did accidentally reveal the results. Oops. But it looked like it was going to be a fun game, so we might actually look to fill that in. Otherwise, while we wait for the B versus winner of this series, we can always check in on some ladder games, because B's responded, he said it might take a few hours for his opponent to turn up. So Stopper's about to get the bad news that this is definitely pro scouts. TC's going to be dropped where? On the deer? This is not a bad spot, actually. I'd like to place it a little bit deeper, just so you can get the boar as an option. I think boar play is kind of underrated. English don't really do it that often, but it's definitely worth it with a spawn like this. And I think you need every little edge you can get. The problem is the walk time might be a bit too long, because we already have horsemen shuffling out. Sass, in the meantime, sending the scouts around. He's going to snatch all the goodies away. So you want at least 4 horsemen to really just send it to the king. Sass is getting those numbers up. He'll probably go maximum 5 to 6 horsemen and then look for attack. The second TC is a very defensive one for Stopper. Yeah, essentially builds it in the back of his base. Only 9 sheep to work with, and the deer is definitely not guarded. He has at least gathered a lot off of this, right? So we're going to have him clearing all but 2 of the deer. Other 2 probably get half cleared before the scouts come back. So overall, not too bad there. Stopper has alleviated some of the value from pro scouts. However, I'm not really seeing the clear picture yet. Survival Techniques is now coming in. Sass will get a much more aggressive tech timing here off of this build. Because now, Stopper, because of the lack of good food access, you're going to be seeing him adding in probably 2 to 3 farm clusters while trying to tech. I have another worry here, is every English game where English has looked good, they've white towered the high ground. How many of you think that Stopper will be able to white tower the high ground here? Let's do a check with people, because this is a little bit awkward. Like, your opponent is the one fielding aggression. You're nowhere near the sacred site. So you don't have that oppression point that usually gives English a very big edge. You were going to play OE4, but when you saw Sass playing, you had to watch. Well, you want to hang around. As much as I love to see more people playing OE4, you might want to just hang around the whole session. Because we got Sass versus Stopper, potentially 3 games there, and then obviously we're looking for B versus the winner of this afterwards. Sass would definitely be the favored participant here, right? Like, you know, seeding-wise, performance-wise in tournaments. I'd never discount Stopper. I'd have to discount him in this first game, though. This is looking pretty brutal. Farms are getting set up now. Interesting kind of little staggered overlap here. I mean, it's 1 farm difference. It's inefficiency. It's not the biggest of deals. There's bigger problems that exist in Stopper's build. So we actually have Stopper in chat, and I'm wondering if he feels this as well. Did you catch what I said about the council opening? What do you think about that? This is cool. This is one of the things that I think can make it interesting to have a mixture of live and like recorded games really fun. Because you can get the players' insights. I think this map and this matchup rewards council a lot. Or you 1TC Fast Castle. I'm not convinced by 2TC. Especially against likely pro scouts. Shadow Monastery is now coming through. We also have Dali Horses. Till little food found. So you felt you need to go 2TC because you didn't have food? I mean, you had deer, right? I thought you were going to build the council here and just go for an all-in push. Either way, it looks rough now. Stopper has at least started to stockpile for his own castle age, but the night pump is going to be fast. Remember, supervision gets them out every 14 seconds. And wow, is he double supervising? Yeah, Sass knows his timing as well. And we get back our gamble points? No, I'm going to hold them and accrue interest. There you go. Die horses. Might be able to get the king, but Stopper actually boldly steps up at the end. Spears are now coming. So I don't think Stopper is going to die in like the next 2 minutes, but I don't think Stopper is going to get out of the corner. Now they say nobody puts baby in the corner. This baby didn't just get put in the corner. He had a dummy slapped in his mouth. He got put in a little container. No one can hear him scream anymore. It's very quiet, but also very dark. But I'm going to hit the speed up a little bit here. So, what is the win condition for Stopper to get back into this? Massive Spears isn't bad. You can get into the next stage with that. The problem is he's not massing Spears. He's trying to discount his way into Castle. This dive is coming at the worst possible time for Stopper. Undermesh level 1's in. No steel arrow on the other side. CCs are not going to kill these fast. Spearman at least focus firing down a few of these troopers, but the amount of lances coming in, yeah, there you go. Stopper realizes that he needs a lot more spears. He's at least going to be able to peel away, but the villagers will not be so lucky. No textiles, so quick to die. Sacred Site also now locked in as Sass is returning relics. I mean, I just don't see a way here. It's double racks production against Castle's Lancers, right? If this was like a normal Civ that didn't have ramp production, I could see it. But it's the double production speed that just makes Shuji so obnoxious here. Too many villagers going down. I mean, Stopper, he doesn't even have food gathering anymore. He'd have to switch berries. Like, right now, this is painful to watch, man. He's 18 food short of being able to build a white tower. Runs through the other side. Looks like he actually did get the final drop-off. Okay, so white tower's coming up, but this is a really bad position for a white tower. He's going to lose more villages as well. No. I mean, you might get this landmark up, but what does this protect? In fairness, you can gather 2,400 stone to build more castles to actually protect you. But after these guys really build this, realistically, what they need to do is go back into the base where the Lancers don't care. So tech up complete, but funnily enough, after that 2 TC opening, Stopper is now a villager behind. And these farms should become inoperable for almost the entire rest of this game, I think. Sass has slowed down his pump a little. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a switch. He definitely hasn't run out of resources. Remember, he has got that Sacred Site timer ticking. So he isn't necessarily in a rush to end it to the same degree his opponent has to be. I'm trying to think if Stopper has a good draft for the rest of the series, actually. He got Byzantines, in fairness, guys. Sass has what? Chinese, French, Malians? Problem is, like, Biz has to definitely be Dry Arabia, so Stopper's likely to pick that next. I wouldn't expect them on Gorge with these potential picks. Maybe we're going to be seeing French versus Biz or Chinese versus Biz. Historically, Chinese versus Biz has been very good for Byzantines. And if it seems like I'm prematurely focusing on map number 2, I don't think I am. Like, Stopper is just going to try to blunt force his way into a later phase of the game, but unless he can get a decap, that's never going to work. I mean, even if he can get a decap, we're either seeing a keep drop or a TC from Sass soon. Why is he moving them in and out? He thinks there's more value to keep them alive, to keep idling, rather than committing them fully. And now the time is getting low enough that I think Sass is just going to focus on the Sacred Site entirely. We're going to hit the fast forward. Man, still no veterancy on the Spearman either. Stopper needs to fix the gold issue. He's so busy prioritizing crossbows, he's not just making his Spearman better. And no wave comes in. Uh-oh. I think we're pretty dead. You can whistle Royal Britannia to yourself all you want. It's not going to change the outcome here. This is too many Lancers. Well, the good news is Stop at least gets the second shot. Kind of rough to watch as well, man. Like, his series against GUA, really interesting, really back and forth, but this opening game does not bode well for him. Sass just looks dominant. Back to the fast forwards. I mean, usually a crotch stomping like this has a safe word, but I don't think we actually prepped one for this. Oh, the safe word's GG, that's right. If it makes like 50 crossbows you can hold, the game will be over before you have 50 crossbows. Like, look at the Sacred Site timing needs to be addressed. You can't go for the best unit to win the game. You need to go for something that gets you blocking the Sacred Site. This is the thing. Sass can just make monkey noises and keep diving now. I mean, he did at least fix his farms at the end. He just had to build like extra farm clusters after losing the ones that weren't protected. Oh, man. I'm just going to go 4x for Stopper's sanity here. I mean, this game is really over. There's like maybe a 2% chance Stopper can win. Even if Sass had just waited on the Sacred Site, he would have transitioned crossbows, right? Lancer crossbows would have won that fight. Let him cook. Mate, there's cooked and then there's burnt, all right? This is not medium rare. It's not medium. It's well and truly done. Not even well done. It's burnt. If it gets any more cooked than this, you'll literally be eating charcoal. I'm just, for his true sanity, there we go. Game 1 done. All right, let's see if we can turn it around too. Oof. A brutal beginning for Mr. Sassy. For Mr. Stopper. Safe word is stop off. God. You had to, didn't you? God damn it. I don't blame you. Ah, my throat is really rough. Let me just double check. Nice Cuban chain. I don't know what Cuban chain is, but thank you. Yeah, these are just from my grandparents. Never without them. Always wearing them. Why did I quit being a software dev? It wasn't making me happy at all. Not even remotely. Pay is good. You can make a lot of money, but there are multiple ways you can make money in life. Happiness matters a lot. I became a software dev because I liked creating. So I actually have a bachelor's arts degree in computer games design. So proficient coder, proficient 3D modeler, etc. And I love gaming, right? So it just inherently made sense. So I wanted to become a game developer because I wanted to immerse people in experiences. I wanted to give them worlds to escape to and memories to make. That was my justification. And being a blue chip software developer, working in SharePoint and crap like that does not make immersive experiences. It doesn't make someone's day. It doesn't make it magical, special, even remotely. So it was very easy for me to say I wanted out of that life. I was just stuck and didn't have a way. So esports kind of fell into my lap. Unexpectedly, I gained a lot of traction in Dota 2. And as my contract at my current job at that time was running out, being a caster picked up. It was very unexpected. I'd been streaming before that for a long time, but like, you know, hadn't reached a point of that being full-time or whatever. So yeah, what I realized down the line is that all those things I described I wanted to do as a game developer, the creativity, the experiences, putting a smile on someone's face, making their day, helping improve it, creating strong narratively binded worlds, etc. All those things were something I could do as a developer. Sorry, as a caster. Sorry, I had to check some background. So, to answer the question in chat, the reason why I stopped being a software dev is I realized all the things I wanted to do, that I want from my job, that would make me happy, that would make me feel fulfilled, I could get by being a content creator and a caster/host. And that is why KP is where he is in 2025. A year that I hope and believe we are truly going to make ours. The question is, who's going to make this their series? Sass just stomped the heart out of Stopper in game 1. To the point he was going, stop, stop. Now we head into game 2. Malians versus Byzantines on Gorge. We're going to hit the fast forward for the early game here. Interesting matchup, actually. Byzantines is usually really good against Malians for the all-in. I think this is very powerful, actually. So we've seen this a few times. On this map in particular, Byzantines going longbow rush into a RAM play can ruin Malians. The reason is that Kyro Siphons are super effective against the pit mine area. You're able to torch potentially 3 buildings at once between the pit mine and the houses. I'm hoping that's where Stop wants to go with this. He needs to get back in the series. Otherwise, Sassy's going to get the opportunity to hunker down and go for that classic big boy cattle build. Feel you do better working as an enterprise software developer and being a game dev as a hobby? There's a logic to that. So for the recording, because we were just talking about beforehand, I chose something I love doing over just making loads of money. I actually think that if I do this thing right and I'm good at it, I can make a lot of money eventually anyway, right? I definitely could have made money quicker by staying as a software dev. But for me, I realized, you know, if I have these jobs, these careers, I'm going to spend more time at work with the people I work with and the people I love. I'm going to spend more time doing this thing. So I wanted it to be something I love doing. That was very important for me. And I realized at the core of it, what I am, what I love being, what I'm good at, I think so, is being an entertainer. You know? So I wanted to put those skills to full use. Hence, here we are, doing what we do. You want to leave your software dev job, but I still need the money? Yeah, I mean, like, so the big thing for me, I think it's really dumb. And wow, that was vicious. Are you kidding me? That's a huge snatch. Sass is loving life right now. This is probably Pro Scouts, and he's already now got 14 sheep compared to the 10. Huge deal there. But, you know, as we got a little bit of a lull period, we can talk more about the software dev job thing. In my job as software dev, I hated my job so much that I saved all the money I possibly could. And that set me up to go full-time as an esports commentator and to eventually like look to go full-time as a content creator, right? Because I couldn't bring myself to unnecessarily spend a penny. I'm not even exaggerating. Like when I was a software dev, if I had to pay for something, my brain would be like, that cost me this many hours of my life. I wasn't mathing the cost of things in cash anymore. I was mathing the cost of things in hours of my life lost. That is when you know you're in a really bad place. There is a pragmatic element to calculating hours into currency, but what I was doing was just spiraling depression. So yeah, I think I've talked about this a few times on the stream before. Like when I was in that dev job, I was deep depression. I didn't realize it until afterwards. Like, I imagine this game being more grayscale than vibrant colors. That's how I viewed the world. Glad to say I see it in full vibrancy now. It's like Pro Scouts is coming in six. Sass is going to go for the snatch and grab. We got 2TC out of Stopper, and I'm a little bit perplexed, man. I mean, dude, we've been seeing a lot of 2TC reactions to Pro Scouts, and I'm not impressed by the 2TC. Pro Scouts just seems to be paying off a lot more. Doing what you like makes a world of difference. Agreed. Like, you know, find a way that you think is valid that you contribute, right? Glad to see you on the other side. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, like, I mean, dude, I streamed back then as well. For those who don't know, what really made everything so stressful is, like, I was working a 9 to 5, and then I was streaming 7 to 8 hours a day as well. So, yeah, I've been a streamer since 2013, 2014? I think 2014. No, sorry, no, 2016, I think. 2015 and 2016. And I would legit stream 8 hours a day, work 8 hours a day, and then travel back and forth to work, which is another 2 hours. So I was averaging, for a year and a half, about maybe 2 hours of sleep a night. I do not recommend. It's insanely unhealthy. I still question to this day whether I done some permanent damage to my body, like brain damage or anything else. I mean, this is the weird thing. Like, you wouldn't even know necessarily if you brain damaged yourself. Do you get what I mean? Right? Nice grab there with the Horseman. So Stopper is playing into the Horseman Lombos we talked about. It's just he's lost his tempo because he went 2TC. Yeah, we will keep referencing the game a little bit between these talks. We have got the Ranchers coming in, so it's looking more and more like we're going to be moving towards Fulani. The sofa detail is pretty cool. It's a good counter to the Lombos, good way of dealing with Horsemen. We do have Spears on the way as well. But yeah, you know, surprised no one took the cheap shot about brain damage, by the way. Like, of course you are, KP. But yeah, so for me, you know, if you wouldn't know if you were brain damaged, you really wouldn't. Like, because when someone hears the word brain damage, they're like, oh my god, you mean, like, you're a vegetable, you're in a coma, like, you know, nothing, what, the extremes. But, like, brain damage comes in different levels, right? So, yeah, I've always wondered about that. But then again, everyone's psychology is weird in a different way. I seem to be functional enough to do my job, so it works out nicely. But yes, the TLDR is find a way to work towards what you want to do in life, but don't let it come at the extreme sacrifice of your health. Oh. This is interesting, though. Having, like, sofa massing up. Not really your usual? I do like it, though. I've talked about this before, that I think sofa play in Feudal Age is underrated. They're very powerful units in the early phase of the game when used right. And what is up, Xlav? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. The Stopper is coming with the pressure that we talked about. My only concern is whether he's waited too long. Javelin counter is now coming through to reveal itself. You've already got enough sofa to block the play into Horseman. If Stopper just bodies with more Limitane, there is a way. In fact, there is an argument that maybe Sass would be better off going Archers himself. Doesn't want to do it though, right? Like, think about what Malians get a lot of. It's gold and food, so you want to be putting that into Javs. Don't know what about Limitane, Sofa when they're Limitane. You just don't fight them. Like, Sass, if he goes and dives into the enemy base right now, this is very smart. Just needs to time it right and find the correct entry point. You don't want to be anywhere near a garrisonable location, right? Like, if you dive in the primary TC, it'd be bad. But the Seek Shot might actually be really bad for Stopper. The classic griefing himself. Doesn't activate the Akratoy either. Yeah, that would have been huge. The extra armor, a wall will at least be able to save him. But the undermesh is already there. Well played by Sass to realize that was going to be necessary. The counter dive is coming in, but it's a force dive, and it means it's expensive for Stopper. Oversteps the mark. Limitane count down to 4 in the offensive. Javelins are whittling away at that Archer backline. Archers are now coming through, so we're getting what we want out of Sass. We're giving him a little bit more of a stable defense here. Stopper, a big miss macro, 1,000 gold. What? Okay, something went severely wrong here. Stopper might just have to marketplace and sell. I don't like the idea of holding on to 1,000 surplus gold for like the next 2 minutes. You can say it eventually balances itself out, but an aggressive castle time would be advantageous here. Because if you let it organically fix itself now, it's going to be Fulani. Right? We can already see that Sass has extra cattle waiting to be bundled together. I think this is Fulani still. I mean, it easily looks like it, right? It would be cool to see a Farimba switch up, but I just don't think you need it here. I love that Sassy is actually bodying with archers as well. The problem for Stopper is he can't mirror with longbows. Remember, you're very limited in the early mid-game with Byzantines. You're all about timing, specific windows where you have the number advantage. And we're past that window, remember, that the big golden one, the golden price of Byzantines is usually about 9 to 10 minutes. That's with 1 TC, then going fast castle. Obviously, he skewed his timings here by going for 2 TC. Now, Polovka towards the Grand Warren location, so if there was an intent to get more olive groves, it's not going to work out. He does have food gathering to the south side, but it's deer. Same as that second TC. Going for the deer is sacrificing your ability to pump more mercs. Mercs that would be very valuable now, considering your opponent pivoted archers. Horsemen are at least keeping back the reinforcements, right? But I don't think this is to the detriment of Sass. He is going to be able to get ready for the Fulani drop. Golden Horn Tower is on the way. Doesn't look like it's been scouted, but I imagine at this stage Sass is getting suspicious because his opponent isn't fighting him. Alright, 1's if you think Sass is going to win this game. 2's if you think Stopper is going to take us all the way to a 3rd. Does look a little bit tricky right now for Stopper. He'll have a slight age-up advantage, but then again, Sass could maybe just rush this with 10 to 11 to almost mirror the timing. We are getting Rax's prepped as well, so it looks like we are going to be seeing massive moves for Fadi Flood. Really smart choice, considering that Stopper is lightly going for Angame with this build. What would be crafty is if instead he went Cataphracts. is theoretically possible. You'd be starving a little bit on the food side of things. It's very expensive, right? Like, you know, you could be paying 180, or you could just be paying 90. Like, getting 2 Varangians for the price of Cataphract is pretty wild. And you do need to blob against Malians. Malians tend to win their games based on quantity over quality. The Sophas definitely lean an element of quality, but it's all about having enough numbers to blob your opponent. Tech Up comes out. Stopper is 23 villages ahead. And remember, that is going to balance them out. So when the Fulani completes, they're going to be neck and neck on economy. So like I said, by no means over. And we do actually have Varangian and Cataphracts coming. The weird part to me is, like, usually I would back the idea of 2TC against Malians. I get why Stopper done it. Like, we've talked about on this channel so much. But on Gorge in particular, and against Malians as Byzantines, like I said, there's just so much value out the Kyro Siphon opening. I was a little bit surprised we didn't see it this game. A little bit poke coming in. Sass is going to have to back away. Doesn't want to lose the Sofas. He wants to get the veterancies in. How did Kiljardi DeMu finish? Oh, it was a banger. Recommend checking it out. We're now checking in on the Sassy Stopper, game number 2. Winner of this, of course, is going to be going up against B, and I can confirm that is happening at 20 GMT. When you play Malian died to Catalan's-necked, it's pretty powerful, but like the logic there, and this is why Byzantines, I guess you could just play them castle instead of the feudal one I talked about, is the logic is if you go Western Contract, your opponent can't go Donzos, so you aren't blocked, right? Because if you can't go Donzos, then like Cataphracts just run you through. And then it also feels really weird as a Malian player because you don't have crossbows to counter the Cataphracts either. So yeah, there's like, I guess you can play Byzantines deeper in the game. It's just, historically, you don't need to go Castle Age. You can just end this in feudal. Pit mine's looking good as well, man. Sass, he has at least blurred his income to Mirror. He does need to get that final pit mine up. Right, Horsemen are going to be raiding over there, so good time if you stop it actually get some damage done. Counter raided should be more impactful. Remember, these are now veteran Sofa. Port armor's already in. Very chunky boys. So we're at least going to start finding the houses, so a little bit of damage to be done there. 3 days of being snowed in. What is a snow in? I'm British. That must mean 1 inch of snow, I guess? Oh, my commiserations, mate. Bloody annoying weather. Okay, so Stopper did actually get extra farms up here. I do believe we have a stabilized Byzantine player. Sass might want to consider 2TC at this rate. He's not really achieving the Zerg advantage, you know? But he did at least lean the quality we talked about. Like, there is a quality element, and that is Sofa. Problem is, your opponent is the Byzantines. Limitane is so easy to blob, and so effective as well because of the teardrop shields. Right, remember, that's the tech that gives you the extra movement speed, 15% on Limitane. Which, quite frankly, I still think is insane to this day because it makes you as fast as Sofa when you're charging after them. Relic's now being targeted as well, so Stopper will be able to secure, what, probably 3 relics here? Good position on the north side to do so. Definitely a bit of a generous spawn in that regard. 4 relics north side means pressure is important here. Ability to take the main fight is critical. I worry for Sass is that the archers won't clear these Limitane fast enough. Interesting, more horsemen coming in from Stopper. Not your usual Byzantine build. I was a little bit surprised we didn't get more Cataphracts. I still am surprised, actually. Definitely an expensive unit. I think Stopper is just trying to mirror the blob. Logic being is he doesn't want to get overwhelmed by raw number, right? So that's pretty creative, actually. Most players would have just went Cata spam. But it takes just so much longer, right? It's double the production time, over double the cost. See if it actually pays off for him. And Sofas get completely blocked by a single Cataphract. We do have Military Academy on the way. Okay, so Sass is committing to the Zerg. The eco lead has become a problem, though. For a game where we're probably talking about close to a 50-50 split on Relics, and by close, I mean as close as you can get, right? 3-2 split. Sass is now seeing Fulani fall off. The good news for Sass is if the game goes late enough, Fulani is a very big edge, remember, because it's just extra economy in a game where you're raw pop capped. He's going to have to survive for about 10 minutes to realize that. Flash coming in. One of the most ideal of fights for Sass to get caught doing. Javelin's overextending, trying to trade out against the Lombo. So good fight found for Stopper. One that he needs because Sass starting to get the numbers together. Wave after wave on the flanks now. Sofa's moving into the farms. Okay, this is where things could get a little bit shaky for Stopper. His army is not mobile. In fact, I'm pretty sure he still doesn't have teardrop shields. No. Big mistake made there. These Limitane would be able to mirror these raids if he had that tech. And wow, Akrator as well. Well played. He needs all the help he can get. It's not the prettiest defense. It looks like it is at least working. Great utilization of that toolkit. Gets the extra melee armor, gets extra damage. Take out the raiding cav. Actually, did he lose that much for it? I think maybe was it 6 to 8 on the backside. Maximum could have been a lot worse. Sass has at least shrunk that eco lead to basically within about 20. So Fulani is still now balancing him out. Relic's situation is actually looking like Sass is going to end up with the 3-2 advantage. Why Varangian? Archers more than anything, I'd say. Like, poisons can kill you, sure, but it's not just guaranteed to just ruin you as fast as you think. It's also... Against the Donzo is not a terrible choice. Like, what else would you build here, right? Like, Stopper has enough farms now where Landsnet can at least work, but... What would you build instead? I mean, Cataphracts would be good for raiding. I think Stopper's in a weird position where he's thinking about the main fight. So getting a bunch of Limitane and then layering in crap tons of Landsnet is a pretty smart winning play. Especially now that scouts are coming out. Sass is just trying to counter the pack line. Oh wait, where did the UI go? What the hell? We're back. Is that okay, getting something for free and then moaning about the quality of it? Never seen that. Backstab from Sass. This is a really good fight for him. Stopper, I think you misread this. Wait, he's not even paying attention! Sass is like, wait, is he baiting me? No, he's legit just not looking. Cataphract are going to dive past. Archers should be able to kite this out. The Sofa are now arriving back here. We have got a ripple of troops into the back line that can find some important eco kills. In fact, we've got workers running through the battlefield right now. Sass, a little bit of a missed micro on his economy, but a complete advantage in that fight. Stopper, I can't believe that, man. An expensive loss here, right? Now, he does have the economy to rebolster, but Sassy is starting to get what he needs. I am back. Did anyone miss me? Who are you? No, kidding. All right, one's if you think Sass is going to win this, two's if you think Stopper's taking it. Since he has 30 Lombos, putting all the food on Caddis makes sense. Sort of. I get why he's going Limitane. Like I said before, the logic here is he is in a race of quantity. If they were 200 pop, then yes, you could go Caddis instead. And mass Caddis. Because Cataphracts are very pop efficient. But scaling them is not efficient. They take a long time to do so. And whenever you play against Malians, the biggest threat you have is, oh my god, he's going to have 3 times more troops than me. Okay, I see we've reached the oversharing part of chat tonight. Is Stopper intentionally just hunkering now? I mean, it doesn't look like he's thinking about Imperial, but it's going to happen at this rate now that he's pop caps, right? If he doesn't start moving out to trade, he could go Imperial on this. What's the value play, though? I guess Limitane into Elite Tech. Teardrop Shields is still not there, though, right? And okay, he has got it now. Yeah, so you could just lean on Limitane. If he's thinking about Imperial, it's going to have to be Palatine score from this position. I don't think Foreign Engineering Company has as much value as it used to with the Nest of these moves. It's still decent for the longbows, because volley is pretty sick. Lance Tech, I just don't think is that good with the Foreign Engineering Company. So then you got to ask, like, do you think Lombos are your win condition against Malians? They can be against Gunners. The big problem is the now, and the now is all about Sofa and Archers. It feels like this is going to be Palatine. The scary spot for him is the moment he techs up, Sass will commit. Remember, Sass, he's got such a small economy, he can bloat military a lot bigger. Men-at-Arms, crossbows, your favorite units against Malis? Makes a lot of sense. Crossbows, good all-arounder, good counter Sofa. And the Varangian are chunky enough. Also, the cool thing about Varangian is if your opponent ever shows weakness, you can berserk to just overwhelm. Good defense from Stopper, a necessary one as well. Sass is going to get pushed back, and funnily enough, our CIS player looks like he's getting ready for an age-up, even though he's having to push out like this. Yo, what's up, Standard? Thank you very much, mate. Carrying AoE for my shoulders. I don't know about that. Glad people are enjoying the midweek musters, though. Thank you, thank you. I was like, my daughter's got me ill, my throat is half dead, but we must cast. It is necessary. Stopper. Is he getting grinded down, or is he doing the grinding here? He has been forced to reinvest the resources, so Imperial is going to get delayed. It feels like it's not enough front line, though. Stopper, where are all the spears? Right, there's only 11 here. So a lot are queued up and on the way, but not in the fight just yet. Archers aren't going to be able to trade out with that back line, but the Mangoes are making this problematic. Sassy is going to have to give way. I think he forced this a little bit too hard. I mean, in fairness, he needed to, right? If Stopper got Imperial Age, his curtain's closed, you wouldn't be able to mirror. But now you have an awkward defense ahead. If Stopper senses it, if he's like a shark with blood in the water on this, just dives on in, he could do irreparable damage. I mean, he can't slow roll this, though. Like, my worry now is he's going to be, oh, Imperial Age is good. Sass no front line versus 2 Mangoes? Guys, come on. If there's like multi-Mangoes, what you want to do is you want to build more Mangoes than your opponent. Do you not know the current meta in AoE 4? If I saw my opponent has 5 Mangoes, I build 8. If he has 8, I build 10. If he has a 12, I'll build 15. Oh wait, we're not in Imperial yet. That's right. Mangoes are kind of pathetic. Will I be casting the Beastie Shower? What is the... What? Yes, across on P-Hub. Wait, what? Flash coming in. Sass. Is he going to get this? No, there's no way. Lombos are sniping him out. Villagers won't be able to build that up. I mean, this game is looking pretty rough right now for Sass. He's trying to play the Mango game with the choke points. Sofa count is still really good, though. And there's a big problem here. Stopper. Where are the Limitane? Uh-oh. I think he might not have been shield balling here. He definitely wasn't producing. Stop with the overextension. It's going to get pushed back. Damn, well played by Sass. Boom, mistake made there. Stopper apparently just didn't have the full production. I mean, this is a classic issue of Byzantine players. They build around the systems, they build it far back. They don't have forward-moving production. This type of push is always hard to pull off for that reason, unless your opponent is raw out of resources. Sass stays alive, pushes him back. Has got mass gathering over here into the keep now, so plenty of food income for him. And Stopper, I think, has just tapped a gold vein. He's got 42 idle villages right now. Where? Oh, there it is. Yes, a little bit of a gap on the gathering. But we are going to be seeing Imperial Age. So although it was a little bit of a throwaway on that dive from Stopper, he's still going to get the Age up. He does have a bigger army in the Sass. And no gulpers in this game. Get that cringe crap out. Golden Horn Tower all the way. Wait, what? He went for an engineering company. Okay, so one thing we did highlight, like how this is useful, is that the foreign engineering company is going to give him the volley, which will wipe Musafati gunners in the late game. I do feel like there is a window with Palatine School to end the game at the start of Imperial. This is more advantageous than a delayed Imperial. But the problem with this type of play is like there's potentially more wind in Sass's sail if we go into deep Imperial now. Because although longbows can counter gunners, without volley they don't counter them insanely well. Right? It's not like an insta wipe. Oh, sorry, other way around. Yeah. So, like, wait, my brain, dude. I need to eat. So, yeah, foreign engineering company, deep in, he's going to be good. But in the interim, Sass gets catch-up opportunity. Because the Palatine would flood you, right? Like, the Palatine would have a regurgitation of troops that never ends. So, I think Stopper has done that classic move where he's, like, thinking about the hyper late game and it being better to go foreign engineering company. I forgot what the other landmark was. The Palatine School is the one that has a chance to produce your unique Byzantine units for free whenever you produce them. So you can get Cataphracts for free, you can get Limitane for free, you can get Varangian for free. It is a tempo-based landmark. It's also an outrageously RNG landmark. Because technically, you could build a Palatine School, queue 10 Cataphracts, and get 10 Cataphracts for free. And yes, thank you, Kara7 as well. I think that is something that I still don't like that Byzantine's landmark does. It's really dumb because you are inherently making the Imperial Age ultra RNG. Because although it's statistically very unlikely that someone would get 10 Cataphracts for free at the beginning of a tech up, they could, and if they did, they basically would have got their Imperial play refunded entirely. Fish coming in from Stopper. Got a little bit of a trade out here. So Stopper's getting blocked on the gold. Sass still hasn't aged up. This is really important. He understands that although elite techs can be realized, the uni techs are going to be too expensive. He just wants to try and deny his opponent, buy enough time. Sass looks like he's almost ready for his own tech up. Remember, he did go 2 TC to Inflame. And yeah, to mention that was pain to me, man. Like, actually, this is one of those situations where raiding your opponent helped him. Because he pulled the villagers away from just scrambling on top of each other. Pushes coming in, volley did just get activated. Mangoes are going to be trading out. However, the Mango advantage is there for Sass. I think Stopper's just kind of stuck in a fight that shouldn't end well. He's at least targeting down the archers, but just a few so far. Should be enough to cut through this. And more than a few, we've got the Warrior Scouts coming in. Good timing to arrive there. Sass is going to get the cleanup, able to protect his economy. He has been forced to play the Age again, so Stopper is still getting an advantage out of this. My worry is gold. Gorge is one of those brutal maps for just immediately going from 100,000 gold access to no gold access fast because of how wide you have to play. So someone to just keep an eye on here is like Stopper. If this game goes a little bit too long, he's going to have to build trade. Sofas actually might fight. There's no way he's just going to walk over there, right? Okay, actually he's not. I'm kind of surprised. So, a little bit shocked that Sass didn't check for that. We're 33 minutes into the game. In fairness, he did just see his opponent down here on the gold, but also he raided it, so his opponent might get paranoid. Like, we have gold vision, we can forgive it, but it definitely would have been worth it for Sass to send one scout up, because if he'd found 22 villagers here, that would have been the entire eco lead gone. Byzantine army right now is sitting in the center. I don't know what the plan is here. He's not really full on defending the gold. And he also has gaps in the walls everywhere. Stopper just trying to subscribe to the Louis MT way of playing. And no one does it quite like Louis. Yeah, we have got walls coming up to segment the map, but not quick enough. Warrior Scouts are going to be able to find their way in. Decent base damage as well, 11 per strike. And still no textiles from Stopper. Wait, hold on a sec. I think Sass knows. Oh no. And yes, Warrior Scouts are like horsemen, but much cheaper. Less potent, but damn are they spammable. Sass, he knows. So Stopper is about to get gold stuff when he's trying to prior gold as an investment here. He's going crossbows. Dive comes in. His own army is on the offensive, but a lot slower here. They're trying to run away. Thought the Huntress is being prepped and dropped by Sass. And he's going to secure the gold vein on the east side. In the meantime, also raid to the back of the base. We have got a gold blocker over here. Stopper is going to be forced onto food and wood only. At least have a counterattack coming up. Dude, can we just agree this is one of the more wild Gorge games? There is so much flank attack going from both players. Usually you get a full wall up, you get a focus in the center, and then whoever has the better static army tends to draw out a win the deeper the game goes. We've got dynamic play by both players on the flanks into Imperial. Damn, has this paid off for Sassy. Stopper's entire villager lead is gone. Neck and neck in the game now, although the military advantage is big. Stopper needs to find some permanent damage. Right now, the Mangoes are creeping up behind him, and this worries me because Stopper doesn't actually have an easy way of dealing with the Mangoes. Only 4 these cataphracts. Oh my dear God. Okay, I'm just going to put it out there. I wouldn't want to be a villager in either y'all's empires. Admittedly, living in Sassy's would be much safer. I feel like Stopper would just sell me to wolves for a loaf of bread, though. 102 worker kills in this game now. One side, 40 on the other. I like to imagine that this is what being a Byzantine citizen was like when they were reduced down to just Constantinople and being sieged by the Ottomans. Like, yeah, you 20 people can go rebuild that wall. Sire, they're assaulting the wall. Just go rebuild it. That's fine. You know, like, either you build it with bricks or you build it with your bodies, but either way we get a wall. Sir, please. So tech out complete. I mean, Sass, he's been keeping up and being competitive while Castle Age. What happens now with the Imperial? We're going to have all that passive gold generating. He's got relic advantage as well. We talked about a necessity to go trade. That's still not here for Stopper. And Sass is now setting up an outpost so that he knows if it happens. What's better, Malian passive gold or olive oil? Olive oil. Depends on like your contract, right? But the generation can be much higher because you can just body up to like 80 food workers and get over 800 olive oil a minute, right? But there is a trade-off. And that trade-off is Malians are very good at getting gold actively, right? So like, what's better, Malian gold late game or olive oil late game? Gold because you add in traders. And that's when things get nutty. Stopper at it again on the same side. I don't think he even knows about what's happening on this east side. And there we go. Sass, we talked about the order of Gorge. He's trying to restore it now. We've got stone walls coming in. Important as well because he could go for a sacred site victory here. Isn't Mir, is this slipping from Stopper? He does still have the foreign engineering company. He'll definitely want that to get through these walls. Hilariously, we have not seen a single use of it so far in this game. So he pretty much just chose the tech to get his upgrades on his longbows. Both trade, I still prefer Byzantine trade due to oil. Mali does not have a Saharan trade network. Well, Malians get a lot of extra gold from toll outposts though, right? The weird thing about Byzantine trade is like, yes, you get olive oil as well, but like, you already have ways of getting a lot of olive oil with farms, right? I guess you can spam a lot more olive oil. It's not terrible per se. And like, we have to remember he has access to Streltsy now, which would be phenomenal against gunners. But now though, Sass is just prioritizing precision training. psychology is coming from Stop. I mean, I'm just looking at this, and I want to believe that Stopper can win. But we've seen him with double the military multiple times and unable to close. Sacred Sites are locked in. Realistically, that's something that Stopper should be aiming for here. The cool thing about controlling Sacred Sites is you'd then be able to trade, and your opponent would not be able to trade. Remember, the balance of Gorge is really cool, is quite often you get these trade post spawns that are slap bang next to a Sacred Site. And finally, we are getting the siege we asked for. So Raw Cannon's on the way. This is going to be the break force point. He needs to just breach through the base. That's the only way it's going to happen. Is Lumitania running? Yeah, they're sponsored by Insert Sneaker Brad. I'm not giving you guys that for free. Sponsor me. Alright, I think we're deep enough we can do another check. One's if you think Sass is going to win. Two's if you think Stopper's going to have it. I mean, it looks really good for Stopper, or at least it did a minute ago. Sass is catching up on the population now. I'm also worried about this. One thing that I think really sucks for the Byzantines with the Foreign Engineering Company build is you are inclined to go to nested bees. And that's bad. Mangoes are better at this stage, right? So you could go adjustable crossbars. It's not that Byzantines can't. It's just that it feels so much more efficient to get your siege via the Foreign Engineering Company. Like, I actually think with the siege change, Foreign Engineering Company is a bait now. It's good for the unit upgrades you get, like the volley. It sucks if you ever need to rely on nested bees, though. Like, to me, nested bees now, with this build, is an attritional war game. You're playing an attritional war against one of the best civs, man. Like, Malians, they've got the Fulani, right? They've got a bigger economy. They've got many more villages now, especially with this raid hitting. Backstab coming in, and no! He's stuck against the wall! What? Mango's moving in. Stopper tries to discombobulate the formation. The only upside right now is no adjustable crossbars. He needs to adjust his approach to this game. Constantly, we've been seeing him trying to edge in on this north side, and constantly, Sassy has been catching him with these backstabs. Has at least got a second wave shuffling in on the east side. Plenty of troops in reserve for sure, but right now it just feels like Sass, with a smaller army, is taking the fights that matter where they matter most. So he's even shuffling in to find a few reinforcing units. We'll be able to find the siege. How much gold does Sass have left? We've got 3k here. And he's also over here. Okay, so 3k is enough to get you adjustable crossbars. Would be justified here. And yeah, Sass has 2 TC. Meanwhile, Stopper, remember he opened 2 TC. Sass went 2 TC deep in castle quickly. Now the gun is starting to arrive. I mean, the problem is that Stopper doesn't have any gunpowder. I mean, he'd need gold for that, right? This guy's poorer than Oliver Twist. They've got 200 gold left on the map. No income. I just don't see a way now. If he can get trade set up, sure, but he's trying now. The issue is you're going to have to trade really badly for it, right? Because you're going to need quite a bit of gold to get that revved up. Not just that. Welcome to the Doom point. Stopper is playing like a weird poor man's China in a way, right? Because he's going to be thinking STBs. He's been thinking STBs, and it's going to be his down point. It's very interesting to have a game cast with the players in chat. That's what I was saying. I think it's kind of interesting, right? Because, like, this is the thing. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's just live. It's like, it doesn't always have to be live. I mean, one, have you watched it? But two, there's also the cool insights you get. Because it's very rare that you're able to get the player's thought process outside of, like, a winner interview on the Grand Finals, right? There's, like, no Stopper. Looking back at this game, I'm curious what his takeaway is. It's crazy, actually. He's got a huge military force, but I want to try and hone in on that, right? Like, it kind of feels like Stopper's disadvantage here is he didn't play Gorge for what it was when he had map control. He didn't wall the map. He didn't then funnel attacks into one point. He allowed Sass to play wide. Like, I can't believe I'm looking at a game where one player has 130 military and one has 50. And I'm still backing the guy with 50. And it's because Stopper is, in some cases, overreacted to these raids because he didn't have walls. He's got all this military advantage. It's just never all targeted in one location. We had that one attempt down the center that got stopped by a keep and 2 mangoes, right? And now we've got the trade that we've been waiting for from Sass. This is what's going to make this impossible. He's got 10 traders already online. They've got the tolls to give the extra gold on the way. And by organically, naturally, they're getting, like, what, 76 each way? Just that, even silk bowstrings on the way. I mean, what Unitex has Stopper really realized here? He doesn't have bowstrings. He went no elite armor tactics. He did at least get biology. We don't have ensnare arrows, right? It's like Stopper is a poor man's Imperial. This is the worry we talked about when you lack the gold. Meanwhile, Sass is just unlocking more and more of those critical university techs, right? Got silk bowstrings coming. We already have biology. Those are the bread and butters he needs. We'll likely be seeing siege works next. He's already got the adjustable crossbars, which is technically a uni-tech, just not in the university. He's more in age 5 than Stopper is. What's up with the weird biz walls? I think he was trying to play around the tree lines because it's safer. Like, if a raid force comes by, I can wall this easier than if I wall all the way across. And also, he's probably paranoid about Sass's vision. Didn't want to get scouted trying to build these walls up because he'd just get sniped. So Stopper's playing the very dangerous game now, folks. He's blobbed up about as big as he can get. His economy is very tiny. Now, this is an advantage if you can win the fight. If you lose the fight, or if you draw the fight, though, it's usually how you lose these games. The classic of late game economy, right? That's why you usually see players build up 10, 15, 20k reserves so that they can just do back-to-back pushes with small economies. Look at this raw Canis Poggers. Nah, dog. Give me the raw Reboldiquins. Whoop, whoop. There you go, guys. That's the buff Byzantines need. Get rid of the Nesta Bees. Give them the Reboldiquins. Alright, that actually would be busted. Oh my god, dude, he's here again! They're just scouts! They're not just scouts. Too many Scots. Oh, Sass. He's going to have a little bit of a hard defense ahead of him, but if he survives this, Stopper's economy is just flatlined. We're flattened like a pancake. Stopper, I believe he did pull back. Yeah, he pulled Horseman back to deal with this, right? So he only has 10 push on the front side. That's not enough. Archer's going to be able to hold here. Just a few sofas able to shuffle in. Or kind of forcing the tree. It looks like Sass is once again going to be able to hold in this castle area. Stopper does at least have Streltsy now coming. Against Silk Bowstrings? I don't know if I like that. Remember, these guys have 6.5 tower range now. Another crazy thing is for Ema leadership, because what Sass can do is if he sees Master Streltsy, he can just kite you. And yeah, like, guys, and just stop it. I mean, dude, I love that chat's like you know, cheering him up. Stop it, dude. You don't need to be hard on yourself. Sass is very good at the game. You're very good at the game. The way you have to look at this is like learning lessons, right? This is the cool thing about being in the chat. Like, you don't have to think there's a negative, oh man, he's just casting my loss. It's like, we talked about through game 1 what should have happened. And then game 2, like, you did play very well. You were just missing that final step, right? There was multiple points where you had a killer comp, but the next step was wall to protect your economy so you never have to get distracted, right? Like, that's an easy slip up to make in a late game situation, especially against Malians, who are just really good at stretching the map. And that's the lesson you take forward, right? It's like, I think Sassy, be honest about this, right? Like, if you'd walled up the flanks, I don't think Sassy could have fought you. The military advantage you had at multiple phases in this game, if it was all leveraged into one location, Sass gets his cheeks clapped harder than someone paying $50 an hour for a wonderful lady in high heels and latex. You know, like, it's just going to be rough. But because you got to play it wide like this, you never got to leverage your big advantage. It's like when you watch someone with 50 lombos and you're like, I'm just going to go horseman and not even attack them directly, right? It's like the logic of how good 5 knights can be in a game when your opponent's playing pocket economies. That's the issue, is that Sass has just been bodying you with warrior scouts. And the thing you need to remind yourself of when you're in a game like this, when you get this deep in a game, is that you need to find a way to attack. You're so busy putting fires out. Sassy's that little, is it Klepto? A pyromaniac. It's that little pyromaniac with a can of gasoline and a match. And you are SWAT Team Delta, right? You've got guns. The problem is, you're meant to be SWAT Team Delta, but instead of being SWAT Team Delta, you're also the local town's fireman department. And you have an obligation to protect life over taking it. So you're running around, putting these fires out, and Sass is making noises comparative to the egg thief from Spyro, like running along, burning everything as he goes. You just don't have a chance to do what you're good at, what you're made to do with this army, which is SWAT Team Delta his ass out of the game. You could at least have trade coming from Stopper now, but I mean, this is too late. At this stage, it's once again the same issue. No walls, no proper real walls, right? We'll speed this up a little bit. I think we are reaching the obvious conclusion point. I don't mind this though. Like, I mean, was it someone just said in chat, like, oh man, yeah, like the chat spoiled the result. I mean, I think we made it into an educational piece regardless of that. There's some interesting takeaways for Stopper, and if he takes them forward, this is exactly what Midweek Muster was meant to do. Put you up against some of the best players, learn from the experience, learn from the draft, learn from everything, and improve. Stopper has been making amazing strides in the weeklies. He continues to improve, he continues to learn from these. Stopper is going to be a beautiful case study on how Midweek Muster can bring in a new generation of AoE 4 pros. You're so obnoxious, Sass, dude. Sass's only regret is that he wasn't able to play Ottomans to 53 minutes doing this with Sakahi. The one thing he wishes he could change. But no, you pick Malians this game. Stopper apparently just going for the all-in. Might as well, right? I mean, the problem is one of the landmarks you'd have to take out is the defensive landmark with a cannon placement in it. And the gunners are being prepped, man. Oof. Sofa Mass is already blobbed as well. Only 26 Limitane isn't going to feel great. Stopper. Hey, man. If he's going to have to go down with the ship, he's going to go down and stop. What? Wait, what? No! That is not with style! That is intentional population control! Oh my god. Alright. A 2-0 for Sass it is. Not the close last-ditch fight I was looking for. I guess we'll blame this on adjustable crossbars being OP. Oh my god. GG's though. Let me know what you guys thought of this game. Let me know what you thought of the series. I mean, I kind of like that we took that educational branch. We were able to talk to the player, talk through their process. Let me know if you like that type of content. I know a lot of people crave on about how they want live, but sometimes replays have their own merit. And I think we kind of got parts of that here. I'll see you in the next one. Oh, man. Oh, bloody hell. Turkish power. Turkish power! Is that how we're saying it? Stopper Don Art confirmed. Don should be proud, actually. Actually, no. Don. I know what Don's going to be like. Don's like, he didn't win. There's going to be like some confident statement by Don's like, I would have won with those villagers, you know? Would have killed all the siege. Then the villagers would have killed the sofas. Easy. Can we gossip about the map pool now? No. So, here's the bread and butter of it. We still have potentially Elyona versus Myriad game 2, even though we know the outcome. It looked like it was going to be a very interesting game, so we could potentially do that. But the more important thing is that we are going to be... what's that? So I need to stop versus SG2. So I need to eat because we have a live series in 2 hours. We have this Sass versus B series, which is going to be epic. I'm sure of that. Coming up in 2 hours. So what I'm going to do, here's the plan. I'm going to go have food now. I'm going to put a video up for you guys to watch. It'll be one of the games we cast before. We'll probably make it like 2 weeks ago, so it's interestingly different instead of something fresh in your mind. And then, probably in like half an hour-ish, I'll be back. We'll be able to probably cast a few ladder games before we get into Sass versus B. So there will be a live series coming today. Yes, it is going to be Sass versus B. And then I believe Sass versus Elyona is likely going to be happening on Thursday because it's getting way too late in the day. And I imagine Elyona is not going to be around for that, which we prefer anyway because it's nice to have one semifinals for Thursday. So that we warm it up by doing a semifinals and the grand finals. Because otherwise, if you get like a 4-0, it's an insanely short Thursday stream. It's just really not ideal. But what I'll do, I'll quickly update the bracket. Whoopsie. So yeah, little reminder of the bracket state. It's going to be B versus Sass in 2 hours. And then what like I'll do, let me find, what game can we watch? Let me find what game we can watch. What would be a fun game for you guys? So, what I can do, I hope YouTube isn't going to play ads on my own videos. I know it sometimes does that, which is dumb. Hopefully it doesn't do that for you guys. So we'll pull up a game from probably like 2 weeks ago. Actually, there's some games that never made it live, so I think it'd be cool to use one of them ones, because then it's like someone that probably people on YouTube as well haven't watched. So bear with me a sec, guys, and I'll get that up. Like I said, probably like half an hour or so I can eat. And then we'll come back. We'll probably cast 1 or 2 live ladder games, and then we will get into the other quarterfinals. Okay? Sound like a plan? It's a good plan. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll address the drama, and then also probably still have time for like a pub or 2. Let's see. Wait, which one was this? Oh, that one was wild. Wham versus Louis, yeah. That was a pretty good one. You guys can have Wham versus Louis, or I think
we find
there's Myriad versus Wham. I think Wham versus Louis probably is what people want though. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Crossbows.
Alright guys, so game for you to watch, and then when we're back, we'll probably be addressing the drama, and then into Sass versus B to finish off.
Did I hear some people say I do? Well, you might get a lot of them. Juji versus Chinese. One and all. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Second semi-finals of the day. Wham leading early in this best of 5. Can he make it a fast sweep? Can he get to that 2-0 already? Or is Louis MT finally ready to intercept? Game 1 looked brutal for him. Wham, a very unorthodox strategy, paying dividends and then some. In this matchup, though, you have to wonder, Juji should be the ones with aggressive options, fast teching, for example, to castle for relic grabbing, or going for an all-in timing where you get a lot more Juji than your opponent. Let's see what they want to do. Spawn-wise, actually, I don't know if you really want all your deer in one location like this for Wham. Louis has a bit more of an easily accessible food area, right? Triple berry, the deer as well. So I kind of like his spawn being open like this, as he should be more aggressive. And also that gives him a potential easier deer shove-in opportunity because there isn't like a tree line in the way. It's very difficult to do at this level without being noticed this far though. And whenever you're in a series with the Canadians, it's one of the first things you think about. Medigarden location though is probably going to be here for the 36 gold. Wait, actually, even better. Get the 48 food and the 50 gold. 48 food, 50 gold, and then like 10 wood if you go for here. It's a little bit further away, but not drastically. If he is worried about walk distance, he just takes the, say, 50 and 36, though. Other side, Wham should be going for an Imperial Academy. Now, someone to always watch the Canadians, they're very tricky about these delayed Barbican drops. You may have seen it before. Most notably, Puppy Paw does it a lot, but Wham has also started to join in more recently, where you wait until like 8 or 9 minutes, then you try to catch your opponent off guard. So if this turns into more of a macro game from Louis, that's the risk he runs. How do you guys vote so far? Oof. Big chunk favoring Wham in this one. I mean, I think these two are... Right now, I'd say, like, as a skill matchup, it's maybe, like, 65-35. Louis needs to really prove his consistency. I think he struggled a little bit with that in the second half of the year. Compared to the start of the year, it was kind of the other way around, where Louis was more expected to make podium finishes than Wham. But really trading places and... Ooh. He does one better by the looks of it. Only literally one, though. This meditation placement only got one additional berry than if you prioritize this fully, because you're not getting this one, right? So that is going to end up being... what is it? 54 food? 54 food, 50 gold, and like 3 wood. So 100 plus meditation garden. Not a bad way for Lou to start this game. Stone gathering underway, so Louis is going to make it a multi-TC game. Very interesting, actually. Wow, he hasn't gone for stone himself, so maybe he's anticipating that it's going to be an attack from Zhuji. Usually you would in this matchup be a bit suspicious. Likely it's going to be opening with Horseman, but when he realizes what's really happening, which is going to take a while from his current position, you're probably going to see him pivot into Fast Castle. I mean, you could theoretically just go Barbican and play 2 TC as well, right? Like, the reality check is your opponent's TC is nowhere near as good as yours. How pros would play forts? They don't. That's... that map disappeared a while ago. I don't know if it's ever going to come back. I like the idea of forts. It's just its generation leaves a lot to be desired currently. Also, wow. The way he's macroing suggests Fast Castle. Like, his gold is very lagging behind, but it's very deceptive with the Chinese due to taxation. And yeah, look at that, 132 gold sitting there. So this could still just be a Barbican. However, when you reach this kind of phase, you always get tempted to just rush the castle. I think we're probably going to see him go Barbican into maybe some Zhug. What? No, did he just scout it? He didn't even look. It's just he's looking at this and going, well, there's nothing coming for me, so I'm going to play 2 TC. Good read here, because it means that Louis isn't going to really have an advantage. This is the other tricky part when you play as Zhuji. Like, you know, for Wham, he can split between wood and stone and have the taxmen in both places. You can't. Barbican drop coming in is going to be huge. Remember what we said about this double deer stack? Very far out there. Against an aggressive party, you'd be in trouble. But Louis didn't take an aggressive line whatsoever. He took the most complacent approach he could have. Second TC coming up for him already. I mean, Wham's timing really isn't that much worse, folks. While also having this taxation to go alongside it, which is going to allow him to get things like his level 1 eco-techs a lot quicker than what Louis should be capable of here. I mean, Louis shouldn't be too far behind, at least on the tier 1s, because of the Medigarden placement with 50 gold a minute. I think where it's really going to matter is for that castle transition, though. You just generate so much tax with this Civ. We are already up to 3 of those taxmen as well, by the way. About, what, 120 extra gold to still drop off? A second TC coming in? Yeah, love that placement from Wham as well. He doesn't want to place it right in the deer because you want to get mills here. With mills, you can supervise. So he puts it close enough that he can efficiently walk his villagers over. Louis, from here, surely should just be naked fast castle. I don't think there's anything you can do to attack this now. It's a little bit too late. Your opponent will bloat a bit too fast with deer for you to go Jugendu spam. Instead, Louis tries to play deer himself. Yeah, not a bad idea, right? You have to mirror this play, otherwise you fall behind. So we're basically just going to get a fast castle game from both players with 2 TC. Well, I did say this was the more defensive Canadian bro, and I did highlight that Louis really likes late game. Once you get castle, that's going to be kind of intriguing. We're probably going to be seeing Shaolin Monastery, but actually going the alternative will give you some options. If you usually go for Mount Lu Academy, you can get a Zerg spam going with PG. What is up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for the 15 buckaroos. H3 is confirmed OP by Kraken. Really? I thought he said the other Roman Empire was OP. This guy keeps changing his mind every week. Imperial Examination also on the way. Archery is coming in. Okay, so WAM is going to field aggression here. This is cool. Does this work against Fast Castle, though? I mean, your opponent does have full resources, but if a few Shaolin Monks come out, he can also mirror your Jugendu approach once he reaches castle quite efficiently. I think I like Louis' position more with this play. Okay. Well, you don't often see this, folks, but we already have a granary placed instead of a mill. That's cool. Oh, that's so smart. Because of the deer spread, guys. A mill is very inefficient because a mill, you have to walk further, right? Like, look at this mill over here. He got a tight formation, but imagine the deer is shoved out more like you have 2 packs. He has 2 packs of deer here. So what's the more efficient thing? Just place a granary so that you actually have a lower drop-off distance for each of the individual deers. That's cool. Shaolin Monastery now also on the way. So Louis making the expected play. Lancers as well. And that means the Jugendu play is going to feel underwhelming. WAM does at least have spears as well. So you should be able to maybe poke at this front side. But without a ram, it's going to be very difficult with small quantities to dive the outpost. Still, will at least be a little bit annoying. Alright, 1s if you think WAM's going to win this, 2s if you think Louis is taking it. Now that he's in the tech up, I'm starting to wonder if WAM just keeps pressing. Yes, Lancers are coming, sure, but if you idle out this front side food, your opponent can't really dump crap tons of Lancers into the battle. And walls as well, wow. It's been a while since we've seen the triangle walls, but WAM looking to block the Shaolin Monk play. Pretty smart as well, because right now Louis is flooding troops. He can't afford to go for Shaolin Monks as well. That is a lot of 2s. Whew. Now, how much of that is truth versus you guys just really want a full 5-game series? It's the Taxman, not quite going to be able to get it though. I think WAM needs to go up. I don't like the way this is trending. He's got a lot of spears coming, and you can pump a lot with this type of economy, but Palace Guard already there. Shaolin Monks can scale over time, which is also very scary. The first PG has been revealed. Lancers also to follow it up. Nice timing there by Louis. Spear count is not really that threatening. That one Palace Guard. It's like someone's shooting Nerf guns at him, and he's wearing full medieval armor. Good lord. Does finally get rid of the first, but there's already a second Palace Guard here. We do have the wall-ins almost complete. Well, one of them anyway. Shaolin Monk's going to get the Central Relic, though. So Louis starting to get the goodies. 3 Palace Guard, 3 Lancers. This is too late for WAM. I don't think this is paid off. If he can get the spears on the Lancers, like if Louis actually misplays, which is what's happening right now. Poor micro there. I mean, that's the only way that Louis should really lose the fight, right? Is overcommitting Lancers. You want to pull them back after a charge and just let the PG take the hits. Instead, Louis is going to have to start backing away. And, you know, we said it was a positive of his spawn, but now we see the negatives. All this forward food, because you have to work very hard to defend it. Has got the deer on the south side, needs to move fast. Yeah, gaps is not acceptable when you're trying to pump these heavily armored units. He actually just backs up to the berries. A little bit surprised WAM doesn't try to aggro further. But he doesn't want to take the risk until more arrives, right? He wants to try and be close to reinforcements. Wow, now go for that second wall in. I mean, he was idle here for so long, though. So, too little, too late. Louis will grab this relic as well. That's 2 relics. Plays are starting to pay off, right? It's still a notable lead, though. Wham is already 11 villages up, courtesy of the Song Dynasty effect. We do now have the undermesh, so you have minimized the damage the Zhuge are going to do as much as possible, or as much as you need to right now. Love the idea to go to melee defense. You're being hit by mass spears, they're low base. Still, right now, this trickle of troops, what is he really doing with this play? Louis, he's fighting tooth and nail to protect an outpost that's dead. This is getting bad really fast for Louis. Palace Guard isn't really going off at a reasonable quantity quick enough here because of the losses. And Wham just stockpiled what he needs. He's going castle. Yeah, Louis really kind of missed the spot here. He has at least gathered some relics, but reality check here, he hasn't gathered that many. On top of that, you're talking about someone who's already 10 villages ahead. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, if Louis just has a bit of patience here, this is the thing that's kind of perplexing me, is there wasn't really a necessity to keep fighting over that deer. He pulled back already, right? I'd understand if he stood there for longer, if he wanted to finish these off. But he abandoned them quite a while ago. You could argue that it was making space, right? He has got 3 relics home, soon to be 4. So there is a positive there. And he has still got a window, right? Like, Wham hasn't started getting crossbows out yet. He only just tagged. So Louis can now look to do some damage. Walls are mostly up for China, though. Still some gaps to work through. He's going to start diving underneath the Barbican. Villagers do not have textiles here, folks. We'll be able to shuffle through the other side, but they're going to be diving even deeper. And he has eyeballs on. He sees this other granary. Dude, this is crazy. He keeps using granaries and deleting them on resources. This one's more permanent, right? Because you want to set up your farms here. But this was a very creative play on the deer. Even if it did cost him a bit. PG in. I don't feel like Louis is finding good targets right now, though. Yeah, Wham, pretty clean on the reactions. Loses a few villages, but nothing substantial here. Behind this, Louis has got the 4th relic to bank. 5th one still needs to be grabbed. And thank you very much, Hey Looney. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Remember, guys, if you have got the Prime subs, drop them here. You don't want to have to worry about those ads. Crossbow's now out. Yeah, so PG spam's not really going to cut it now. With the walls going up and crossbows coming quite quickly, Louis is going to need a switch. If he just sticks to Palace Guard here for the next 2 minutes, I think he gets countered before he arrives. He could play for Sacred Sites, though. That might be his upside, is if you get all the Sacred Sites, then Wham has to come out. But it's a 10-minute clock. It's not really that urgent. Oh my god, if I don't get out, I'm going to lose right now. Also, granary transition already going, right? Like, that's the big difference here, is that Louis is playing as much of the map as possible, which means he's not getting his permanent food. Which is worrisome, because really what he needs is either that permanent food to keep a Palace Guard pump going long enough for it to matter, or he needs horsemen here. In theory, you can afford horsemen for a bit on Lippany. He has got the double berry patch still to work with. Actually, oh, okay, no, he's down to the one over here. If he can secure this area, he has the longevity for this meat play. Yes, there is a big eco difference, but once again, that is what farm transitions do to you. This could be cool, actually, if Louis just switches pagodas now by going Yuan. That should be the play, right? Like, he's starting to stockpile for it. It makes sense when you've got 4 relics. That also would give him additional food via the taxation, not to mention Mount Lu Academy techs are really good, especially the movement speed one for taxes. PG Ray's still getting in here, by the way. It looks like he never actually finished off that wall to the west. So Wab, gonna feel a little bit of pressure there. Meanwhile, he looks to return fire. A dive coming in here, but Louis is starting to find picks. And there is raids everywhere in this game. It's getting shut down on this side. Looks like the crossbows are catching up. But Wham, yet to find that big punch to the face here. STB's also now coming out. Wham, the walls just went up, so he won't be able to easily escape here. The STBs could actually press him. He's going to look to dive here. Louis should have enough to defend it, though. So yeah, not able to get it. And now if you just turn around, you can easily take out this back line. It's going to be enough to scare him away. So Wham now converting into his own PG force here. His military is substantially larger still. Despite the state of Louis' economy, he hasn't really got much to show for it so far. I mean, he has done that chip damage, but now return fire coming in. And the crazy thing is, like, this is actually not as much return fire as you'd think. It's just, once again, the power of Song. If you can get the STB skills, this would be huge. It's just so difficult with these chokes, right? What he has done with this play, at least, is he's forced Louis off of a Yuan Dynasty timing. So he's not getting extra value out of the pagodas. Instead, he has to sell for the Song. Yeah, this is not what I'd call the optimal way. Usually what you want to do is go for the Mount Lu, so you can build pagodas, and then come back for the Song. Because now, you can't go pagodas until after you've built all your farms. So that way, Louis got a little bit skimmed. It's going to be a little bit more of a wait, right? Which is unfortunate because the pagodas are the easy one-up advantage here. Meanwhile, it looks like Wham has been pinned in the corner. Gold-wise, he's not that much of in a panic, though, right? He's got double 4K. He's almost exhausted the 4K back here down to the final 1,000. Is there a world in which Wham tries to rush in? Probably not. I don't think you can get there too quickly. You're going to probably wait until about 120 villages here before you make that play. Especially with Louis still flooding Palace Guard, because if you want to try to play naked him from this position, you'd have to get walls up. Farm's quickly coming in. Alright, so Louis, he actually done a good job of hauling ass onto the wood to make sure that he isn't stuck here in Song for too long. I was looking to make a move again, though. And, you know, the scary thing right now is crossbows do eventually win this. The problem, though, is Louis done a great job of just holding his base. Crossbows win in the mid-map. In your base, STBs can reign supreme. Tricky part is going to be the fact that these are not clock tower STBs, though. They don't have substantially more health like we often see out the Chinese. Not just that, Palace Guard, he seems to be aware. This boy is sentient with his thoughts here. He realizes what's happening over here. So Palace Guard are checking the corner. Is he going to check the tree line, though? He never scouted this corner. No, so somehow Louis MT safe with those 26 workers. Palace Guard break through on the other side. It's just going to run the crossbows. So shouldn't do too much damage. Man, this is just a macro game in full, right? Like, you can see Wham is trying to not make it that way. He actually is trying to find a pressure point. But Louis is just shrugging it off time and time again. And what we're heading towards here is a faster Imperial timing for the Zhuji. PG can at least try to wrap in, but it's triple STBs. Okay, for a second I thought we had proxy Raxes. Apparently Louis is just hiding houses here. However, he does still have a villager back here, guys, and you can see the walls coming in, stone walls at that. I mean, realistically, what you can actually do here, and he sees it as well, he can build Raxes in the corner, and then ambush the gold gathering later. Alright, this has to be the temple, right? Is there value in going for the library? Nah, temple, son. I was going to say, like, in this type of game, you've been raiding constantly, right? This keeps you raiding. This allows your Palace Guard to just basically do what China does with Yuan Dynasty. That sounds like a reveal themselves, but there we go. We actually have a siege. What? Wait. Really? This is pretty greedy. So he's assuming there'll be a huge gold gathering and he can ambush with Nesta Bees. I would have expected maybe a few Raxes here instead. Well, the good news is we're in a best of 5, and we've got what should be the most boomy matchup out of the way early. Chinese versus Yuji. Yuji late game have to play Cav, right? You can't play infantry against China because they do everything better. The Pulse Guard have 30 more health. They have hand cannoneers that you don't have, or that have better range. I mean, theoretically, you can win with Zhuge. If it turns into Zhuge on both sides, you're Zhuge better with Ming. I just don't really see that being the way it goes unless you can gold starve the entire map. Ooh, good pinch opportunity here. Unfortunately, these boys are too fast. Oh, the absurdity of both Divine Haste and Yuan Dynasty. And we do have the Raxes now, so Louis is getting set up in that corner. Huh. Only 31 villagers here. Yeah, just 31. Louis, mate, you're playing the other Chinese. Wait, what? Was that a misclick? Was that meant to be a Stonewall Gate? I'm very confused. But we do have the walls going up here for Wham, right? He's yet to commit. And oh no. Oh, you're right, I'm an idiot. This was Wham's wall. Okay, so he is going to get it up in the weirdest way possible. Oh man, these walls all over the place. Louis now trying to get through. Walls aren't coming up in time, so this is going to be big if Wham just builds it. There we go. Great Wall Gatehouse. The most scuffed Great Wall Gatehouse I've ever seen is on the way. Damn. And you know what? Louis, I don't even know if he realizes it. He ran beyond. He's coming back now, but it's too late. Handful of PG are not going to be able to mop that up quick enough. 11 villagers. Wait, no. Wham. Just commit. Just commit. Right now. This is your moment. Wait, what? Wham? No way. He would have built that. Wow, he's backing away. His army is on the way, but it's taking a while to arrive here. So Louis gets a blocker that he really never should have got there. Wham, always just want to protect a handful of villages, even though it's 130. Meanwhile, we do have poke damage coming in here. Pulse Guard being built. No Nesta Bees, just more PG. So they are about to be revealed by the crossbows. I'm a little bit shocked, guys. I really thought he'd just commit straight away. He's going to get it in the end anyway. Some villagers run back out. Is everyone else getting, like, this eerie feeling this game could be 2 hours long? This is starting to feel like the Wham effect after that cat series yesterday. Or the other day, rather. Alright, so Great Wall Gatehouse is up. He has secured an 8k vein with it. Very big deal. Other side of the map. He's already got the 8k, right? So, like, Louis is in a bit of a gold urgency standpoint here because Wham has plenty to get him to that true late game form, which is the hand cannons. Louis, however, is doing the most Louisest of Louis things. He does this all the time. If you guys remember, before the Season 9 patch, Louis would infamously do this with meta arms for English all the time. Just build the heavily armored infantry and nothing else. It kind of makes sense here, though, right? Like, do you really want to be responsible for building grenadiers against eventual hand cannoneers? PG at least gives you the gap close. I actually think Wham's doing something dangerous here, though, guys. The Nesta Bees play is really weird against Zhuge because of the Tower of the Sun. Tower of the Sun, the Pulse of the Sun. Temple of the Sun. Got there in the end. You can just toggle this on the Divine Defense, and then you beat Chinese, right? Because your Nesta Bees will shoot first. So, yeah, a little bit surprised to see why I'm going this way, but his assumption is because it's Clock Tower, they won't die quick enough. Wall's going up in the meantime. Louis just trying to protect his economy a little bit, but Palace Guard are still finding their way in. And we do have the interception walls, so an opening in this area. Gold has been blocked. You need to do this to stop the hand cannoneer scaling. Like I said, it's really tricky because Wham still does have 8k to play with. And no, Louis hasn't transitioned to pagodas. You know if he transitioned to pagodas because he would have went into Yuan or Ming. He has not gone there yet. Therefore, he cannot build these beautiful buildings. The army tactics is on the way, and I don't think Wham has that yet, right? No, and he doesn't really have much of an army currently. Village is shuffling out. He's looking for the big boy resources. Did he wall around it at the end? Yeah, he did. Okay, so he burned it down and got the stone wall up. Louis is just wasting his time standing here right now. All right, get your predictions in. How many minutes, at what minute do you think this game ends? There isn't really an urgent move for like a killing blow from either side, right? It's very much just looking for these pocket raids, but both of them have been doing a good job of reacting up to this point. Keep drop as well. Wow, that is a heavy commitment. 55 minutes, Louis grinds it out. Do you really want to here? I mean, if you can block the gold and take it away, sure, but if Wham gets gold, it's hand cannoneer galore. Why is there a university in the center of the map? Who cares? Siege works on the way. So this is about as classic Louis as it gets. Rams and PG and nothing else, truly. I mean, this guy's obsessed with playing the late game this way, I swear. Well, there's going to be a little bit of a clapping going to the gold vein, but beauty of the Great Wall Gatehouse is, although Nesta B's have been nerfed, this has not. 15 damage, 16 bursts. Good luck surviving. Who wins, China HD or Zhuji Zhuk? Hand cannoneers if you can keep max pop, right? But Zhuganu come out a lot quicker. The problem is we're not getting a Zhug transition, right? We're not getting the university, rather, we're not getting the Zhuji library, and we're not getting Ming as a result. Oh, so, I can tell that this is going to be a long day. Let me just go ahead. Yep, that's needed. Well, I hope you guys didn't have plans tonight, because we're going to be here a while. Zhuji Library now on the way. Dude, he skipped pagodas. Really surprised. Malu Academy is a great landmark at this stage of the game. Get 8 taxmen, get the faster movement speed. It does so much for you in this stage. Kind of wild, actually. And like, for a guy who's only building Palace Guard, what do you really need Zhuji Library for? Maybe we're going to see the cavalry transition. I think in the late game, you have to play it that way as Zhuji in this matchup. You don't want to keep playing infantry, right? It just feels underwhelming, right? You know, your infantry are just worse in every way, right? You don't have hand cannoneers. Your Palace Guard have less health. You think Lou's going to go Sacred Sites? Guys, chill. There's a Great Wall Gatehouse here. It's not that easy to get. I'm wondering if Wham should just build a wall here. Louis keeps getting into this piece. You've already walled here. Wall here as well. Just take the options away, right? We do have the PG army building up. I can't believe it, but over time, this proxy base is becoming a little bit scary. And stone walls are at least there, but Rams are trying to answer it. Wow, we have Cloud of Terror. Okay, he's going for the mass bombard divine defense strategy, right? That's interesting here. It's a good way of dealing with the hand cannoneers, as long as your opponent doesn't have Yuan. Wow, should be getting Yuan unless he's forgotten. Remember, Yuan here will give you the movement speed to gap close. In fact, I'd love to see Wham just build the Imperial Palace here. The vision you get would be incredible. you'd see everything around the center of the map. There would be a move that Louis can make unnoticed. Oh my god. I'm trying to think, like... You know, I was saying the other week how new variants, I'd love to see like an English variant. I mean, you can't really call it Scotland because Scottish people hate that. But like, you know, an English variant. Now I'm wondering if I want it. With how much like static placement that the English matchups involve, seeing this and its variant fight with this many walls, good god. Looks like he's trying to dive in on the STBs from multiple angles. Bombards are also now coming in from Wham. We've got a switch. Biology's already in the way. It's usually library. Wait, what? He didn't take dynastic protectors. Wait. Did he really take the taxmen without Mount Lu? And you don't want to go back for Mount Lu now, guys, because you got a 20% damage increase. And what is up? Yao Lock, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs, you legend. People are going to be grateful for that because of how long this game's going to be. They're about to dodge a lot of bats. Looks like there is a breakthrough on the west side. Did get through the wall. Keeper's about to go down as well. And Louis is gradually wearing Wham down here. He's so good at this, man. It's literally just Palace Guard to win. It's all he has to do. It's actually crazy how effective this just one unit strategy can be. He's got Wham reacting. Wham has not been able to make a productive move towards winning the game in several minutes. Because every time he gets ready to, there's another Palace Guard wave in his base. Oh man, PG is just so toxic. The problem with Palace Guard is like compare it to Horseman raids. Horsemen are faster, sure, but Horsemen also do substantially less damage. And also, I can counter Horsemen with less units than it takes to counter Palace Guard, right? Like, if I send a handful of hand cannoneers to try and deal with Horsemen, they kill the hand cannoneers. I send spears, and I don't need to send that many spears. So, you know, Horsemen, yes, they're fast, but like it's a cost-efficient counter to stop that raid. Whereas PG are just wild. LUMT did lose a lot on that raid. He still has a lot to pump with, right? I mean, wow, he has got up to a solid count of hand cannoneers. He's going to want to double layer the sides with stones, with stone walls. Otherwise, he's in trouble, right? If he can get enough stone walls going here, it'll buy him the time to push down the center. However, Louis is doing something really scary here. He's going for the cannon splash. His goal here is to try and just delete the hand cannoneer mass from Rage. And we do indeed, once again, have a proxy base out of Louis. Dude, this guy is so good at finding these spots. Team games, 1v1s, it doesn't matter. He always finds a way to creep additional proxy bases right underneath your nose. Oh my god, this is infuriating. Has got the Ram knocking at the door as well. Will take a while to break through. Meanwhile, Wham looks to make his move, but let's check the AoE damage, how effective it's going to be. The Bombards do need to target the hand cannoneers here. Not doing so yet. Just trying to hold those choke points to protect against the dive here. Wham is going to make his way around. The Bombards need to back away here. Starts to hit the hand cannoneers. Attacks are a little bit spread out, though. Not getting that clear big wall up in one location. And Wham looks like he's going to break through here. Castle can't hold on. I don't think this works for Louis. This is the problem, right? His strategy is all about zerging and being in multiple places at once. If it becomes one location, it becomes a little bit more questionable. He has at least got Palace Guard, and Wham needs to get more out before he pushes again. However, Wham might be a little bit distracted. We're in again. This keeps happening. He has to back all the way up again. He still doesn't have protection against a dive on the center, by the way. And Wham, he's got this 4K vein to work with, but after that, he's tapped. Raise on the backside should at least get cleared up. We've still got attempts to break through over here, and more access coming. This is the thing. If Wham could just get the stationary fight, he wins. He can't get the stationary fight every time. Like, this fight always looks good for him, right? Even that defense, yes, you know, Louis held, but he lost the keep. He got pushed back a little bit. And then Wham's meant to have another wave of Pal Scud coming. Does he, though? No. The reinforcements are back here. Every single time. Oh my Gideon. And you can't just have the PG come here on their own, guys. Like, hand cannon is the only way you win this because of the big, right? Oh my god, dude, he's got, like, the hand cannons are trickling at this stage. It's like a lose condition, right? Attempts to build walls. Louis just trying to create a little concave to protect the bombards. They don't really need it. At this stage, your opponent is trickling out troops one by one. He looks pretty dead. Counter bombard play now, but I mean, really? You've got more health, I've got more damage. Who wins? Reminder, folks, these Pal Scud on the side is usually hit for 24 damage. Meanwhile, it's 20 damage for China. That's enough damage to make up the difference of 30 health over a long fight. It's actually pretty crazy. Another keep drop coming in. We're up to 7 bombards. This is working. Wham's still getting distracted as well. Look, this is where his army is right now. Okay, like, this is beyond saving now for Wham. He's going to try to stop the keep drop. But he's got no front line anymore, which means his bombards are going to start getting sniped. And Louis is not letting up. 1,000 stone in reserve. He'll happily repair this. And he'll happily remark the score 1-1 for us. It just feels so toxic. I usually talk about the necessity of having a full production, but I didn't really mean this, per se. Well, we said that Louis MC can be the Beastie Cutie Slayer, right? But I don't think we had this in mind. I mean, he's outdoing a CG Cutie moment here. 11 bombards. He heard that and left. Wow, GG. Juji late game. Yeah, we saw DeMu experiment with this a few months back, but didn't really seem to keep. But when you've got 4,000 gold income a minute, I think it can work. What do you guys think of this strategy? The mass siege strategy, which is harder to counter now with the changes to Springles, unless you were able to get mass horsemen. Was this the bombards being that good, or was this just Louis being so on point with the proxy bases? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next one.
Whoa! What is up? Told you it was an epic game. Did it deliver? Were you impressed? Oh, man, my throat is really going. We're going to try Survivor, though. We're going to power through. We've got one more live series, which, of course, is going to be the semifinals. Quarterfinals is going to be Sass versus B. And then I'll have to double check whether the semifinals has to be doable on Thursday. Let me just double check. Yeah. B versus Sass. B versus Sass is going to be in an hour and a half. So they've got a little bit of time still. I don't think Sass is available early than that. Moldy Q, you thought that was live? That was live a few weeks ago. So I had to quickly pop off to eat because we've been live for, I want to say it's been like close to 6 hours. What is up, Octavius Rex? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, smash those Prime subs. Or even if you haven't got Prime, just give a sub. Supports me. Also, make sure you don't have to worry about ads. But we have two choices. We can either address the drama, or we can cast a pub game between two top-level players to tide us over until the quarterfinal starts. The BRB was small? Okay. I mean, I think it's more... I don't know if it's small as much as it should kind of fit nicely. I know, that is a very different drama. That is not the new drama. Thank you, Octavius. Glad you enjoy it. You guys want the drama?
Ascend on.
What's that linking to? Was that the old Red Bull one? Probably.
All right, one and all.
Yeah. I mean, that's old drama, guys. Chill. We got new drama. What drama? The drama. Do you guys want the drama? I need to hear you loud and proud if you really want the drama. Let's put some background music on as well. No, can't play that. That's going to get me DMCA'd. Hope you watch. YouTube like, you've been demonetized for 3 seconds of Unanae. Brought EGC and fired everyone? Damn. Nah, dude. We build our own empire. Is this camera too low? It feels too low. I think that's better. Yeah. Map drama talk? Nope. Talking about doing that now. What do I need 64 gig of RAM for? I do a lot of production work. I literally run a stream pushing out to multiple locations, and I have a lot of Google tabs open and play games that have a lot of RAM. So yeah, for me, 64 gig makes a lot of sense. I mean, Windows 10 and 11 at this point use so much RAM by default. You should bare minimum have 32 in my opinion. Wait, your Prime didn't trigger an alert? You sure about that, TK? I mean, how long ago was it? Because I don't see it in the chat right now. Might be delayed. But we're going to be having... Oh, so let me just change the title, because we will be doing more Midweek Muster after this. But for now... we are going to do... the drama. Actually, should we be playing... I don't know. Let's play Age of Myth music in the background. Do I have an Age of Myth soundtrack thing on Spotify? I think so. Yeah, screw it. Okay, like, whether we like it or not, Age of Myth kind of, like, dunks on every single other Age of game for the soundtracks. So we can admit that, right? I think that's okay. Let's get into game stuff. Okay, so, there was some drama, some beef. Some issues arising. Let me actually just get it open, because a lot of this went down in Discord. Can I find it? Am I blind? Okay, there we go. Scrolling up, so we're at the right point. Jesus, how far back do I want to go? It went on for so long. Okay. Let's switch over. Okay, it's drama time. That's right, there's been some shenanigans happening to begin 2025. The community is not happy. They are in uproar, outrage, rioting, burning everyone in the streets and screaming the names of Imhotep to try and resurrect them again. Because what they're trying to do is resurrect different maps. I am, of course, talking about the map drama surrounding EGC's January tournament. If you guys have not been seeing this, it's been happening on the Reddit, it's been happening in the Discord, it's been happening in far too many people's Twitch chats. I've been asked multiple times what I think of the map pool. I've been seeing people ask about the map pool. I've been seeing players go off on their streams about the map pool. There is a pivot point discussion around what is or isn't good for map pools and what certain players are sick of, and we are here to address this. So if you guys haven't seen this, I mean, what better way to begin than with the comments of BCQE? We can have a look. Sorry, YouTube. I'm accidentally looking at the wrong window. We can have a look across at the EGC Discord where a lot of this went down. So, should I zoom in slightly, I guess? I can kind of zoom in. It's not crazy, but it's better than not. So, starts at the top there. BCQ comes in. This had been going on before even BC. This isn't BC triggering it, but I think it's a good point to start with because there's just so much going on. He talks about, I think there shouldn't be only one person deciding for rules, map pool, and game decisions altogether. It's too much work and too much influence for one person to have. I feel we had a good few months where feedback was taken regarding maps, and we had a decent ratio of ladder and custom maps. We should try and make players and viewers happy. If a viewer is happy and player isn't, they can suck it up to 1-2 maps. If the player is happy, but viewers aren't, they can suck up for 1-2 maps. Ideal situation, both happy. Realistically, you're never going to hit that, though, if we're totally real. So, what is he talking about here? There has been a lot of beef around EGC's upcoming tournament map pool. For those who don't know, it features a lot of maps that won't be found on ladder. Most of the maps. I think actually, is it 11 maps in total, and 8 of the 11 are custom maps. There's a lot of beef coming out. Some people saying that it's just silly and that we should be playing, you know, maps that we play on the ladder. I'm here to chip in on what I take away from this. So, there is a fair argument that the experience you can get generally should exist on the ladder. I get where the people come from that. But there's also a counter argument that developers should be updating to things that are good for the ladder. So a perfect example of that is, I think Pigeon's View is a bit high view. My bias is there because obviously it's called Pigeon's View. But there are other maps like EDC Lipany that just does a better job. There are custom maps that I think are phenomenal. I think Scarguard, once Pro Scouts is nerfed, definitely deserves to be in there. It's one of the coolest water design maps I've seen in a long time. I think Coastal Cliffs is phenomenal as well. So there's definitely an effort that needs to be done on that side. But one thing that I see repeated is this whole idea. This is one of the big ones. Water maps. Water maps comes up every bloody time in these discussions. I mean, it's no surprise it comes up so frequently because it has to be addressed. In fact, this is going to be a little bit weird when we're switching back and forth between the two, but we need to have a look at EGC's new tournament because if you guys haven't seen the map pool, it was egregiously watery. It's still a bit watery, but it's been dialed back. I believe Moving Out was in there by default. Archipelago was in there by default. Now the map pool has been updated. The rioting worked, and now at this point you're wondering, KP, why are you even doing the video then? I mean, the problem's been solved. The problem is gone. I debate it's not. So here's the map pool. Sorry for the white flashbang, but we have got Borderland in there. Borderland is a incredible map. I genuinely think it's one of the best ones we've had in a while. Cliffside. I'm always a fan of Cliffside. Dry Arabia, sure, whatever goes everywhere. Four Lakes, I genuinely don't even know what Four Lakes is in there. I know some players say they like Four Lakes. I genuinely think that for every person who's argued that water like lakesides where you just fish and still play the game is pointless, Lakeside is that to the extreme. Four Lakes rather is like that to the extreme. It was cool when it first got introduced, but now players are very rarely ever caught off guard, so you just delay the real game happening to flood a little bit later in the game off a fish. Gorge, sure, I'm good with Gorge. I think the wall changes definitely improved there. Hill and Dale to me is just not that great of a map. We did feature Hill and Dale in the weeklies, and I'll be totally honest, I was unimpressed. I think we have evolved beyond Hill and Dale. Hill and Dale to me is a map that I would be happy to see once a year, and then it's gone. AoE 4 is a very defensively oriented game by default, and Hill and Dale plays into that even more. Hill and Dale also just has some question marks around spawns. When you get corner spawns, it's stupid. The tree lines and the gold can be insanely biased even to this day. Even on the EDC versions, it wasn't completely exempt from these issues. So I think Hill and Dale was a mistake. Himiyama I do enjoy. I think it's a phenomenal map. There's a mixed bag on some players enjoying it, some not. Himiyama is a really cool mid-ground between Prairie and something a bit more traditional, which I think is what's needed because Prairie is just a little bit too oppressive. King of the Hill is exciting. We've been running this in the midweek muster. For those that don't know, we run our weekly tournaments. People have been loving them, and I've been enjoying this. I do think King of the Hill is a tough starter map because there's 4 or 5 picks that just make sense. Others don't. But I do think King of the Hill, it was a very smart choice by EGC to bring it back because it's been long enough. The siege changes actually allow you to explore this again and provide a new meta compared to what it was. And then finally, Lakeside. The problem with Lakeside is Lakeside went into this map pool untested. The only testing that came was in the weekly we're doing now. And while there are things I like about Lakeside, there are flaws. So one of them is spawning issues, which there's now been an EGC version Lakeside created to deal with that, where sometimes tree lines will block your fish. The other issue is just in general, the water rarely gets used for the sneaky plays. We had a series between Kiljardi and DeMu where it was, and it's very rare because most of the time people just fish, they get forced to build a few boats, same old. And now we have a TBD. The TBD is the big old one that needs to be discussed because if we go across onto the Reddit, questionable way to actually get the polling. Hey look, we're on the Reddit by the way. If I can find it, there was a map vote. The 3 maps are Holy Island, Moving Out, Scandinavia. Can anyone see the problem with that straight away? It's all water. And this is where the modification took a new extreme. People ripped their hairs out so aggressively the skin came off of their head. They went more bald than Vortex and DeMu, who wear the bald, proud, and brave. It's a lot of water, I agree. There is an argument there probably should have been one land map here. We're here to dissect why these type of decisions happen. from a TO standpoint, the logic is that community wants to see new, different things. New, different things are more compelling than seeing Dry Arabia on repeat for 4 months straight. So moving out can be gimmicky, but like definitely the first few times you see it, phenomenal map to watch. Scandinavia, Holy Island kind of can play similar these days. Holy Island has opened up into more of a hybrid map admittedly. But the concern is at the core of it, water balance sucks in all Age of Empires games. Maybe 3 doesn't have this issue, but I don't know who plays 3. Like, there's probably about 5 people in the world that could come on the video saying this. AoE 1, AoE 2, AoE 4 fundamentally have water issues. It's not just an AoE 4 thing. I talked to literal pros of AoE 2, and they were like, oh, I think AoE 4's water might even be slightly better balanced. That's not like shading for an AoE 2, it's just they both don't do it well. There's many issues behind that. There was a reason why I actually thought that the water map, where there was no fishing and it was 80% water, might be a good direction, because I think the economy of water is too good and it causes issues. The other big problem is people don't like the rock, paper, scissor notion of diluting a complex RTS down to 3 unit types, and I can respect that. So far, it sounds like I'm on the player's side who didn't want this, right? It sounds like I'm on the player's side who are like, this needs to go. Holy Island, moving out. Scandinavia, we don't want it. We don't want Archipelago. That needs to go. That sucks as well. There's an argument. And actually, like, I done a very small test with this when we ran Archipelago in the weeklies. I noticed that numbers stayed the same or could trend down when we switched them to a water map. More so than if we were on a land map. So there is an argument that people don't necessarily want to watch water, or definitely don't want to watch water frequently. Water definitely needs more changes. In fact, I'm pretty sure the devs at one stage said, this is a temporary point in the transition. It's not the final form. I am starting to wonder when that final form is going to arrive. So, fair point. Water maps, a little bit tricky. Hybrid maps are cool, where it's like a trickle, an element. It doesn't need to be fully addressed. Kawasan can be that. Kawasan has an interesting balance, but it also approaches the threshold of where it still feels too water-oriented. The ideal world is a world in which water maps have variable play that isn't dictatorial play. I think there is a really good map as an example of this, and it is in the map pool. I didn't even go over it last time. It's Kalauga. Kalauga, you don't need to fish to play the map. Kalauga is actually a very good water hybrid map. Like I said, I don't think Four Lakes is, because I think Four Lakes, you go and you play the pond and you fish. This map, I've seen just as many games where the fish did not get touched until mid-game plus. That's good balance. And it's very hard to get the economical element of water right. But let's move beyond the discussion of water maps, because there's a bigger issue here than just water maps. We're going to go back to the Discord. So those that have been hissing at the screen because it's too white, don't worry, you've got you covered. Now the only too white thing is me. A lot of discussion came out. There's a lot of things that get pitted out. Like, I think it's interesting because if there was a consensus that these map pools were more enjoyed by viewers and we got bigger tournaments because of them, I would accept it. I would say, okay, personally, I don't think there's a good or enjoy them, but other people have seen do. Wham has said there is no proof of this, though. And it's fair. There's no proof, but also, like, we can go whataboutism here and say there's no proof to the contrary. No one's actually ran a thorough test of this. No one's done like a true long-term poll across Reddit, Discord, Twitch. No one's done a tournament where before series starts, you have the Twitch chat dictate, well, that's the best idea, but dictate what maps will be selected in the series, etc. So there's actually no evidence either side. The logic that a lot of TOs run on is introducing new maps, introduces new gameplay, means that you aren't running over the same gameplay over and over again. And there's two camps with this thought process. There are those that believe in iteration over innovation, right? People who want to see the map played at the truest form versus people who just want to see new stuff. And there's a fair argument that trying to force spectacle and things that you think are spectacular for a broadcast is a good thing, because the reality check is most esports run on the format of this. And AoE 4 compared to a lot of esports is a slow game. But some of these were questionable. Like Lakeside, I don't think should have been in. The sad part is this is a default map. You'd think the default maps would be a little bit more genuine to a competitive experience for a game that is pushed forward on the competitive scene, but it's not. Atacama actually could be. Funnily enough, Atacama, if it just got a little tweak over on its generational issues, would be a phenomenal addition to these top tier tournaments. It's part of why we ran the Midweek Masters, to give these tests of these environments of games and maps that could work. Like Socotra, version of Toll got changed drastically based on that it could be to a point that it might be ready. But, you know, this is a good point coming in from Avali. It's just what we hit. We need a data-driven approach. There is no data coming out, like data. Sorry, I'm going American for a sec there. No one's really proving whether one works or the other, right? The problem is, like, you also have players that will swear, live, and die by water. So Ezra is a pristine example of this. Another one that comes to mind in discussions I see recently is Cat. Both of those guys will draft the crap out of water maps. And there's an argument of how much water should you have? Do you really want to have enough water that someone could ban all waters out? That's not really indicative of true AV4 experience, because water is part of it. But then the counter argument is that for 90% of players, they don't play water. So we go forward in this discussion, and there's a lot of talk about this. It waffles on about water sucks, water is good, I like it. Why won't we like relay this info? I don't like this outcome. And it just went on and on. And then we eventually get down to the voice of reason. Do you know who the voice of reason was in this? The true voice of reason, right? Like the one that actually hit it on the head. That simplified it. Like I got streamer mode, but this is Don, Wham, Beastie, for those who can't tell. Ezra, there's a few others coming in. Cow comes in. Oh my god, shilling his own apps. He always does this. Core comes in. Moving on. We continue down until there is a response coming. EGC directly respond, because Lidicor is now the one doing that, right? So he comes through. First, rest assured, the above conversations have been kept track of, and your feedback has been heard. Waffle, waffle, waffle. Having said that, we plan to have some alterations to the map pool. Uh-oh. Or yay. Which we will soon announce. Certain maps will be replaced based on the feedback. The changes will likely take place starting with the main event. Since qualifiers are only a week away, for the qualifiers, given that less maps are playable in the series, the maps that are replaced for the main event will likely be removed from the qualies altogether. Okay. So I'd like to reiterate that none of the above feedback was ignored, but as evidenced in the above conversations, different people have different opinions. It's true. Like, there is no fair, continuous statement about what is or isn't right within AoE4. It just goes round and round in circles. People think that, like, because their favorite pro player says they want something, that is the right way. No, because here's the other thing that I always try to point out in these discussions. There is bias. I, as a commentator, a tournament host, want maps that I think are going to create very diverse and funny and interesting gameplay, because that has retainability, because we live in an attention economy, and if people see flashy things that they think are entertaining, they're likely to hang around for longer. On the flip side, if you're a pro who plays 8 hours of ladder a day, you don't want custom maps. You just want Dry Arabia, Lipany, you want Gorge, because these are the things you do day in and day out. If you're a player who thrives in a scrimming environment, like a Marine Lord, an Anatan, a Vortex, a Luciferon, you want all the custom maps, because you know a new map comes in, you can plow through more iterations and come up with more game strats than a Beastie, a DeMu, any of these people, Wham, who are going to go live and be streaming ladder by comparison, right? Now, that's not just me targeting those players, it's me using them examples, because they are key examples of people who regularly stream. So that's someone I think people maybe forget, is in these races, everyone has horse, right? Same logic is like, if you are dominating a meta, you want that meta to last longer. You don't want it to change. Maybe you get bored of it, but you don't get bored of winning money. So that's a really important element to take with all this info coming out here. So he continues on. Regarding the community voted map, this is a holdover from an earlier Kickstarter redeem. Exactly. And you don't want to scam your people, so you have to lean into that. Admittedly, the maps maybe could have been a little bit more diverse, but there is a comparison coming up that I don't quite get. Regarding the comparison of CSGO Valorant maps in 20s, as someone who's involved in Valorant, is a different setup from RTSs like AoE. CSGO Valorant have a lot less custom maps, to my knowledge, and 20s rely on built-in maps. Yes, but it's because the developers add it frequently, and also it's because the developers run the ecosystem in the case of Valorant. CSGO is a bit different. But there is merit in going either way of using these custom maps or using fixed ones. And people have different opinions on each direction. So we come to that statement again, because it is just true. I remember when a lot of people criticized EGC Genesis when AoE4 launched, because they weren't allowed to main a Civ and just pick all the time. Point is, some settings will be controversial. And the takeaway from that, by the way, is that that is a pristine example where players can be wrong. Now, I'm not saying that EGC is always right. I'm not saying that I'm always right. I'm not saying that TO is always right. Anyone can be wrong. So that's something to keep in mind, because, once again, I know that quite often when we get into these type of discussions, especially because we use the word pro, your immediate thought process is person who knows the game better than anyone else. Right? But there's multiple angles, right? Devs know the game better than pros in certain ways on what gets players to play the game. TOs know the game better than like pros and devs on how to get people to watch a tournament, right? So like these are different skill sets. But one thing to keep in mind is that change is fine. And iterating and evolving is fine. It's why we done Midweek Muster. It's why we do it the way we done it. Look at me. That's like the third time shilling my own series. You should be watching it on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. We change things all the time. We change 2 maps a week. I'm hoping to figure out a new map, like drafting format. I was discussing it with Jim, and he thought it made sense to keep the drafting format, but I actually want to try and find a new drafting format to explore other things or change something, because I think it's worth exploring new avenues to see if we have found the perfect form of AoE4, right? Just like if we had accepted that people wanted main civs at the beginning of AoE4's release, we'd have a very boring Age of Empires 4 now, in my honest opinion. And you would have the most stupid form of like, oh, HRE got nerfed, so like Viper can't win the tournaments anymore because it's HRE main. It would be boring. It would be totally boring. So, regarding communication, it's understandable that people feel like communication is lacking. This was on the list of things to address for a while, and as I said above, we are undergoing some organizational changes. This is true. Things are changing behind the scenes, things that you guys can't see. It's going to take some time to get to the right point. Please provide some additional patience as team members getting onboarded, and so on and so forth. Again, please allow for a transitional period. It's kind of like the... So to kind of like echo this, it's kind of the element of like, we talk about it, I think, a lot more loosely than most people do who run tournaments or do content or whatever. I'm transparent about what I learn. I'm transparent about what a deal is worth. I'm transparent, within reason, I can't if it's under contract. I'm transparent about what types of things have to be organized behind the scenes. I'll even shame a player if they're being silly behind the scenes, because I think sometimes common sense is common sense. But there is plenty of info that is being handled and things that are being done behind the scenes that can't be communicated. One thing I would say is this wasn't a one-person decision. I believe there was 3 or 4 people just, like, involved in the map pull process, but at the end of the day, one person's going to have the final say. And that's unavoidable. This whole idea of, like, we can have the Nancy Drew, like, is that her name? The really nice lady? Idea of, like, you know, 12 players come together and they are a council, and they are a council. Wait, we disband the council, but they are a council that decides which maps we play. There's a bias. The majority of players on that map might be players that like defensive plays, so they're going to favor games like on Hill and Dale. They're always going to put Hill and Dale in there. They're always going to put Mountain Pass if they can get it through, right? But then there's going to be players that hate that. Like if Vortex is on there, but he's only the only aggressive player, he's going to get outvoted on anything that's aggressively oriented. So even when you increase the numbers, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. In fact, the problem is also when you're trying to move fluidly fast in these environments, adding more people slows the process. It's the same reason why democracy is the most inefficient form of governing. Because crap doesn't get done, but it's also the safest because crazy people can't make changes as quickly, minus certain ones that take over America temporarily. But this goes on, and then what's cracky? It's going to complain. Yeah, I love this as well. So this is why I had to make this, because this continues on. This wasn't the end, guys. This should have been the end. It's like we're making changes. Woohoo! Crackety is a freaking oracle. Hope nobody is going to complain about maps getting adjusted after asking for it due to not being able to practice enough for them. Surely that won't happen. Oh boy. Now we get to the fun part. For a start, there was follow-up complaints about the community voted map. Even though it was going to be one of the maps, even though his players previously here were like, I don't mind playing one map I hate. Well, apparently they do. But this is already predicting it. Marine Lord, this is Marine Lord right here, Mr. Kit Kat. Hopefully you guys don't change too many of the maps. Good eye there, Marine Lord. Continues on. Bidlin gives his exchange that he likes to see these different maps coming through. It's definitely like the Ilsquid thing as well is a lot of people expect Bidlin to release competitive maps now that he works at World's Edge. That's just not going to happen. Bidlin now is balanced. Like Bidlin before could focus on tournament maps. Now he's in a sucky position because he has to make casual maps. Right? That casuals want to play. Because casuals also play Age of Empires 4, occasionally I've heard. So that's a conundrum. He can't then also just make maps for 1v1s because he's playing 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s. So people want that as well. But this is like, this if you haven't figured out yet, the person who's going to be a voice of reason that we go through on this next part is Marine Lord. The baboon himself. Stop making ooh noises and talk to us in elegant sense. The problem, at first, wasn't even the map pool. It was the fact you wanted to have ladder seeding while having barely any ladder maps in tournament. I did find this weird. For a start, you can have all the custom maps, but why is the ranking then not based on ATR ELO primarily? My understanding is that the seeding is primarily, if not entirely, based on ladder seeding. So that's a bit odd. The other thing is you've got a perfectly good weekly format of tournaments that's happening right now that would give you a power ranking of some of the best players and the ones that should be favorably seeded. Okay, I'm sorry. That's like the 4th time we had to shield Midweek Muster. But it's fair. It's actually part of the reason Midweek Muster was made. So that tournaments like this could go, okay, I'm not sure who's powerful. Let's see who's powerful. Encourages participation. It's a fair way of actually gauging who should be seeded over who. But this was a fair point. And then full silence, not a single word. And now that some of us practice quite a lot, the map pool is going to change. This is the problem. You can say that you think the map pool was wrong. You can say that you don't like the maps. You can voice your concerns weeks ago. And if it gets ignored up to this point, this is the point where you stop moaning about it. Because forcing these changes now has actively punished people for preparing. And this is the sad problem. Changes like this punish the people who went and scrimmed. That were professional players about it, who made time out of their busy day. I hope I don't sound too whiny. I've got a really bad throat. But made time out of their day to organize scrims with other professional players, to practice strategies, to discover new things, have now been actively punished for taking that next level as a professional player over the people who just sat and played ladder games. That's a bit... That doesn't seem right to me. Especially with the amount of time that would have been wasted, right? But he goes on about like AoE 2 has wild maps, AoE 4 can as well, or rather that it's more comparative, which is fair. He also makes a point like, we're not League of Legends, like, we don't have this same map that gets played over and over again. AoE 4 and AoE 2, whether people like it or lump it, are more comparative than some people would like to admit if you're a really big fan of AoE 4 or AoE 2. We have a lot of civ drafting, we have more unique civs. There is an argument that because we have more unique civs, it's harder to create unique maps. I think there are elements that cause that problem. So one thing is 100%, come back to full cam, I don't get why the modding tools haven't been expanded upon. We have talented people like Kiljardi and Avali that stand out as very obviously active examples right now that make really good maps while being handcuffed. Harder than someone who has a safe word, right? Like, it's ridiculous how hard they have to work to come up with something unique. But have you guys not noticed recently when bridges got added to the maps, how fun it was? So my argument is actually, there might be a fair point that maps should be comparative to, say, Dry Arabia or whatnot. But the way that we make those maps unique should be more unique map mechanics, whether it's new types of resources or food types, whatever you can gather from. We talked about this earlier to deal with the Pro Scouts issue, have a map that doesn't have berries but has something else. Some other impassable, like a wall that you can break. Like, these would be cool things to add that diversity. I actually think there's a lot of value in creating more arena-oriented maps because I think there are some that thrive really well. But the problem is that there is an issue when you try to push the extreme, which map creators are trying to do and TOs are trying to do because they want Dry Arabia to feel drastically different to the next map coming. They don't want it to be the same because they assume people are going to get bored, and it's a fair point. There's been proof in the past that people get bored of watching the same thing over and over and over again, right? Anyone remember the Overwatch Mercy meta? Right? Like, anyone remember when every single game was just going to be English in a grand finals? Right? So, like, it's fair where they're coming from. But the problem that you run into is until the map creators are provided with ample tools and options to expand their arsenal, you're going to have TOs leaning into these more gimmicky directions instead of these generic directions. Because we can't create a Dry Arabia and then just put some interesting stone wall through the center. It doesn't exist. You can put wood wall, but chopping trees takes a lot longer than ramming down a wall, right? So we continue down, and the tournament ranking comes in. I feel like ladder rankings don't reflect the correct criteria for the tournament. Agreed. There are people like Marine Lord who do not touch ladder, and Marine Lord is better than everyone else right now. That's just factual based on like statistical performances of 1v1s, right? So like, it is weird. And this once again comes back, dude, I'm shouting myself out so much I'm not intending to. That's why I created the Midweek Muster, to give some consistency so that people wouldn't feel gatekept. They could practice the new maps, they could improve, and we could also gauge who's the best. The problem is, by the way, because players don't feel a necessity to participate in those, because, for example, it doesn't have an effect on the big tournaments directly, it can actually hurt them instead, whether like they're going to lose tournament ELO if they play in them. So that we need to address something there as a scene to help that. But We go down. I think a few of the vocal persons are just annoyed that Chum didn't give answers to some comments. I don't know. Like, I've noticed 1 or 2 people hitting on that, but I can't speak to issues with Chum. He's been fine working with me on my tournaments. There were some complaints about this being comparative to the Master of Realms tournament too much, and sure, I get where they come from. But there's too many hybrid water maps for casuals, that's all I can say. But this is the thing, you got time to practice, not everyone does, so yes, this is true, but so this point the core brings up is fair. I can't believe I'm saying that. But there's a flip argument, right? It's like, you may have played 100 games of Dry Arabia, but only 2 of Lakeside. But the guy who's full-time has played 1,000 games of Dry Arabia. So he's still better than you based on that, right? Like, I don't think this solves the gatekeeping issue at all. And he's right, there's a pro tournament. Like, if there's an expectation of professionalism, Marine Law is correct that it's a professional tournament you should play. Should I change? I'm going to, because I know this is complicated for you guys to see. I'm going to do this so you guys can see all the names. So, we can do down. And then, yeah, there was this thing brought up a Gear of War of, like, maybe we should just have, like, an Elite Classic thing where it's just, like, get rid of all the unique maps, just have the standard. The paranoia you're going to have there as a developer is, like, there might, as a TO rather, is there might be a hit to viewership. So I think I made a point in the chat the other day where it's like, we could test that, but if it meant that the prize pool was half, would you still play? If you were playing for half the money as the pros, but the maps were just Dry Arabia, Lippity Gorge, Cliffside, would you still play? So that's a trade-off, because if the belief is that these unique maps draw new viewership, then you're going to lean to it. It's also, once again, comes back to the idea, if we're not exploring new maps, we're playing the same crap over and over again, we don't know if we've actually got the best form. We might have the worst form maybe before, we don't know. But we continue down, I think, yeah, this is like, so this, the argument is made that Road to Walllow was one of your favorite tournament structures, is what Papo said. Remind me, guys, did Road to Red Bull Walllow change 1 or 2 maps each month, right? Was that the one? Man, what else has been changing 1 or 2 maps each week? Okay, I'm going to stop. That's like the 6th time. But like, yeah, there is an argument that drastically changing the map pool is problematic. I'm defending them that. But I'm getting to the culmination. I'm getting to the... I think I might have missed his point, because I think he said it. Yeah. This is the culmination. This is the creme de la creme. Marine Lord's brain is so big that it is cracked open like a souffle. I read what you guys said today. I don't disagree with it all. Very smart diplomacy. Disarm them. But welcoming late changes is not what I'm going to go for. You either fix your tournament early on the feedbacks or we game like that. That is the problem. At its core, these changes came too late. Whether they're right or wrong, we can debate all day, all night. But the tough part is, because the changes were made so late, you've now punished players that actually, instead of spending time whining, practiced. That's anti-behavior. That's like me rewarding my daughter for screaming at me. That's like every time she screams at me, I'll give her a piece of chocolate. Because now, she's like, oh, well, if I scream at Dad, he gives me chocolate. So, do you see where I'm going with this? Because the problem we now run into is because they folded, they now know that they can push. So the pushing didn't stop. The pushing has leaked over into... this. There's now just complaints and complaints about this. So there's a term, and I'm sure many history buffs will know this one. A term that went around in World War II that my country may have participated in doing to the Germans that wasn't very smart. Do you know what that term is, guys? Appeasement. Goddamn appeasement. So this is where we run into the issue. People with a horse in the race that are directly benefited or harmed by the changes now know that if they moan about it enough, things will be changed. I agree that water maps just aren't really hitting right now. I can see there's an issue around custom map versus default map, and I do think you should have a nice balance of the two, but you should definitely have custom maps. I don't believe you should have default maps. But I think where this has maybe blown up in the face of EGC is that now the players know that they can bully into change. Not early where it's like, oh, the players will listen to. Late, where it's like, oh, we cried and we got our way. I think that's going to be a problem. Like, the tough part is, like, I'm a big believer in it's not about right or wrong in the moment. It's about sticking to the choice you make. And I think this is kind of ended up unfair on the players that did practice instead of moaning. There's a time to moan. There's a time to give feedback, right? That time is after a tournament, or don't play the tournament, or like, you know, well enough in advance, and then if your changes don't get listened to, here's the thing in life, right? Like, who gets further ahead? The people who moan about the state of their life, or the people who maybe moan at first, but then they go, I'm going to go ahead and actually, like, adapt to the crappiness of life and try to be better and get better, whatever it is, right? The problem is we've now rewarded the former, because this now tells players that even last second things can change. It also now technically says to players that bothered to practice the maps, what's the bleeping point? Right? That's my big worry, is we've kind of punished professionalism and rewarded molding. And I don't like that. So, yeah, like, this is what I mean. Cat moans, he doesn't like it. Marine Lord says he didn't want the changes this close. I believe Anatan said he didn't want the changes publicly. I think you had some people, like, obviously, Core hates everything right now. Then, like, Wham, obviously, I think was saying he didn't want the changes. So, like, this went back and forth. And this proved the point, like, I always say to people, is that the vocal minority are not necessarily the majority. And, you know, and this is the thing, like, Vortex kind of take a balanced approach. Like, map change seemed good, even though I love Water Archipelago. I don't know if Vortex has been scrimming as much. I imagine, like, Vortex Lucifron era, this change would have annoyed him because he would have scrimmed more than anyone else. I don't think DeMu gave his input. He's usually a calm lad. Might come in at the end. But this went on and on a little bit. But I want to highlight it because I think this is something we need to really be conscious of as a community. Change is good. Attempting new formats is a good idea. There is an element of overstepping. I would argue that, like, the map pool in some ways was too adventurous with Archipelago in there, for example. But at the same time, my recommendation for these type of situations for future events is exactly what Marine Law said. You either change it early, or you don't change it. Right? The only exception is when you have extreme volatile issues. And what I mean by that is, oh my god, there's a bug on this map that crashes people's games. That is an example of where you have to make that change. But this didn't really hit it. Here's the thing that would have supported this argument of data that Wham, Avali brought up. You run the tournament in its current format that players, or some players at least, say they hate. And others are just getting on with it, whatever it is. Maybe majority hate. You run the tournament. Post-tournament, you get player feedback from the players that participated. You also go to the numbers. If the performance of the tournament was lower than your other tournaments, you now know that these custom maps suck and no one wants to watch them. In fact, I'm pretty sure Elite Classic is coming up after this tournament. Elite Classic that would have been the most default maps, right? So, in some ways, I genuinely think the way to approach this would have been to have left it as is, played it out, gone to Elite Classic, and then you would have had your direct comparison over which format people wanted. And then you've made progress. Because the way I see this playing out instead is now, next tournament that's not, let's say, Elite Classic, wild maps again, complaints come in, and then either we make the pivot last second and it annoys some players, or we don't make the change and it annoys others. Lessons here is dance with the girl you came to prom with, i.e. stick to your rules, and have long foresight as a community. Like, I don't know, whoever like wanted this desperately and really gunned for it like publicly is probably going to think this is a win, but like fundamentally it's not. It just kind of looks like a clown fiesta in different ways. And also, you know, if our goal is to become a more professional scene, we've now told players that we're trying to be more professional, like doing the scrimming, doing all the custom times. No point. So yeah, I mean, my take at the end of the day is I would have said leave the map format as is, go into Elite Classic, do the most standard bare bones stuff possible, every LAN map imaginable, maybe 2 custom maps, and then make your final statistically informed decision. Sadly, we didn't get that. But I hope next time this opportunity presents itself, we do, because I think there is a fair point to be made that there's no proof necessarily 100% one way or the other than the generics of spectacle and new stuff, that's what people want. But also, we just robbed ourselves of a perfect opportunity to prove it. Better luck next time. Well, probably going to be uploading this to YouTube. If you guys like it, if you resonate with it, let me know what you think down below. I think there is some fair, deeper discussion we have here. Maybe we'll do a follow-up one. Yes, AoE2 is a different game than AoE4. Maybe it can afford to have these more unique maps. I love one point made by Avli, by the way. He mentioned biomes and how actually biomes should be leveraged, and I agree. I'd love to see some biomes forced. We were actually originally planned to do a Christmas event where we're going to have the winter biomes, but it didn't come through in the end. But, you know, I think we should be exploring new things, new innovative ways to make the game different, whether that comes from a drafting standpoint, map design, simple things like biome, for sure. But there is a productive way to make change happen. And the week of the tournament, taking a giant dump on it to force last-minute changes that actually are punishing your fellow players, didn't feel it to me. But yeah, let me know in the comments, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. All right, now I can catch up on chat. I was going to catch up with you guys, but I would have slowed down the video. This is basically BC versus M-Lord controversy. It's not entirely, though. There's a lot more players involved in each, like, pen, right? I don't think BC... Like, I only caught part of BC. I thought it was a good point to start. He didn't say anything necessarily rough or mean. He actually had a very balanced take. Sounds like EGC will be more prepared for the next one. I think the problem here is, like... Sometimes you have to be the arsehole, if that makes sense. It's not comfortable, it's not fun. But sometimes it has to happen, you know? And I think that's the tricky part that got missed. Is that sometimes you must be le botol. Because you have to be the adult, right? Like, it comes back to the idea of me feeding chocolate to my kid the whole time. I've seen this before where, like, and I'm not saying this is, like, on Doom or Litter, but, like, as an example, because the most obvious one to me is, like, an admin connection point where they've tried to appease players and then they take advantage of it. You know, I don't want to make it seem like it's the admins or the tournament organizers versus the players or anything else, but, like, everyone has their angles, right? With too many custom maps, if tournament's worth it, BC just ends up stop streaming then, which isn't good for the scene. I mean, BC's going to inherently, in the end, stream what he thinks draws viewership. Wow. If BC had clear clear statistics to support that him just like organizing gold level free-for-alls gave him double the viewership of playing in EGC tournaments, which one do you think he's going to do? Right? He enjoys both, so he's going to do which one feels better for him. Are we streaming any more games? Yes, we have another series live in 40 minutes. Myriad played AoE4 full-time in 2024, didn't work any other jobs, and still didn't make 6 figures. I mean, AoE4 is not a big scene. I don't know, like, there's always this expectation that scene needs to be massive, huge. It's just not how it works. You have to grow the scene to that. Do you want to know why esports is in an apocalypse right now, where everyone's just dying? Because everyone thought they could just go to $1 million and it would make sense. It doesn't, right? Even the scenes that seem big have their own issues. Like, if you look at Counter-Strike, guys, a lot of their revenue comes from gambling. And that's not good. And the player prices have inflated to the point that if you don't participate in gambling as a team, you can't afford the players, right? So inflating to a ridiculous degree doesn't necessarily solve all the problems. Wait, what guy's annoying? What are we on about? What? I think the AoE live stream viewership is capped around 2.5k. Possibly at the moment. I think it can grow. I think, funnily enough, the thing that grows it actually isn't necessarily just absolute top pro level content. It's relatable content. Relatable content makes a lot more sense. I just saw Dota mention, we'll catch up to Avali on that. Like, Dota 2, when it first came out, was driven not just by its competitive scene, but by, like, very talented players that were actually just entertaining to watch doing clowny stuff. Any short description of the drama? I mean, I don't think we... How long were we talking about? I don't think it was that long. Like, Marine Lord by far, I think, had the most level-headed take in there. And Avali, because it's a cutie. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat because I'm pretty far behind. I think Archipelago is clearly not a good idea, and it was good it was removed. The problem is, like, Archipelago is probably one of the best designed water maps. Just water fundamentally sucks. Yo, what is up, Thirsty Sips? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Gives a little bit of viewership? I mean, maybe. Final map pool now. Here you go. I'll show it on here. Wait, have I switched it to the right thing? Or did I screw up? I may have screwed up. Whoopsie. There we go. There you go. Custom versus ladder is one thing, but the other thing is how god-awful the custom maps tournaments insist on using are. I mean, you say that, but there's plenty of good custom maps, right? Is Borderland? Borderland's a custom, I'm pretty sure. Borderland's custom. Kalauga's custom. I think that Scarguard is actually a really bloody good map. I think that deserves to be in there. Coastal Cliff's a custom map. There's plenty of good custom maps. It just comes down to making the right choices. But also, like, you shouldn't be afraid to try new maps. So, you know, I'm a big believer that 80% should be proven maps and 20% maybe should be brand new maps. And then if people hate those maps, they won't pick them or they'll ban them. But, like, there is kind of an element of... Quite often people are quick to criticize without understanding the entire picture, which is why I try to... I don't know, I think this is a fairly balanced take where I looked at it from each person's perspective, right? The players, the viewers, and the TOs. Because I have the rare, like, position of hearing from them all. Behind closed doors as well. It's true, BC does have policy. Imagine BC and Marine Lord said they wouldn't play a tournament. So the way that would fundamentally eventually play out is there'd be an initial hit, but eventually they'd be replaced. Cold, but true. If you, like, said you didn't want to play for a year, yeah, there'd be a loss. But then there'd be a new number one. They would have their communities, they'd probably take them elsewhere for sure. So, like, once again, though, you have to be very careful with appeasement. Because at what point do you stop being self-maintainable and just become autonomous to the desires of X, Y, or Z? Sorry, I'm catching up with chat still. Avali says, I was going through TI price pools and noticed a massive drop 2 years ago. Why is that? Because Valve realized they can just milk the community without actually paying that much anymore. And I think, in some ways, Dota's esports scene has suffered, to a certain degree, irreparably. At the worst possible time in the middle of the esports apocalypse. So, you know, TI kind of put itself on a pedestal no one can match. But now, instead of dispersing that money from TI across the rest of the scene, they decided to just do away with it and pocket the rest. Why give 25% of what the Battle Pass makes to the prize pool when you can keep 100%? That's what they've done. Stuff like Tim being on the front page the other day is more likely to draw new viewership more than most things. I mean, interesting formats and whatever that people can interact with is going to draw viewership as well, right? Like, what's going to make someone like Lyric come and play AoE4 again? Expansions, interesting game modes, mods. What was the Spectrum Archipelago to Himayama? Sure, but like that's why you have ones that get categorized as hybrid and ones that get categorized as water. That it's not perfect because you've only got 2 categories that way, but it at least helps with it. How do you find casting water maps in the EGC tournament? I feel it's the most intense and I see you getting hype. Yeah, so I think I've talked about this before, is like, while water is not perfect, on a scale of things are going to happen that are impacting the game and changing the outcome, water drastically does more than anything that land offers in about 95+% of situations, right? Because demos come in, you could lose 20 ships, and that's game. And that can happen like that. It comes back to the idea of who likes Banelings and who hates them, if you want to put it in StarCraft terms, an easy one to follow, right? Why does this thing block my army? I hate it. It's like people who played Red Alert 2 in the day that hated nukes. People who loved it. So, you know, that's why I've talked about before, it'd be interesting to see a speed mod that just increased the speed of the simulation by 1.5 times. Because then actually land fights are so quick and visceral that it has that water feeling to it. ML's take is basically, dude, I spent weeks preparing all these maps. Make your changes early or not? Yeah. And it's a fair point, right? The core issue of what happened here isn't necessarily that EGC was right or wrong, or that the players were right or wrong about the map selection. It's that the changes last second were wrong to be asked for from the players and wrong to be executed upon by EGC. So fundamentally, both failed. He changed maps. EGC responded to the pressure of the players, basically. Do you notice any change in viewership when one map games are streamed? Yes, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the discussion. It's like Archipelago. Dude, like when Archipelago came up the KPMMs, on average, viewership just went down. It actually took a hit, which was kind of sad to watch, a bit demoralizing. Because some of those Archipelago games were some of the most wild and incredible games we've seen in the Midweek Musters. But people just didn't care. Because what about it? So, we've got about half an hour. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to start AoE 4. We're going to cast a pub game. And then up next, we have got B versus Sass happening in half an hour. What's going on there? I don't like core. Experience some variant mode or format won't make you like it. You say that, but there's plenty of people like hate standard League of Legends but love ARAM, right? Doesn't mean ARAM needs to be the default format. Although the interesting thing, like I've had this discussion about unique game modes, mutators, and whatever before, is like at least ARAM exists to be tested on whether it'd be better than standard League of Legends. Now the acceptance might be that it's not better League of Legends, but it exists to prove that, right? I don't think the unique game modes that get created on the seasonals are unique enough to really see what's better or worse. But excuse me, still dying if you can't tell. RTS is unfortunately is for older gamers. It seems the average game pro is older than LoL Valorant, and I think there's a correlation directly to the age of the viewership as well. Sure, but like, so what's the logic here? That you don't need flashy gameplay? Because you kind of do. Dude, if I'm old, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die tomorrow. I need this to be fast. I can't waste my time. In some ways, you could argue that older people have less time to waste than younger people. Why don't I compete in the tourney? I wouldn't want to take Marine Lord's pride away, you know. Rob him his money. I mean, dude, I'd have gentle mates sucking my teeth trying to sign me by May. It just wouldn't be fair to him. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy that took something from sweet old Marine Lord. I think LAN battles are entertaining even if they aren't as flashy. I mean, the point is they can be entertaining while being flashy, right? And there's a lot of things that can also just be fixed without a simulation speed change to fix the problem. So a perfect example of this is the formation shuffling behavior of things like knights against villagers is dumb. Villagers just get away in a way they shouldn't, right? And that's just like, that's an avoidable problem. It doesn't need to exist, right? Just fix formation shuffling. So there's actually things you could do to make land feel more wham bam thank you ma'am that don't fundamentally compromise or change the core elements of the game. These changes just don't happen. So we have got a game between Sass and Core. We're going to watch a ladder game. I think this is perfect because Sassy's going to be playing up next. So we'll watch this game between him and Core. And then that should line us up perfectly. Wait, what is... Yeah, and that should line us up perfectly for the next series, okay? I need to find where I had the music open. Oh, I done it on Spotify, didn't I? So pause music. Let's get ready to go. See, this is where I need a fancy-ass YouTube manager that would now go make an epic thumbnail for that one. Jesus, I hope this game isn't too long. Hopefully not. Alright, we'll stick to 2 times. We've got a little bit of catching up to do. Do an Empire Wars tournament? Hell yeah. So. There we go. Wait, why has chat disappeared? Chat? Chat, where are you? Chat, can you need to shout? I can't find you. Chat? Oh, there you guys are. I think I found you. Oh, thank God. I was worried. Don't you ever walk off like that again. What has happened to my map? Oh no, not this again. The sizing is off. God, I forgot I even had this scene. It's been so long. It's been so long. Well, that sounds sick. Because I was already sick, but my throat is starting to dry up. Alright. Alright, I thought this was appropriate. We're waiting for actually our next series of Midweek Muster. It's going to be an incredible one. It's going to be Sassy versus B. But Sass is grinding on the ladder, and this is probably not going to be incredible. Oh my God, I didn't even look at the sieve. Oh, why? You know, Core tried to challenge me the other day in a Twitch chat to 1v1s, and I declined him for this exact reason. It's China. This is going to be an hour-long game. So, fun thing. Sass and B are meant to be playing in about 25 minutes. Anyone getting the feeling that that might get delayed? Oh my God. I was just saying actually in our map discussion thing with the drama on EGC how I hate Hill and Dale. And we selected Hill and Dale, but not only Hill and Dale, it's a Bassa Chinese. Sassy's also trading with military. Help. We're on the 2 times speed just because we need to catch up a little bit. So hopefully you guys don't mind. So we have Archer opening from Core. That's pretty powerful right now from China. You either decide whether you commit or you just don't go Castle Age. Because the thing is, by pumping out these archers, you're generating gold for the taxation anyway. So we've got 2 TC Song. Castle's approaching. He done the Song because he's up against the Abbasids. Interesting that Sassy didn't try to mirror by going Eco Wing and just booming up. But at least kind of fair credence to it. I think when you get to the hyper late game, which is what happens if you both go 4 TC, the late game goes too fast, is China's just better. Right, with the Palace Guard spam, with the ability to go into hand cannoneers that have extra range, it's a very hard matchup for Abbasids. Like at that stage, your only play is to get mass siege going with mangonels and the adjustable crossbows, which comes maybe a little bit too late into an average Imperial. Trade Wing kind of crap? No, yeah, Trade Wing isn't just kind of crap. Trade Wing is pure trash. It's the one that gives you the free armor now. You would Trade Wing, like he's doing, I love this from Sassy, in Castle Age, because you get your hands on the Grand Bazaar, which is the one that gives you 25% secondary resource. Wow, I'm so glad we clicked on the Hill and Dale game that's going to be 2 hours long. I'm so glad we're on 2 times speed. So, how is this one going to play out? Sass is bolstering his economy in a really smart way. Like, he played 2 TC into trade. He's going to be stronger than Core, which is why Core needs to block him. We've got raids coming on the traders right now. Wolves did not go up in time, and Sass now has to spam spears. I think he was a bit greedy about this. It looks like he was waiting to get his hands on knights instead. Mistakes most definitely made there. I'm a bit worried. I think Sass was on course to just roll over Core. but those trader losses have really reset him. We do have the camel coming in, plus the lancers. Smart choice here. One camel for the unease. You can even start spamming camel riders. It's actually a really good choice against this lancer build. Core needs to look for a transition. The problem is usually you think Palace Guard, but Sass is already in crossbows. We're probably going to see both players going crossbow, which of course is a very innovative build that we've never seen before. You just got a text from Micro Center that they're in stock. Wait, what's in stock? Oh, you're talking about like the last gen NVIDIA cards, right? The new ones aren't out yet. I'm pretty sure both them and AMD haven't released yet. An exciting time though with the with CES. I need to catch up on the announcements today. I am in particular keeping my eyes on the OLED monitors. Keep an eye on this space because we might be looking to work with a certain brand to get one of them involved. Yeah, I like that from Sockton. It's a fair point. Remember, they did nerf the build speed in Season 9, so you can see how much harder it was for Sass to get these walls up. And after all is said and done, he's taken a lot of damage, right? He can't really like seem that way when you look at the raw villager count, but it's the fact that he kind of got idled out. He did lose a lot. And on top of that, his opponent picked up all the relics, right? It's going to be a 5 relic game by the looks of it. Sass actually will be able to snatch one back, but ultimately, Core is now setting himself up nicely for the late game when you look at things like Pagoda. The only negative he's going to experience here is a Basset economy is still going to be better in the hyper late with things like the agriculture tech, with the trade wing plays. But Core should be able to spike his Imperial faster. Now, if it seems like I'm jumping the gun saying this is going Imperial, welcome to the channel. Welcome to Core vs. Sass. You've clearly never watched a Core vs. Sass game before. Oh boy. You'd love to go AMD, but you need to rebuild half your PC to do it? What do you mean by that? I mean, do you really? To go AMD, you'd have to buy a CPU and buy a motherboard. And if the argument is, well, I'm on, you know, Intel, but I'd have to change motherboard, you have to change motherboard anyway? If you're updating to new SKUs, the motherboard like that works might change. If you're at a point where you're upgrading, you're probably like, you know, 3 or 4 years in, right? So you'd need a new motherboard either way. I can definitely wholeheartedly recommend the AMD line of CPUs. Like, they are by far the best. There's not even a competition anymore. In fact, I might be greedy and ask my guy about the new 9950 XTs. Because we've got the 9950X, but the 9950X 3D. Dude, the performance is wild. For most of you, you're probably looking at a 9800X 3D. I don't say that with a monocle and a twirl and mustache and a snooty feel. It's just like the 9800X 3D is probably going to be like 60% of the cost of a 9950X 3D. So, boom continues. Sassy is going to pop out first. He's up to 128 already. We will be seeing Imperial shortly. Core won't be able to stop him. He's trying to flood Palace Guard, but dude, you haven't even got Yuan. And the pressure's coming the other way, man. Sass, like this. Posturing in the center of the map. We've got a keep drop coming in. That's going to secure on the 2 8K golds as well. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, AMD... I mean, say if you had infinite money, AMD is pretty good. Like, AMD has always been good bang for buck. The CPUs are, like, not just bang for buck. They're actually the best. But the graphics card still remains phenomenal bang for buck. Alright, guys. Who do you think's winning this? We're pretty deep in. Sass, press 1. If you believe in Core, press 2. I'm feeling like this is Sassy's game. Right? Feels like it. It's looking really good for him right now. The gold starvation is going to be important. Like, China has got taxation, they have got relics for late game, but there's only so much you can do with that. That's not going to get you into mass hand companies. And he needs gold. God knows he's starved of it right now. I mean, there is some accessible points on the north side. Just hasn't played towards them. Oh, I just realized the hilarity of me talking about Hill and Dale's terrible gold spawns. Have you guys looked at Hill and Dale's terrible gold spawns today? I wonder if you had to give an answer, whose side does this spawn favor? I'm just going to take a look over the east side here, and questions are going to get asked. This is ridiculous. Core does get the right timing to block him. That's critical, but... yeah, this is rough, man. I mean, the hilarity as well is the Civ that's trading ends up getting the good gold spawns. The one that isn't get stuck with bad pit locations. I mean, Core did get more wood, right? That's the trade-off, sure, but in this game, gold's going to be more important for him. Breakthrough's coming in. Sassy with the most ambitious keep I think I've seen all day. That is not going to work. There is a backstab coming through. And tech ups on both sides, but tech ups of different kinds. Yuan Dynasty just came in for Core. Sass, meanwhile, is going into Imperial Age. Tech up about to complete in 20 seconds. Oh man, there's just no getting away from this, right? Like, you can run faster than it, but you've ran yourself into a corner. He will be able to annihilate some of the trade at least. And won't be able to hang him along. And also, it's kind of a shrug for Sass. At 200 pop, losing a bit of trade isn't really going to kill you. This can often be the obnoxiousness of like late game when eco is fully set up. It's difficult to do enough damage to actually kill your opponent. And yes, B versus Sass is happening live in about 15 minutes. We're waiting for Sass to finish this game so we can start the draft. Reminder, that will give us our story about who is going to be going in that semifinals up against Elyona. This might be the fastest Lindale game ever. Woohoo! It's only 2 hours long! Sucks on farm and starts crying. I mean, if Sass just ends, yeah, this is over. I can't see a world in which Core survives this. He's still in Castle Age. The only thing that Sass needs to do is wall. KB was on 2x speed. I should, yeah, let me just continue. Let me just fix that. Back to 2x speed, right? And yes, this is a ranked match that is being played by Sass before his series, his tournament series up against B. The push is coming in. Sass has got pretty much everything he needs, right? Veterancy into Elite for Spearman is coming in. 40 seconds out. Would benefit from the Unitex. Should have enough gold to get there soon. In fact, I think that's what's missing for Sass. He's a little bit paranoid that Core's going for a tech up, which is why he's pushing like this. Trying to force his opponent to react. Problem is, you just ran headfirst into Mass Horseman. A bit of an overextension there by Sass. We'll better reset. And something vulgar is on the horizon, guys. Oh, God. Camel support is coming. I do really want to see Sass drop a University, though. He's kind of going the hard way about winning this. I mean, theoretically could work, right? But, like, you're running into a meat grinder against China. And you do have a strong economy, but it's not like this is a weak-ass economy. It's not like you're doing this into, say, a French economy, where it's like, haha, once I kill the units, he's dead. So, looks like we do finally have that unit being dropped. Incineroar is now on the way. And this is fine. He can resume the push. It's just making sure you've got those techs coming through as you continue. I mean, this is over. I don't see how Core wins this. He done some reasonable raid damage on the sides, right? But at this point, as long as Sass doesn't go back and wait 10 minutes, it's good to go. Thank God he's not going back and waiting 10 minutes. I've seen too many of those type of games. You know, the ones where you're like, oh, he's definitely not dead. Am I winning? Oh, let me just back up. Now, the funny part, guys, is Core. The thing he could have built here that actually would have long this game big time. Oh, no, he's doing it. Yeah, Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees is the winning player here. The weird part is he has Clock Tower, right? But he's not using it, even though these are just better versions. If you get enough Nesta Bees together, Sass can't push with this comp. He needed Flood Horseman, which he doesn't have a crazy amount of right now. And obviously starting to reveal themselves. The other problem for Core is the gold, remember? Like, he literally has no gold access, so you know, getting the Nesta Bees is the answer. How you get them is the problem. So, just a reminder, after all that talk about how we should have, like, default ladder maps and they're the best, this is a ladder map. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, do you want this in a tournament? Hill and Dale. Balance Sports. Default maps accept this. There we go. In fairness though, the ranked ladder pool is really small, right? Am I the only one feeling that? I try not to size shame things in life. I'm not in a position to do so. But it feels really, really tiny. How many is it? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Is it 8? 9? Yeah, I think it should change more often. I think that's been a big argument for a long time. Ring of the bell coming in. Sass is going to grind his opponent down to a victory. Actually, what was that for? We have got to... Nah, okay. That's definitely not happening. I love this from Core, by the way. The teensy tiny little encampment to try and get access to gold. He's like, please, Mr. Sassy, you have so much. Please just give me one. No. I think the answer is going to be a firm no. Sacred Side timer has resumed. Core is just start building the worst possible units. Spears, Horsemen, right? Like, and then high enough numbers, great. But Sass has the perfect answer coming. This is harsh. Golems is the absolute slap to the cheeks. Even has the elite army tactics queued up. Like, once Golems are here, Core can't win. He literally cannot beat Golems. He has one unit that can kill Golems. And I don't mean like one unit, I mean he literally has one. Is he buying gold still? Or is this just taxation OP? He must be buying gold. There's no way he's doing this off of taxation alone. Yeah, he's been selling like crazy. So he's getting crossbows out. Correct choice against Golems. Unfortunately for him, Sassy the dirty bugger is already going archers. He's got silk bowstrings on the way. He should also already have composite bows. Nope, that should get queued up shortly though. And knights as well. Okay, Sass. Tell us you've got a lot of trade without saying you've got a lot of trade. It's only 48. And remember, we are in Imperial Age, which means he's getting all the goodies. He got the extra amount of gold. He got the 25% extra as a different resource. He's loving life. Now, I just want you guys to realize that a lot of this map was sped through on 2x speed. Are you glad? Be honest, how happy are you that we done that for the early game? Do it 2x speed now. I don't know, this could be an epic, very long 1 minute and 44. You sure you don't want a very long and epic 1 minute and 44? Core does. Cheeky little decap coming in. Sass should just be able to brute force this though. It's only 12 crossbows. So many golems. Help! Oh my god, if it's not a crossbow, it's not doing damage. Right, like you've got 13 damage on a horseman, this golem have 10 armor. And now, finally, Core, what is going on? Great Wall Gatehouse coming in. There's no way. I mean, if he had 30 villages. Wait, did he do it right? Guys, he might have done it right. He might have done it. He hasn't done it right. You played Hillendale for 30 minutes to die like this. Like this. Oh, no. Do you like this map? Oh, that's what we call it. If it gets uploaded, do you like this map? Is this actually fun? Question mark. All right. Sass, is B ready? You guys good to go a few minutes early or? Is B still looming, but not seen? Jesus. Holy crap, my throat. Okay, appreciate it, Sassy. Good lad. Sec. Oh, Anna's playing team games. So I'm just checking some and then we'll hop into another one. We're going to, like, while we wait for B, we're going to have a game playing in the background. We're just going to chill watch for a little bit while we wait for them to get in, okay? Okay. Can I show the scoreboard of the tournament? Sure thing, honey. Here you go. So, the winner of this is going to be up against Elyona. I don't know if he's going to be able to play early on Thursday. But we'll try to organize that. Alright, sorry, just double checking something. So yeah, what's going to happen, by the way, guys, is the Elyona versus either Sassy or B series is going to be played. So it'll be cast by me on Thursday before the grand finals, okay? So that is going to be what's going to be happening there. So we will have that prior to grand finals up against Kiljardi. Look at the beautiful name. Look at that. Isn't this proof that KPMM works? The improvement that Kiljardi has made. A rookie amateur coming up from the unknown. Midweek muster makes champions. Big K, 0 points? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, right now you're drawing with a question mark. I don't know if that's impressive or underwhelming. Elyona 2-0'd Louis. When did that happen? Louis forfeited. He said he would not be able to play due to scheduling conflicts of like when he's available and when Elyona is available. And Louis also said he wouldn't be able to play next week. So he was given a DQ. Not really how I like things to play out, but kind of unavoidable. Oh, wait. Did I put small K? Oh, you mean you don't like Big K? You don't like Big K? You little small K? Kiljardi? What's wrong with Big K? It looks weird. I'm sorry. Structuring names correctly looks weird to you. Okay. Small. Okay. I'll make you small. I'll send you a picture. I'll make you very small. Sass versus B soon? Yes. So we're just we're just basically putting some gameplay on screen while we wait for them to draft. So he's drafting shortly. While we wait for that, let me make Kiljardi very small. The more I say it, the more inappropriate it sounds. There you go, Kiljardi. You're very small. God, this would be embarrassing now. Imagine losing. Look at this. DeMu, he has 2 capital letters. And he loses to a guy who can't even afford 1 capital. Jeez. If you can make even the font small. Oh my god. I think we're getting too much revelation into Kiljardi's love life.
How about you make it a fit K? True. I should just make it like a specially embroidered K. You know, like the fancy handkerchiefs where the people get their letters embroidered? We should be like that level of fancy lettering, you know? By the way, guys, we've been live for 7 hours. If you haven't followed the channel already, I highly recommend it because we will be back Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, we're back quite frequently. Oh, and reminder to players to remember to sign up for Midweek Muster number 9. I think we currently have quite a few spaces open. So now is your time to shine, one and all. Make sure you do sign up to those. Whether you're an aspiring player or you're an accomplished player, it's worth it. For the aspiring players, it's a great environment for you to train, for you to get used to tournament formats. For the accomplished players, it's a great environment for you to train. It's a great environment for you to practice because we've been putting maps in that appear in the upcoming tournaments. It's perfect practice. What is up, Disco Pumper? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Appreciate it, mate. I mean, sometimes I wonder if players would prefer to have maps that aren't in the upcoming tournaments. Like, I'm kind of curious if the pros have got in chat. Would you prefer it that way? Are you, like, worried about secret strats being leaked if you come and play moving out in the weeklies because it's going to appear in the EDC tournament? You're not playing next week because of that. So you're saying you would play if I didn't put maps in that are in the tournament. Is that why I'm hearing? Boo! So I'm wondering what would be more enticing to players to actually join in. You don't want your opponents to see how strong you are. It's okay. Just sign up to KPM M9 and draft China every time. See, Kiljardi screwing up, mate. You missed an opportunity to bamboozle him. I remember all these small Kiljardi that counted to a big Kill. Jesus Christ. Oh, dude. Kiljardi brings the banner. We love him. I don't know. It's definitely going to be a test of the weekly format. Because I don't see much sense in pausing the weekly format when people are... when tournaments are going on. Because that would just kill the whole point of it. But it also kind of kills the point of it if the top players aren't playing at all as well, right? Because then it's not players getting the experience in a competitive environment against people who know what they're doing. At that point, it's like people who maybe don't know what they're doing shouting at people who don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Right? Like, do you learn more by a teacher who knows a subject teaching it to you or just by yelling between the two of you, right? Can you explain why these players' names are not on the scoreboard? Because this is a pub game while we wait for the next tournament game, which is starting in a minute. We're just waiting for the draft to be initiated. Kiljardi done well against DeMu? Oh, dude, yeah, he revealed way too much. Like, what was that, Kiljardi? You're like, oh, secrets, can't reveal anything. Bruh, we know everything now. You've given over too much, son. Your annihilation of DeMu is now known. They'll be dissecting it for days. You lost with JD on purpose. There you go. See, it's even given the extra info out in the chat. So yeah, we've been seeing what Pro Scouts play so far into a delayed Barbican. Okay, I don't like this for Kazuya at all. He has forced Mahozul to build archers, but you can see he's training castle. How much deer did he get in the end? He starts to weigh a reasonable amount, right? Maybe like 2.5 patches to 1.5. So edge there at least. And they're quite close on sheep count. So KJ has some more length. The problem is the horse archers. Horse archers are just so cheap. People didn't want to know secret strat building archers. Damn, I've never seen that one before. I think the problem with weekly format is the frequency. It's good for us viewers, but big commitment from players who need to train and do other things. I disagree on the training point, because it's a form of training, right? I'd argue that's a form of training. Oh, dude, what the hell's going on my foot? Oh, it feels really bad. Ah. I don't know if it's because I've got, like, it needs to click or what. Doesn't feel very good right now. But let me double check. We should have B turning up now. Let me at him quickly. The issue is during big tourneys. Yeah, but like you want some sort of format that enables it. I mean, I'm trying to think of a golden solution to it. It defeats the point in the weekly format if the weekly format isn't always going on. And then it also would make everything super redundant when you consider that, like, how often is EGC, for example, running in S-tier tournament, right? Or A-tier, or whatever. So that's someone I need to try and figure out what works there, how that works. Because, like, what? We've got Masters Winters up until February 9th. And then we have, like... Okay, actually, we have a bigger gap than I realized. We have Elite Classics then March 29th. So there is a month gap each time, but... Yeah, I don't know. I think... I have to think on that. It's like I said, though, the fundamental issue is, you know, if there was enough money, people would just play it anyway, right? But I don't have lots of money. I could get lots of money if we are able to keep building viewership. But that's the big one. Maybe time Wheatley to be off-season from big tourneys. So that presents multiple issues about, like, the regularity pattern of, like, the midweeks. Also, for me as a content creator, that provides a big conundrum of what to do in the interim. Because then we're back to casting ladder games, which I like that we moved away from. I know we're sitting here watching a ladder game right now, but in general, it felt a lot better, right, than just what we were doing, which was casting games on ladder. It also felt like I was contributing a lot more to the community doing this. So, we do have the draft underway anyway. So, as fun as it's been to watch KJ and Mahozzle and Fearcraft in the background, we are going to be hopping across to the draft now. So let me go ahead and pull that one up for you guys. Oh, dude, my ankle feels really dodgy today. All right. Let me close all this because we've got loads of crap open in the background. What was the map draft? Sid Picker. Where are we? Borderland Pigeon's View. Wait. Sassy, dude, I remember last time you two done Pigeon's View, please. You guys remember that? That was the ridiculous Mass Nester Bees game. We said Borderland and Pigeon's View. Okay, so... I mean, they're both getting pretty solid openings here. Yeah, they just prioritized their own picks and protected them and didn't really ban too much away other than Juji Delhi. EGC are only able to maintain the viewership due to tourney not happening often, plus prize pool, of course. So, like, yeah, but what's your comparison point with what I do here? It's a bit different. I'm not... Yes, we are, like, a tournament organizer, but we're also a content creator, right? So it's very different. Very, very different. And also, the size of the number, like, on the tournaments, yes, it definitely has an impact on people going, oh my god. But also, the difference is EGC has already anchored itself as the go-to point for, like, the big tournaments, right, within the scene. So it's very different. Ooh, my angle feels really weird. Your point's about creating demand? Yeah. I mean, it's almost like I want to have different formats that would create demand. I've talked about this before, though. And, like, my feeling is I've always wanted to build the scale based on what exists and then build what's next, which is... I think casual-facing content. So, like, low Elo Legends, as an example, modded games, community games, interesting formats that are just about having fun. I think that's a big missing element within AoE4. I don't think anyone's really smashed it on the head. The problem is you need the new viewership arc coming in. But I feel like all roads lead back to what I've talked about before about having the right person in place on the YouTube side to help with that, because that will be how you get people to even know it happens. It's very hard to get people to even know it happens based on live streaming alone, because like live streaming is the word vacuous I'm looking for. It doesn't really offer an opportunity to reach new audiences. This is my job. It's a big part of my job right now. So I am a caster and host. I do work other events. Admittedly, it's been much quieter 2024. I've had much more busy early years, so I've been taking the time over the last year to build our own community here. I think we've done pretty well so far, actually. Culture JD picked by B. Do you ever do paid advertising? Sure. So we've had some paid integrations from AMD. Obviously, we had them sponsor the PC build, but that was not part of the paid one. But we've had like banners up, and there are other opportunities that come up. And the whole point is, as we're growing, there will be more opportunities come up. Like once you have scale, that's when your inbox starts to fill up with all these different opportunities. I'll see Biz versus HRE. I think King of the Hill is probably going to be Roos versus... Ooh. Roos versus JD. Is that wild or is that smart? Am I being stupid? No, I think that could work. He's probably thinking JD for Borderland more likely. The problem is, like, so if it's JD versus Byzantines or JT versus Roos, if it's Byzantines, you can just kind of like bait and switch them into mass archers, make them think you're going knights, the Kiljardi classic. If it's Roos, that's more problematic. You can at least block pro scouts, but they can get towards horse archers quite easily. I could see JD working though. I think JD is quite creative. The more expected is either Chinese or HRE on King of the Hill. HRE against Roos, I think, can hit pretty hard and fast before Roos get online. China is going to be a bit slower. I'm not sure how I feel about China on King of the Hill, actually. I'm not entirely sold, especially with the nerfs to Nesta Bees. I should have had you casting the Battle Series 20. What's the Battle Series 20? I'm confused. What is this? Have I missed a tournament? What's the Battle Series? Illuminate my brain. So they're setting up the custom now. We should be in a few minutes. God, my throat. Tomorrow is a much needed rest day. It's annoying because I've got a YouTube video to record about the PC showcase and the sponsors we had. But every time I'm looking to do it, my throat, like, I've been ill, basically. Oh, you mean Steel Series? I mean, my DMs are open. They can reach out. They're more than capable of talking to me about it. And I will see what they've got things happening this year, so maybe. Okay, looks like we're in game. Or loading game now, so it should be in a second. It is going to be HRE Roos. Okay, dude, I like this from B. As long as it's not just raw fast castle, I think you pressure here. You could open... No, you don't want to open racks. So the reason you want to open racks is that the Roos can just not go on the gold. They can go hunting cabins, and then it can just follow up with Golden Gate. You could burn those hunting cabins, so in theory, spears could work. But if you're going to do that, I think you want some sort of outpost rush and a proxy base. I think KP is one of the few professional casters in the scene. Thank you, Shots. I mean, I'm definitely the most experienced. I'm trying to think if there's anyone who has more experience. because like I've been doing commentary for 6 years, almost 7 now. Jesus, I thought I'd accomplished so much more. So yeah, I've been doing casting for 7 years, and that's when I started doing major tournament. Lidicore, no, because like I'm talking the scale of experience. So like for those who don't know, I started in Dota 2, and Dota 2 this month, 7 years ago, I cast qualifiers, open qualifiers for a major tournament into closed qualifiers, and then by March of 2018, I was in a studio in Sweden on a Dream Hack event, and then by May, I was flying out to Moscow to work a Dota 2 major. So that's what I mean by like experience. Is I've worked scale events across multiple scenes with the biggest tournament organizers in the world for the last 7 years. So that's the experience I'm talking about. I don't think there's anyone in AoE4 that has that. So like from a professional standpoint, yes. Because also, like, a lot of commentators within Age of Empires are content creators, and their influences and their personalities. So, like, what you do within those environments is very different to what you do when you are toe-singing it up or you're OD pixeling it up. Because that was the type of, like, angle I've done for years, right? It's a very different skill set. Booked and busy? Hell yeah. The new boys don't have your seat. I mean, dude, yeah. So, like, I mean, it's just to be expected. It's not me being cocky. I hope it doesn't come across that way. I don't see it that way. It's just a blunt reality. Like, it's something I've been more conscious of. I sometimes forget how much experience I have now. Sometimes I still feel like the guy who's starting out and needed guidance. Spoiler alert, I didn't get the guidance. I had to work my ass off to get where I got and figure things out myself. But I don't like people having to go through that, which is why I try to help where I can. You look tired? It's the illness. It's roughing me up a little bit. You can hear it in my throat. But yeah, we're a minute and a half out. I'm going to run a... Oh, ads already ran themselves, didn't they? I'll start predictions then. So who will win game 1? So there can be no confusion this time. Eyebrows, eyebrows. B versus Sass. Give you guys 2 minutes. So you have 40 seconds of in-game to sniff the map and go, I like this. We never achieve the point where we say, yeah, now I'm the expert. Sure, like I'm always of the mind that there's new things I can learn. And I think that's how I keep improving. I'm always receptive to that, right? Like, I think the reason why I do a really good job in AoE4 as a caster is because it's such an analytical game, and I take the time to figure out matchups. I figure out, you know, the counters, right? I figure out strategies. You know, I talk to the players. I learn the stories. I live the stories. That to me is what a professional is. It's not what you know. It's if you can get it done, and not just done well, right? And like, you know, no matter what scene I operate in, that's my go. That's my prerogative. I may not have all the answers now, but I will get them. Yeah, there's probably perfect examples of like situations where I could just phone it in, especially in AoE4. I could just phone it in realistically. Like on Aegis events, I have a pretty cozy position, but I don't. Cam on? Dude, the cam's not coming on right now. We're in game. You have to wait and remind me. I thought this visual EGT host at first. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Oh, we got a banger. This is going to be a fun one. Sass versus B. What an unexpected outcome as we're going deeper. Not necessarily these two being the quarterfinals, but the stories being woven here. Kiljardi already in the grand finals. Elyona waiting in the semifinals for one of these two. Some familiar faces that didn't sign up this week, other ones that fell victim early on. We kick off, as always, with King of the Hill. Apologies, my throat is coming a little bit hoarse. We've been going for several hours. I think we're approaching like 8 hours live. And my wonderful daughter and partner have clearly got me ill. My partner, literally last night, slept facing me, coughing. Thanks, Emma. But we'll see who's going to be coughing and bloodied after this one. Roos H3 opening. I really like this from B. H3 hasn't been leveraged here very often, but when it has, it's been impressive. Been the best game so far on this map for Holy Roman Empire. Has to go out to our boy Cal. Phenomenal game one against Lash. If you haven't seen that, definitely keep an eye out on the YouTube. I think it's uploading very soon, if not already up. But H3 Roos, Sassy's probably thinking Pro Scouts, and I don't like that if that's the case. I think this is a great start. He's got 18 sheep. Pro Scouts would be insanely greedy. And although it's your instinctive feeling to do it as Roos, against HRE, if you go Pro Scouts here, I think it opens you to a push. I'd actually love to see that from B. I think the way you play HRE here isn't just naked fast castle. It's too predictable. Roos can pseudo-mirror you, and then on top of that, horse archers will just run you through in the mid-game. But if you blow archers, spears in the feudal age, there's not really much that Roos should be able to do outside of outplaying you there. How do you guys feel about this? I'm checking the predictions now. 76% for B, so we do have a lot of Holy Roman Empire believers. I mean, I believe it, right? Like, this is definitely a Civ that's proven itself time and time again, and B, he loves these minework builds. This is great. Okay, so this is really smart, because now if Roos do just fast castle without Pro Scouts, the blocker play is Horsemen. Horsemen with all pikes are going to do substantial damage. And this is indeed live. In fact, let me update from next to live because we are in... It's probably the final set of this wonderful Tuesday. Sass already idle? Good eyeballs. Oh, what? Oh my god, he missed macroed. And he knows it. There was gaps there because he just didn't have food, and then there's gaps where he forgot. That's pretty big. B's about, what, 1.4 villages ahead? And, you know, that's great for him because the weakness of Minework is you have to sacrifice villages to produce prelates. Now he won't be behind on raw count, but he'll be definitely ahead in terms of eco advantage. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting this early. You know, like, there are certain players in the earlier rounds that we've seen this from, the lack of consistent TC production. But Sassy is definitely not one of the players I would have expected this to happen with. Especially so early in the game. Usually this early on, you're not focused on too much else. Looks like we are getting Pro Scouts as well. I think he's going to get ran through. Yeah, B's already prepping the racks. You know, he had two choices here. He could have fast castle Burgrave, but he just doesn't have the food for that. It wouldn't have been optimal. So instead he's going to play clean into pressure. Now, this is interesting because here's a funny thought for you guys. Pro Scouts doesn't look that OP against HRE. Agree or disagree? Here's the thought. Usually, Scouts can't get counted out by spears because they're too slow. In walks a man wearing speedy sports sneakers. Like, the difference in movement speed is good enough that Scouts can't just get away with the deer. They have to play away from you entirely. I really like this. It's smart. And on top of that, B can wallop even harder, right? Like, Bloomery's very cheap, so we might see that coming in around like 6 or 7 spears. H3 spears the best in feudal? Yes. Like, it's the movement speed, man. Like, I can't emphasize this enough. Movement speed wins video games. It's ridiculous how impactful it is. Just think about the Cataphract change when they buffed that movement speed. It changed everything about the outlook of that unit. Sofas, when they first came out, felt ridiculous because of that. Same with the Scouts. Limitane and Donzo. So HRE have the dictatorial ability to decide where they fight in a way that Limitane and Donzos don't. Spearmen are, like, HRE Spearmen, if they walk into the wrong place, they're very hard to pinch, right? Because they can just walk out of range so quickly. There's just so many elements to it. Add in the fact that, like, HRE economy is better. Like, you could argue in a vacuum maybe, like, Donzo beat HRE Spearmen because A or B. That's fair, right? Like, if you had an A-click fight with one spear from HRE, one spear from Malians, the Malian spear would win. So would the Limitana, actually. And then the Donzo would beat both. Because the hybrid attack, and then the fact that they have +1 armor. But we don't talk about these things in a vacuum like that, because that's not how AoE 4 works. You have to take the Civ in its entirety. This Civ has a lot of firepower. Usually it's something like the Arkin. In this game, it's going to be the aggressiveness that comes out of these techs, potentially, like Bloomery, the All Pikes as well. In fact, this is definitely going to be All Pikes. We've got Horsemen coming. Pro Scouts as well, so B is going to look to snatch and grab on a delay. I love this. Archer reaction is coming out from Sass, so B got exactly what he wanted out of him. The cool thing about this, the complementary element, is the value play of going this route, forcing your opponent to arches, allows the Horseman follow-up, which justifies that All Pikes tech, the unique one in the mine work, that gives you +2 damage. And, yes, good catch there. Sorry, didn't update that. It's a best of 3, not a best of 5. Thank you very much. Spear clash begins. Horsemen have arrived, though, and that is bad news for Sass. He knows it as well. Has to head home, man. He's struggling for food here. Hasn't been able to pick up the deer over here. Barely touched these. In fact, if we check underneath the TC, has he even got any? Maybe one? I don't think he's got any, guys. He's going to try to bring him back now. Looks like maybe one will be brought home, or one would have to be picked up. Okay, so this is really important. He is getting a lifeline. Critical as well. B definitely overextending. We do have archers coming, though. And sad. Okay. B is just kind of playing him a step behind time and time again. All Pikes is coming. We do have archers being prior as well. Remember, Sass with this build hasn't necessarily got the wiggle room to make blacksmiths feel good. Meanwhile, B has already saved 150 wood on that. Not to mention the 50% discounts and speed techs because it's my work. This is looking pretty hard for Sass right now. He's going to be blacksmithing on the front side. That's going to be obvious to be. In fact, he should be seeing it now. Yeah, he gets a glimpse. So he knows techs are coming, but he knows those techs can be nowhere near as quick as his. Undermesh has already been queued up. You see it's only 27 seconds away right now. Other annoying thing about HRE, and movement speed being king, right, is this trickler troops just arrive so much quicker. So the next counterplay comes into the picture much quicker than Sass is comfortable with. It's such a frustrating Civ for this reason. You know, it's not just the economy, it's the dynamics at work. The movement speed is a really big deal. Never a detail to be overlooked or nose turned up at. I do think B needs to blob more archers. And also, what? Have we got enough prelates here? Okay, he's fixing it. He's got a third one on the way. Remember, you can buff 9 of your villages. He's got way too many right now. So, adjusting his economy as we speak. Going to be important for that new influx of wood. We do not have wheelbarrow, but we do have enough villages nearby he can shuffle down. It's just going to be awkward if he goes beyond 15 woodworkers. Berries on the backside are almost exhausted. Just to get more food back ASAP. Looks like Sass may have overextended here. He's out of position. Ooh, I don't think he can force his way out of this. He's going to try. There's actually more archers for B. And also the blacksmith tech is already there. The undermesh, right? B not even bombing the steel dagger yet. Remember, we do have the all pikes tech. So essentially 2 levels of melee attack. Archer versus the 7 horsemen are keeping reinforcements at bay. I think B's playing this well, but not well enough. Sassy is getting way too much deer for him. Yeah, and part of the reason is because B is doing that classic thing off of Pro Scouts. He's not actually scouting his opponent. He didn't notice that they ran him through like that. Otherwise, the horsemen would have went across. Archers are going to be able to trade out the spears. Horsemen being held in reserve. I mean, Sass is doing a good job to not just flat out die here, but it's so difficult from this position. 6 horsemen is a powerful number at this stage of the game, especially with the undermesh already there, which is so key. The fact that Sass went undermesh first just kind of feels problematic. I get why he done it, but it just means you're dying slower rather than maybe getting an edge off a steel arrow. Good snatch and grab there. Looks like Sass did switch it up on the south side. Got some more deer through. Okay, but we have to really assess this for what it is. It is a Pro Scouts win for B. He still has all the deer over here to play with, right? And then he snatched, what, 3, I want to say, maybe? 3, 4 deer from Sass's side. So that does mean that B has more food to work with. This drags out. Really important as well because Roos, of course, won the opener by going onto the sheet. You love the new just ignore the hill meta? Oh yeah, and it's like, it's an interesting one because we said we revisit Hillendale, sorry, that's crap map. King of the Hill because of the changes to Siege in Season 9, but it's also because of the changes to walling. Walling is so difficult now. Even on a map like this, it takes substantially longer. Straight out is coming in. 11-11 archers. Got to be very careful because you are diving into Sassy's production line. Yeah, a little bit negligent the way that B approached that. Now an opening. Sass, check this. He's got knights coming. So B should just be safe with longer food sources. I don't like this. This is horrible to watch. Got 5 farms added in. The awkward part about this is the prelate. Like, there's too much for him to buff, right? He can only buff, what, 66% of that economy? It feels like he's not bringing enough deer home fast enough. Sass is getting baited out into the mid-map here. All pikes are ready to rock and roll. Horseman going to dive in. Spearman trying to deal with that fast, but archers are just shrinking the numbers. First knight has arrived, though. He needs to mop this up fast. The horsemen just need to focus far on this. I think the problem is kind of recurring here in that B is just taking fights without the full army here, but at the end of the day, the true numbers lying in the battlefield still favor him. The worry now is you have to go back for spears. Yeah, I can't help but feel that this was a mistake, not having Bloomery a little bit sooner. I mean, what's the maths in it? So, I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference on the archers, right? Like, you do 20 damage per strike, you're always going to kill them before. That's probably why B didn't rush Bloomery. But now that he sees a need for spears, I think that's why he's prepping it. Wait, is he going to just ego chow? Because mathematically, that isn't as tragic as you'd think. Right? 19 damage versus 12. And then, of course, that 12 goes down to 9. So it's 18 damage versus 19. You have more health collectively between the 2 horsemen than the knight. Your attack speed is admittedly worse, but not ridiculously so. It's only 0.25 seconds. I think this works. It's pretty smart, right? The last thing you want to be doing is building into spears because then your opponent has you countered already, neutered. So if he can swarm horsemen to beat the knights, he then beats the archers as well. Okay. Sass confidently now starting to stride out, but is this going to be a mistake? Quick wall comes up just in time. The archers are going to be able to snipe a few. B has to commit now. Knight is going to be able to sneak in, so it looks like B is going to lose a few villages here. No wheelbarrow to work with. However, what B can do with this is wipe the army and then head into Sass's base. I think that was an overextension. Sass, he didn't respect the fact that he was winning these fights because it was so close to his base. Now we approach the 50-50 point in the map, you just see how big the difference is. B, although he was going to lose a few villages to this Knight Raider, the reality is that Sass is about to lose a lot more. Resources are starting to stockpile a bit. It looks like Sass also forgot to get survival techniques earlier than this point. Archer blobs beginning to get scary. B does need to rally the rest forward. The horsemen need to support this push. At this point, B, you know, he can even invest everything into the castle push, or feud push rather, or go castle, right? I think either one is open to him here. Does feel a bit weird the way he's committing too soon, though. Right, like, you'd think B, the last time he'd done this, last 2 times, in fact, it lost him the advantage. Just slow down. Blob, right? Like, your military might is much better because your economy is so much stronger. Like, it's 5 prelates now, and he's only behind by 3 villages. In fact, Sass, has he been missing more villager production? I feel like he must have. The maths doesn't support these numbers. Considering the amount of prelates in here, right? Like, you've sacrificed 4 of production. It should be 8 up, but then you lost 3 workers, right? Man, even finding freebies. Wait, what? Oh, no! He ruled him out! Game 1. Mine work is doing the work, baby. A new era of H3 needs to be upon us, man. I'm telling you, mine work is a beaut to watch. Really powerful set of tools in his arsenal. Really smart way that B played this. Has he convinced anyone? Like, this is a really interesting transitional play. With the Spearman opening being on the rise for the HRE, I'm starting to believe more and more that mine work could very well be the way to go. All right, 1 game down. Your beautiful point's gone. You didn't believe in the buzzard. It's your own damn fault. So, a win for Mr. B. Get that up on the board. And then, where are we going game 2? I thought maybe he'd want to go to the high view. Oh, excuse me. Instead, we're going to be going to Borderland. Byzantines versus Chinese. Ooh. This is a pretty bad matchup for China, right? We might get Sassy biting back here. So let me get predictions ready for you guys. Oh, we'll go 5 minutes, screw it. When are we getting the KP Road to Conk series? Oh, when we start averaging 700 people. There you go. I've set a goal. When we reach the month where we average 700 people is when we will carve out a day each week to do the KP Road to Conk series. Where Baltoon will eagerly be waiting in Conk for me so that we can start queuing 2v2 games after I prove myself worthy. There. And how about this? I'll get all the way to Conk only playing Japan. Which means if we get to 700 average sooner, I'm going to be doing it at the worst possible time. Booyah. Stop digging? Dude, I'm not digging. I'm incentivizing. Quick, spread the word. Gospels must be told. If I have someone who's a YouTube editor in chat as well, contact me. Let's talk. Let's get you involved. I want to level up the YouTube. I want to level up on the TikTok. All the platforms, baby. Go big or go home. There, it's locked in. I'm even going to carve it into my heart of my YouTube. Once it's there forever. If we reach 700 average viewers across a month, if that becomes consistent, we will carve out a day each week to begin the KP Road to Conquer series. For now, we already have our Conk boys, though. B versus Sass. Game number 2, and Sass actually in a fairly good matchup here. Byzantines versus Chinese is one that's historically looked pretty good. China has changed the way it plays recently, though, and I'm wondering how effective the old Byzantine builds are going to be against Pro Scouts China. We are on Borderland, a really good map for Pro Scouts. In fact, most of the picks have prioritized the ability to play into the deer gathering. Reason being, there's actually a lot on the map, remember. There is the natural 28, but then you've got an extra 6 to work with. So, first things first, rotations are going to be really important here. B has got a decent amount out of it, actually. Sass, he's sitting at 10. He has rotated around the back of his opponent's base. This is really good. Sass can actually just cut B off really well here. It's difficult to do against China because they have the extra vision. They can see you sooner. So, if B is quick to react, he can dodge Sassy's vision, but it's so difficult to do. And yet he tries a little bit too late there. So, now, considering the timings, B's going to be aware that Sass must have darted across to the backside of the map, which means he can check the center to guarantee there's nothing here, and then go southward. Well played. I mean, this is the oppressive nature of China, right? Like, you see what we talk about with the vision so often now, right? Like, 25% doesn't sound like a lot. When you look at the difference in tower range, it doesn't seem like a lot. But just an extra 2 seconds of reaction time makes a huge difference. It just allows you to get in front of your opponent. Sass is going to do the best he can to cut off that south side. Actually, it looks like he maybe realized what happened here, that B went on to the north. So great read by him. But Sass is already shadowing. Oh, wait, what? I'm a little bit confused by what B's doing here. Okay, I guess he wants to see if Sass is... Yeah, he wants to know if he's doing Hippodrome, I think. Because realistically, you want to be going south side now to gather extra sheep. It might be that he just doesn't think Sass done the back of his base, which is pretty smart, considering you saw him at the back of yours. But, I mean, there's 2 sheep here, right? Meanwhile, down here, there has to be, what, 4? Maybe more? Wait, is there really only 2? Okay, that's a scam spawn. Still, B got nothing out of that. So in the end, after what looked like a really good rotation, Sass is probably going to end up with more sheep. Or like, what, even? Because B just picked up 2 more, and Sass should now be able to go south side. Tech Up's coming out. We have got Imperial Academy. Pretty much your bread and butter. China's never going to do anything else. You're so hyped for the DLC? Hell yeah. People keep asking me, and I'm like, I don't know. They don't tell us anything. Wish they did. Actually, I kind of wish they didn't. As I know there are people who would leak whatever they tell, which I don't want to happen. I hate that. I mean, maybe. Just secretly tell me, though. Like, that could work. Winky face. Like, I don't know. I'm just going to say, if Microsoft and World's Edge want to do a show this year about all the Age of Empires news coming, call me. Maybe we could work together on presenting it. So Pro Scout's coming in. Sass, of course, isn't going to be going for that. If he was, it would have been Hippodrome. System level 2 is being initiated. We should be seeing in this matchup West End Contract. The only issue now is because B's going for the stables, it might make you a little bit paranoid, but you can just play Limitane Lombo pretty confidently. The alternative is you go Horseman Lombos, and the logic on why that can work is like China will struggle against the higher pen damage of Lombos in conjunction with you already having horses. Limmy's definitely safer. When is the release date of the DLC? I will tell you the release date of the DLC when we get 1,000 subs in a month. Oh, sorry. Yeah, score wasn't flipped. B did win game 1, just to clarify for people. My apologies. It's been a long day. We must have missed that when we flipped the score. That had you questioning it for a second. Yes, very dominant game from B on the HRE. China's definitely a really solid pick. Like, anyone who is used to seeing the Byzantine Doom posts is probably looking at this going, wow, I mean, how could China ever win? Very easily. China is super effective, man. I think they are the most subtly broken, if that makes sense, right? Like, we know very obviously why Byzantines is broken. We know very obviously why HRE can feel broken. We know why English can be ridiculous. We definitely know very obviously why Delhi are. But China just has all these subtle nuances about the mechanics, really gravitating around the Imperial Academy and the Imperial Official, that makes them an absurd civ because of how good they are at escalating now. Probably around early, mid-April, according to season length and some hints from devs and content creators. I mean, the content creators are guessing, but the guess is like what we call informed guess, right? Speculation based on the logic of when seasons end. When a season ends is a reasonable time to assume DLC. One thing I would curb on the reserved nature of is you have to realize that the DLC hasn't even been announced yet. It's been said there's going to be a DLC. It hasn't been announced what's in it. So what I could see being more likely is they'd be like, hey, we're bringing all these things, or like maybe revealing the name of the DLC and giving some hints about the civs that will be in it, but then saying it's going to come out around this time, like Gamescom, for example. Which, by the way, there's a really smart marketing play if they bother to take that direction, which is you could then, as Microsoft, rent a booth at Gamescom and do a DLC launch tournament where you could have an amateur tournament where anyone could come in and play, but then also have a stage area where some of the top players from maybe 4 are invited to compete at Gamescom. I know, I'm really good at these ideas. Microsoft, huh? And yes, you know what? It would be a good idea to have a host. Who could they use for that? So Archer play coming in from B. This is pretty standard for China at the moment. You don't just rush Yuganu, but down the line you can play Song if it proves worth it. Sass has got the Lombos already queued. I actually like the way he delayed going into them. He actually went for a 1-1-1 build, but he got the Limitane and Horseman out, baited the reaction, and then he gets Longbows. This is really smart. Like, he kept B off of Horseman. He didn't give him a reason to go for them. Sass, man, this is a sick timing. So first Longbows come out. Steel Dara is there. Second Longbows are queued. They're going to be out pretty damn soon, just 30 seconds out. And this is bad news for B. Like, he did have the stables, right? He could have went for the Horseman at any stage, but he didn't see a justifiable reason. It's crafty because in game 1, we saw B control the triangular counters. He always was one step ahead of Sassy's choice. We're now seeing the opposite, and we're seeing how good Byzantines can be for that reason. Because they essentially get one part of the triangle with an imaginary resource that only exists for them. Love this as well. Explorator is pretty crafty. Worth it if it gets you a few extra snipes on villagers. Limitane are going to overplay their hand slightly, so I'm not sure that's really worth it for Sass. He has at least forced a little bit out of town on the back. Now, at this point in the game, we are reaching a very fundamental point for Byzantines. Around 9 minutes, you're either thinking about going Castle Age or committing. So after you've seen what B has done, he now has 2 choices. You Judgment Call to go all in, or you Judgment Call to play Armored Units 3rd Age. He's got 2 pumps of Lombos here. He's queuing up more Horsemen and Limitane. It seems like Sass wants to lock this in the Feudal Age. He doesn't want to go Castle. Although he may have overextended. I don't like this position right now. Archers from both sides. Horsemen have to commit in just to get the space. Second group of Lombos have arrived for Sass. I think the timing was off by about 5 seconds here. The second wave might justify it. Moves in now, Horsemen. We have to stick to their targets here. Undermesh is there, so not dying too fast. Archer blob. I'm worried this is too big. The Horsemen are trickling in now. The Lombos are irreplaceable. And Sass is now looking like he's contemplating the castle play, but he's already expended too much recommitting to Feudal. Oh man, this is a bit worrisome. B has got more spin coming. Line formation will get the chase down onto the Lombos. He's at least taking out a few archers, but keep in mind B behind this. He's just got pro scouts casually running through the fights unharassed. And if it feels like I'm emphasizing the loss of Lombos too highly, I'm not. Like, this is ridiculous. Losing the Lombos like this loses your comp. You can't replace these easily because the berries are a very finite resource. The timing on Lombos is very slow. The reason why Lombos is about 70% of Byzantine games is because not only are they a very powerful unit, not only do they complement certain elements of the comp like Horsemen so well, it's the fact that it should be the hardest unit to lose, right? Javelins, you could argue that they can skirt away quicker, but Lombos reach a more threatening bulk quicker. Keshiks are in melee infantry, melee cav rather, right? So they can easily get killed. But Lombos, with the longest range of all 3 units, should be the thing dying last. Great read by B. Now the chase is on. Why does AoE 2 have more players than AoE 4? It's a legacy tile with a history that's built up over 20 years, and a lot of people who fondly remember it as a child. Kind of makes sense why they have more troops, more players rather. I think AoE 4 still has the potential to have like more because it's the new game. It definitely becomes harder to achieve that goal every year the game is out there. So Archer's diving in. He did actually snipe a few villagers here. The other more interesting thing to me is that AoE 2 has a drastically larger viewership audience than AoE 4. But I talked about this the other day. It's kind of similar with StarCraft, where a lot of people watch StarCraft instead of playing now, right? It's the logic is as you grow up, instead of playing the game, you're more willing to just watch the game, right? Because Because you're like, oh man, you know, I like to play this, but also it's just like I don't play it at the same level anymore or whatnot. We're just getting raided, man. Okay, props to him. That was a really good raid. Sass with the Exploratores does get his hands on 2 worker kills. Problem is, like, you're hemorrhaging units in a situation where you're behind on raw military, and your opponent is now barreling towards you with a bigger army. Sass is looking to make a castle play, but I think the timing may not align as he's intending here. The next group at Lombos might give him a reset, though, right? We're going to be talking about 13 Lombos up against 18 Archers, and you'll be able to just hide underneath the TC. So B won't be able to commit straight away. He's going to have to make a choice right now on whether he sends it full feudal or goes for the castle play. Because right now, he's dipping his toe in both. Problem with this play is it can delay your overall tech timing, unfortunately, to a disadvantage point. Man, Sass is super paranoid, though. Awesome clash coming in. Wrap around the back, the Lombos. This is the unit you can't afford to lose. And the Limitane count may be a little bit too small here. Villagers are also just gathering in the middle of the fight. He doesn't want to pull away. He's going to regret that. Archers are now targeting them down. And B's eco lead is extending. A counterattack is coming in, but there's no gatherers on the gold. Looks like he does at least keep the Lombos alive, but still plenty of horsemen to play with. Archer's able to retreat. And it feels like Sass is just getting that death by 1,000 cuts approach, right? Glad he's finally realized that Castle is out. The more you try to play this age, the worse it's going to get. Because you're gathering your wood on the front side of your base. He doesn't have any other options now. Do I think AoE2 has better mechanics? I think it has some cool mechanics. I think both games have their own perks. They have their own cool mechanics. If I had to choose one, I mean, dude, I do AoE4, right? I think AoE2, something that I appreciate about AoE2, and obviously the default mode didn't have it, that's why you have the sped up mode. I do feel that the pacing in the early game is a bit better if you look at the span of the game across multiple years. AoE4's pacing has definitely improved though, a lot. And that's good. Right? Like, nothing feels more underwhelming than 30 minutes of nothing happening. There is maybe an argument to be had that AoE2's late game is better than ours. What do you guys think? Is that a fair point? I think AoE4 still struggles in its late game. It's improving, though. And I think that's what's important. It's not where you start, it's where you end. And Age of Empire 4's late game is drastically improving compared to what it was before. Flash coming in, Archers forced to retreat here. Now, this is a little bit worrisome for B. The pressure is going to be coming down on him hard. Sass committed fully back into the fuel age. But B, the crafty advantage the Chinese has is this. Remember, they can force pump out the Knights super fast here with the Supervise. Taxation is also going to enable them to do so. Veterancy for Archers is also already in, and this is problematic because the Horsemen are not that tanky, and B looks like he's about to push Sassy out in week number 8 of Midweek Muster. Sass is going to try to trade out and get as many villager kills as possible, but he's nowhere near an age up. The floodgates are about to open. B, Lance is getting queued up. Monk's getting queued up. And I think Sass knows when it's over, right? Like, this game is done. He's trickling longbows into death, and it is not going to be even a dent in B. So far this week, unassailable 2-0. Now another 2-0. The question mark is whether we'll be able to beat Elyona to make it to a grand final showdown with Kiljardi. All of that to come in Midweek Muster number 8. See you in the next chapter. Oof. GG's. Damn, brutal. So where'd that go wrong for Sass? I think he had a point early on. We talked about it at the very moment where he had to choose between going for Castle Age or committing Feudal, and he made this choice to commit Feudal, but he committed before the extra group of longbows arrived. I think that killed him. That gave way too much control of the mid-map to B, and then he didn't let go. So yeah, it just shows you how those small choices can completely decide the outcome in a Feudal on Feudal. You know, Byzantines is very much a civ all about specific timings, and I think his was slightly off there. And B did not sleep on it at all. AoE2 is super accessible to play as well, as the civs are similar. AoE4 has more asymmetric balance. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from there. I think it's also AoE2... I think one thing I like about AoE2 is I guess it's more micro-intensive than 4, right? But I know there's like plenty of people don't like the micro-intensity of that. They prefer the casualness of 4, right? It's not that you can't have things that you micro, but it's like, for example, when you're in an archer fight, right? The way you micro in AoE2 is more neo-dodging bullets than where in 4 you can't dodge archer shots, right? Teaching AoE2 micro to grubby is indeed wild stuff. I mean, the thing is, like, also, you have to keep in mind, AoE2's existed so much longer, so a lot of these simple at first to view mechanics are deeply complex, if that makes sense. So I think that actually leans into it as well, and kind of gets slept on how important that is. So, for example, with like 4, something that a lot of people still don't realize is that the archers have a specific timing window where if you learn the starter step correctly and you get your timing optimal, you can pump out like 2 extra attacks a minute. Right? Now, admittedly, most fights aren't going to be a minute long per se, but if they were, you get 2 extra volleys of arrows out. And that's because there's an attack speed on archers, but there's also an animation wind up, wind down. And if you get it right, you can skip certain frames. Now, it's not quite animate. It is a type of animation cancelling, but it's not like an illegal type of animation cancelling. But it's something that exists because of the way that animation time and attack speed work. Because animation time and attack speed are different things, guys. They're not the same thing. So animation cancelling is a raw overwrite of your animation, your attack speed by bypassing with animation, right? But like what you're doing with the archers is a little bit different. And it's also to do with the reason it happens that way is because of the fact that, I think I had this explained to me, it's to do with the fact that you have integers or floats rather that round up to a certain decimal, and that impacts certain systems but not others. Hence the difference between like attack speed and an animation. I remember I was talking to, I believe it was Robotron about this. He had really cool insights about it because he had to find these things out from when they made AoE4 World. Because obviously on AoE4 World, if you guys ever looked, for example, on AoE4 World, if you look at Onabagisha's attack speed value, it's different to what it says in game, and that's because the UI measures differently. One sec, let's have a look here. B versus Elyona now? I don't think so. I believe it's probably going to be cast on Thursday. Thursday before Grand Finals. So, apologies, folks. You won't be getting B Elyona now, but you'll get B Elyona on Thursday, and then it'll be Grand Finals up against Kiljardi, which is great. That means we get potentially 12 games to cast on Thursday. Elio's on ladder right now? Yeah. But he's not playing that series today. So yeah. Recommendation. Like, there might be a possibility that it gets played tomorrow. We're figuring that out now. But if that happens, my advice is just don't spoil it for yourself. We will cast it here before the finals. Because for those that don't know, Wednesday is the only day I treat as sacrilegious to spend with my family. Sacrilegious? Sacred to... Sacrilegious, opposite. Sacred to spend with my family. Because we can usually be working 6 days a week, right? Like, Saturdays, Sundays are often tournament days for tournaments when we're casting other channels. And then Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday are the days I stream here. So I always reserve Wednesday for that reason. Video AMD, burger, or hot dog? Oh, wait. We got back to this chat. Yeah, so I saw the numbers that are getting posted. I got a glance at them and like the NVIDIA improvement. But like one thing I'd warn before anyone jumps on NVIDIA or AMD bandwagon, wait for the full benchmarks. The DLSS improvements is really impressive from NVIDIA, but it's like there's a lot of situations where people don't want to use DLSS, especially if like you're a pro player, right? But what we are seeing from NVIDIA, and I imagine AMD is mirroring, especially with FSR 4, is we're seeing a shift from performance improvements based off of raw components to software AI, basically, the software side improvements to get better frame rates, which is very interesting, actually. It's basically a complete meta switch. The good news is, in theory, that should mean that we're all paying less as time goes on for new generational upgrades than what we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. We'll see if it plays out that way. I'm very happy to see that Intel is starting to swing on the lower end. AMD has been competing in the mid-range really well, bang for buck. It's really only left NVIDIA uncontested at the enthusiast level, which for those that wonder what enthusiast level is, hey, I've got $2,000 plus to spend on a graphics card, which is barely anyone. So like that's the only department that they're dancing on their own right now, because obviously they have like the 4090, 5090, right? But yeah, so like for example, there's some talks about that 5070 has the 4090 performance, but from what I saw the slides, they were talking about DLSS. So once again, like what's in the cards is not a 4090 level of hardware tech. It's whether the software can line up and whether it can do so outside of DLSS. So I'll wait for the stats to come out. For the time being, I can definitely say that I'm happy with this. Like, I recommend if you can find a 7900 XTX cheap, it's worth getting your hands on, especially if you want to play at 2/4K. Because the thing that this has, that the 5070 won't have, the 5080 won't have, actually only the 90s will have, is crap loads of VRAM. That thing has 24 gigs of VRAM. Whereas I believe the new 5080s are, is it 12 gig of VRAM? NVIDIA changing the game with the 5070 pricing. True. And I'm glad, like, you're saying the change of the game. I think that doesn't put enough praise in Intel and AMD's court for pulling their price down as well. How much is that AMD one? That one right there, that is an aftermarket version, and they go for about $1,000. So, like, this thing in a lot of recent different games will compete with the 4080 Super. The 4080 Super is $1,300. That's like $1,000. It's like, if you look it up now, 7900 XTX, see what it's going to cost you. Like, it's even cheaper than that, guys. So, like, I said $1,000. That, like, I'm looking right now, you can pick these up for $800. It's pretty damn good pricing. £800, right? So 800 GBP is, yeah, $1,000. But I think it might be $800 as well. Because there's some really weird stuff going on with conversion points for pounds, dollars. Like, I noticed that when like people were talking about the NVIDIA AMD pricing for the new ones. But yeah, all I'll say so far is I've been blown away with this. Like I said, if you're just looking for gaming, I think these are really worth exploring. I'd say wait for the benchmarks and wait for the full lineup to be revealed, because AMD also have a new card coming. They're very confusing because they're going from 7900 XTX to now they're copying the NVIDIA naming. So they announced a 9070 graphics card, which is going to, I believe, at least be on par with the performance of that. And will have FSR 4, which, for those that don't know what FSR is, here you go, I can show you here. It's like the version of the DLSS tech. So, I need to resize that, don't I? So, yeah. So, FSR 4 should be exclusive to the new ones. A little bit sad about that with 7900 XTX that I can't get it. But yeah, this is like the scaling tech. So the whole idea is that it'll basically scale it up the image quality, so you can be in like 720p and have it scale up to 1080p. The whole logic of that is if you're at a lower frame rate and you scale up, like if you're a lower resolution rather than you scale up, you have a better frame rate, right? The other thing I've been really impressed with, by the way, I don't like anti-lag solutions, but I've been using the anti-lag solution in conjunction. Oh, sorry, not anti-lag. I don't like frame gen, right? But I've been using anti-lag in conjunction with the frame gen on the 7900 XCX, and I actually didn't notice the input lag, which really impressed me. Need a new gaming monitor? Watch this space. I'm going to be talking to brands this month and seeing if we can get one of them to send one of the new OLED monitors out for us to test, because there was just a bunch of announcements at CES about new OLED monitors that can do 4K at 240 Hz. So I'm going to be talking to a few brands, seeing if we can get hands on with one of them, because I'm currently on an IPS monitor, so I haven't tried OLEDs yet. So yeah, watch this space. We should hopefully be able to get one sent out to us. But yeah. Like, this is why it's important, though. Like, at the big conferences, when you see people talking about this scale and that scale, really look for the mid-ground of, like, it's not false advertising. It's marketing done well. Is that they'll say that you get this type of performance gain, and there might be, like, an asterisk of in this or with this type of tech. So, yeah, 100% wait to see how the new 50 series GPUs and the new 90 series GPUs perform. Who knows? I know, maybe I'm greedy. We did just upgrade fully, but maybe I'll be like, you want to send one out and I'll test it. I do kind of want to be greedy and ask my AMD guy for the new 9950 X3D. Oh, man. But, yes, I think what we'll do now, we'll get ready to wind down. Will there be another game? Not today, guys. I think I've been live 9 hours. We did have that crash, which is, I need to look in that in OBS and what caused that. But looking for a middle price 2K OLED. I mean, like I said, I'll get my hands on someone and let you know. But yes, thank you for tuning in, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed what we saw here. Some really cool games today. A little bit of a chaotic scheduling in the end, but yeah, we got through it. So for those just tuned in, B is going to be playing against Elyona. We will cast that on Thursday at my brain is trying to remember when we go live. I'm pretty sure we go live at 5 p.m. CET, 4 p.m. UK time is when we'll be live. And we'll be going through Elyona versus B. And then we will get into grand finals, which will be Kiljardi versus one of those two. Keep an ear out. There's a possibility we go live at 3 p.m. CET. I need to schedule this. There's always the variability. I will definitely post out about it, though. I'll put it on the Discord. I'll put it on the Reddit, so make sure you signed up there. But either 3 p.m. CET, between 3 p.m. CET and 5 p.m. CET, we'll be live on Thursday for semi-finals into grand finals. Hope to see you all there, and have a good evening. I am going to go ahead and end the YouTube side.